Chapter 4037. So ruthless. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue when he learned that someone had attacked the prodigies of other forces at this stage of the Seven Prefectures banquet. This was the place where the Seven Prefectures banquet was held. All forces were gathered here. If they were discovered to have attacked someone here, they would have to pay a huge price. It was a very risky thing to do. However, when he thought about the significance of the top 10 in the Seven Prefectures banquet, he could understand why some people would take such a risk. If they took the risk, they might be able to help their prodigies enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, they would be able to obtain at least 2 qualifications to enter the secret realm of the sacred land. Once they entered the secret realm of the sacred land, they would have the possibility of becoming an upper god emperor. If he could become a high god emperor, this kind of risk would not be worth mentioning at all. It seems like I can't go out recklessly for the next few days, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he would not need to cultivate for the next 10 days. He could just walk around and take a look. However, it seemed like this was not a good idea. The current him was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of some forces. If they could eliminate him, there would be one more spot in the top 10. Master, I understand. At this time, Yang Qianya also responded to Yuan Hanjin's repeated warnings and expressed that he would not go out. In fact, he did not plan to go out either. Duan Ling Tian, prepare well. Don't feel too much pressure. Your goal is to enter the top 10, not the top 3. When Duan Ling Tian returned with the Chunyang school group, Zhen Pingfan was the only one left. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and reminded him again. I understand. Duan Ling Tian was not annoyed by Zhen Pingfan's repeated reminders. Instead, he was grateful. After all, Zhen Pingfan did not have to do this. From the beginning, he and Zhen Pingfan did not interact like a senior and a junior. They were more like friends. Duan Ling Tian remembered all the help Zhen Pingfan had given him in the past. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him generously. For 10 days or so, everything was calm. After all, something had happened at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. With that as an example, the young Heaven's favorites didn't dare to go out carelessly even with the warnings of their elders. 10 days later, the final round of the Seven Prefectures Feast Ranking Tournament arrived. The 30-seeded contestants followed their respective forces to the Seven Prefectures Feast, so they didn't have to worry about being ambushed on the way. Under such circumstances, only a fool would make a move. Because not only was it impossible to succeed, there was an 80 or 90% chance that he would be caught. Once he was caught, he would be completely finished. You're quite early today. When Duan Ling Tian entered the venue with the people from Chunyang School, he realized that most of the people from the various prefectures and major forces had arrived. Only a few forces had not arrived yet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. This was because in the past, Chunyang School would arrive at about this time every morning. However, each time, only half of the people would arrive at most. It wasn't as complete as now. 30 seeded contestants, and a few forces have taken up 2 spots each. This also means that there are a few forces whose sects or clans don't have anyone in the top 30. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, if you can't enter the top 10, entering the top 30 is actually not much different from not entering at all. You won't be qualified to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. It's just that your reputation is better. Even so, many people are still scrambling for it. Many times, many people valued things like reputation. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that they valued false reputation. For example, at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time, some young prodigies from forces knew that it was impossible for them to enter the top 10, but they still squeezed their way to the front in order to show their value to the forces behind them. The better you performed at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, the more you could show your value. Even if you couldn't enter the top 10, if you could enter the top 30, you would be valued by your sect or clan. Even Elder Yi was like this back then. According to Elder Zhan, Elder Yi only received Chunyang School's great nurturing after he entered the top 20 at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Thinking of what Zhen Pingfan said to him, Duan Ling Tian could completely understand the motivation of some prodigies present. Sometimes, it wasn't that they wanted to push forward. It was fate that forced them to move forward. If they took a step forward, their future fate might be different. And if they didn't fight, they might have another mediocre fate in the future. Everyone's here. About 15 minutes after Duan Ling Tian and the people from Chunyang School arrived, All the small floating islands and the surroundings of the floating islands were filled with people sitting and standing. Obviously, everyone was present. It's time for Elder Lin to appear. The whispers of many Pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Almost everyone was used to this scene at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. When everyone was present, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, would appear at the right time and announce the start of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This time, it was no exception. Whoosh! Moments after everyone was present, a figure flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. Feng Su stood in the wind. It was Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect. Today, Lin Donglai's face was no longer as solemn as before. There was a faint smile on his face. It was unknown whether it was because he was in a good mood or because he was happy because the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was about to end. After all, although it was not difficult to be the host of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, it was easy to tire one out. Everyone! After Lin Donglai arrived, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, we will enter the final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The ranking battle will also enter its final stage." The 30-seated contestants did not disappoint the Profound Jade Mansion and successfully passed the challenges of the other contestants. None of them were replaced. Even in the history of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, this is rare. Duan Ling Tian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention what Lin Donglai had just said. Although there had been similar situations in the past where none of the 30-seated contestants were eliminated, it was rare for the Feast of the Seven Prefectures to be so successful. At the very least, this was the first time in the past 100,000 years that such a situation had occurred in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This was enough to show how astute the Profound Jade Mansion was and how powerful their intelligence network was. Presently, I presume everyone is already clear about the rules of the competition for the top 30, so I won't say anything further. I'll give everyone 15 minutes to catch their breaths and prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll begin seizing the number token. Lin Donglai announced loudly. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the eyes of the group of young prodigies present, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up. The final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was the final stage of the ranking battle. The top 30 would determine the final ranking. The rules were rather unique. Everyone would fight for the numbered tokens. The numbered tokens would be displayed in front of them. Everyone would be able to see the 30 numbered tokens from number 1 to number 30. After that, the person who obtained the corresponding number would temporarily be ranked in the top 30. After that, from number 30 onward, challenges would be issued. Number 30 could only challenge number 21 to number 29. In fact, those who were number 22 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. Number 21 could challenge number 20. But he could not challenge those who were ranked higher than number 20. Number 20 could challenge number 11 to number 19. Those who were number 12 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. It was the same for number 10 and above. However, number 3 and number 4 were obstacles as well. Number 10 could only challenge number 4 at most. Only if he succeeded in challenging number 4 and became the new number 4 could he challenge number 3. Only if he became number 3 and entered the top 3 could he challenge number 2 and number 1. The top 3 were obstacles. Being in the top 10 was also a hurdle. The top 20 were obstacles as well. If one wanted to obtain the numbered tokens, they would have to rely on themselves. Of course, this was not purely a competition of strength. There was a large element of luck as well. If the numbered token one wanted was further away from oneself, one might lose the initiative and fail to obtain the token. All in all, fighting for the numbered tokens was just an appetizer at the beginning of the final stage of the ranking battle. The real exciting part had yet to come. Those who obtained the numbered tokens at the front and those who obtained the numbered tokens at the back had their own advantages and disadvantages. Some people wanted the numbered tokens at the front while others wanted the numbered tokens at the back. However, in general, most people definitely wanted the numbered tokens at the front. After all, those who could become seeded contestants were all top prodigies of the younger generation of their respective forces. They all had pride in their hearts and were unwilling to submit to others. Duan Ling Tian, what number token are you going to get? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Ling Tian with a smile. The others from Chunyang School also looked at Duan Ling Tian with curiosity in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard this. I don't care. Just take it. Whatever number it is. In fact, for those who were confident in their own strength, This segment was indeed unimportant. So what if you got number 30 token? As long as you had enough strength, you could first kill number 21, then number 20, then number 11 and number 10. Wouldn't you be able to advance further? After killing number 4, you could challenge number 3. After killing number 3, you could challenge number 1. After successfully challenging number 1, you would be able to reach the top. Getting number 1 still gives you a great advantage. At least you can rest first. In the earlier stages, there aren't many people who have the qualifications to challenge you. Zhan Pingfan reminded him through voice transmission. Duanling Tian nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this principle as well. Then we'll see when the time comes. After all, the distribution of the numbered tokens is scattered, and they're further away from here. Perhaps the area I'm watching doesn't have the number 1 token, and I'll lose the initiative. It'll be difficult for me to obtain it. Chapter 4038. That's true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Zhan Pingfan responded. The last part of the competition really depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, if I was lucky and the number 1 token appeared in the area I was looking at, I had a 70% chance of getting it. Unfortunately, I only got the number 2 token in the end. Zhan Pingfan sighed. Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Was there a difference between getting the number 2 token and getting the number 1 token? It was the same privilege. Only the person who replaced the number 3 token was qualified to challenge the number 2 token or the number 1 token. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to get the number 2 token. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His words angered Zhan Pingfan, who glared at him. This brat was really touching a sore spot. Back then, although he got the number 2 token, he was defeated by many people and fell out of the top 10 step by step. He was not fated to return to his previous life. Otherwise, if he fought his way into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast and won 2 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm, Chunyang School would definitely not treat him badly. Maybe he would have become a medium emperor god by now. Maybe his strength would not be weaker than his martial uncle Yi Chenfeng. On this side, Duan Lingtian and Zhan Pingfan were talking and laughing through voice transmission. As the time approached, the other young geniuses all focused on the field, locking onto Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures feast. He was the one who threw the number token. This part was actually the easiest to cheat in. Even if he cheated, no one could say anything because there was no way to investigate. No one could be sure that Lin Donglai, the host, had really cheated. After all, the number tokens in front of him might not necessarily not appear on the side where it appeared. After 10 breaths, I'll throw the token. Finally, Lin Donglai reminded them again. There were only 10 breaths left before the 15 minutes were up. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, even Duan Lingtian and the other young prodigies who were not paying attention to Lin Donglai immediately regained their composure and stared at him intently. However, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. While the others were still staring at Lin Donglai, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Donglai and looked towards the Flame Howl sect. The 2 seeded contestants from the Flame Howl sect, Marudo and Lin Yuan, were also the only seeded contestants who didn't have their eyes on Lin Donglai other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes and found that they were staring in different directions. One stared at the left side of Lin Donglai while the other stared at the back of Lin Donglai. Normally speaking, as the host, Elder Lin wouldn't let the 2 from the Flame Howl sect obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to obtain them, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Therefore, the number 1 and number 2 tokens shouldn't appear at the same time where they are staring. This way, even if the others think that Elder Lin has done something, they wouldn't say anything. It's normal for Lin Yuan and Marudo to obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens respectively. It's abnormal for both of them to obtain the tokens. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Therefore, he felt that Lin Donglai wouldn't allow the number 1 and number 2 tokens to appear at the same time where they were staring. Perhaps Lin Donglai was the one who told them where to look. Lin Yuan and Marudo were very cautious. They only glanced at the 2 directions before shifting their gazes back to Lin Donglai. However, they didn't expect the meticulous Duan Lingtian to notice them when they glanced at Lin Donglai's side. Let's keep our eyes on those 2 directions. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to obtain the number 1 or number 2 token. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the other 2 directions. He planned to keep his eyes on those two directions when the competition began later. If there were no accidents, at least one of the number 2 and number 1 tokens would appear in those two directions. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the young prodigies from the various forces in the 7 prefectures, including Duanling Tian, all extended their divine power and prepared to snatch the tokens. The key to snatching tokens was to make the first move. Whoever snatched the token first would not be able to snatch it from the others. Of course, whether a person could snatch a token depended on whether he or she had brought the token out of a certain range. Once it was out of the range, no one could snatch it from him or her. Therefore, before Lin Donglai threw out the tokens, a faint translucent light shield appeared around him. The light shield was white and didn't affect his vision. This light shield was the turning point of the token snatching process. As long as you brought the token out of the light shield, it meant that the token was yours, and no one else could snatch it from you. It's about to begin. The scene in front of them made Duanling Tian and the others tense up. They knew that Lin Donglai would definitely throw out the tokens in the next moment. As expected, Lin Donglai raised his hand almost as soon as the translucent light shield appeared. As soon as he raised his hand, 30 tokens whizzed out like a fairy scattering flowers. They flew up at high speed and then scattered around him. At this moment, the white light shield formed by his divine power allowed in the 30-seated contestants' divine power. Previously, their divine power couldn't enter it. Number 2. Duanling Tian was staring at the direction where the tokens were falling one by one. Soon after, he locked onto one of the tokens and immediately grabbed it. His divine power transformed into an ingenious hand and grabbed the token immediately. The reason why it went so smoothly was because at the moment when he made his move, the rest of the more powerful people, such as Han Di from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qitian sect, Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Prefecture's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Prefecture's Autumn Leaf sect, and Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tunglang Province, followed Lin Yuan and Marudo's divine power. Machi Hong and Luo Yuan followed Marudo's divine power. The other 3 followed Lin Yuan's divine power. Apart from them, the more powerful people also stared in that direction and followed their divine power. Under such circumstances, there were fewer people in the direction Duanling Tian was staring. Moreover, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Even Yang Qianye was now following Marudo's divine power. As a result, Duanling Tian took the number 2 token effortlessly. Before the other young prodigies who were staring in the same direction as him could react, he had already taken the number 2 token and left the white light shield. The first person to take the number token was Duanling Tian. Furthermore, it was the badge with the number 2 badge. This kid, after recovering from the scene in front of him, Zhan Pingfan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously suggested that Duanling Tian get the number 1 token, he actually didn't have much hope. He didn't even think that Duanling Tian had any hope of getting the number 2 token, let alone the number 1 token. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Duanling Tian made a risky move. He stared in a different direction from the Flame Howling sects Lin Yuan and Marudo and successfully obtained the number 2 token. As for the number 1 token, it indeed appeared in the direction Lin Yuan and Marudo were staring at. To be more precise, it appeared in the direction Lin Yuan was staring at. The intense fight for the number 1 token also began. Even the group of stronger prodigies from the various prefectures didn't know that Duanling Tian had already obtained the number 2 token. All of them were focused on fighting for the number 1 token. Smack! At that moment, Duanling Tian's number 2 token was also in his hands. Then, he began to watch the show. Upon seeing Zhan Pingfan's gaze, Duanling Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. My luck is not bad. Luck? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhan Pingfan wasn't the only one who didn't comment. Even the others didn't think so. I didn't expect Duanling Tian to be the most clear-headed one in the end. At that moment, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, many people also realized that their thoughts had been completely led by the nose by the convention of the 7 prefectures banquet in the past. In the past, if someone from the faction in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet had made it to this stage, the host would indeed take care of that person. In fact, he might even throw both the number 1 and number 2 tokens in front of that person. Even if that person obtained one of the tokens in the end, the other token would still be obtained by someone from another faction. Under such circumstances, the various prefectures and factions couldn't really say much. However, this time, two people from Lin Donglai's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, had entered this stage at the same time. Under such circumstances, if the number 1 and number 2 tokens were thrown in front of them, it would be fine if one of them didn't obtain one. However, if they obtained both tokens, there would definitely be rumors. They might even ask to overturn the situation and start over. Under such circumstances, they put themselves in Lin Donglai's shoes and felt that the two most advantageous tokens, the number 1 and number 2 tokens, should not be thrown to Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo at the same time. I'm convinced. No wonder Duan Ling Tian has such achievements at such a young age. Just his brain alone is much older than ours. That's right. I just thought of that as well. Didn't you see that the other powerful prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo? They also didn't think of this. However, although they didn't think of it now, when the token fight is over and they find out that Duan Ling Tian easily obtained the number 2 token, they will think of it. When the time comes, those who get the number 1 token will be fine. But those who don't will definitely regret that they didn't know how to use their brains. Duan Ling Tian heard the words of the group of Chunyang school disciples, but he just shook his head and smiled. Many things were meaningless when they were thought of after the fact. However, he was still a little surprised that he had obtained the number 2 token so easily. It seemed like it was a little too easy. Chapter 4039. Many people were surprised that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the number 2 token. However, when they came back to their senses, they were still amazed by Duan Ling Tian's intelligence. Under such circumstances, he had still been able to make the correct decision rationally. This was not something that just anyone could do. Didn't he see that the other outstanding prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Marudo? Moreover, the few of them were currently accumulating and fighting for the number 1 token. This is really intense. After Duan Ling Tian obtained the number 2 token, there was nothing for him to do in this segment. Therefore, he could only watch the show. If these people continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't be any good tokens left. However, only the number 3 and the top 10 tokens are better. As Duan Ling Tian was thinking about this, he soon discovered that 2 people had withdrawn from the fight for the number 1 token. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Prefecture and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Prefecture. The two of them no longer fought for the number 1 token. Instead, they set their sights on the other tokens. Soon, Luo Yuan made his move and snatched the number 4 token that some people were fighting over. He brought it out and brought it into his hands. At this point, Luo Yuan's token was also in his hands. As for Tuoba Xiu, she was one step later than Luo Yuan. She was just about to look for the number 3 token when she saw someone leave with it. Under such circumstances, she could only take a step back this time and seize the other serial token that was ranked at the lower end. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu's withdrawal did not slow down the fight. Instead, it became even more intense. Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heavens Equal sect, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy of the Azure State Prefecture's Heavens Roar sect, and Ma Chi Hong, the prodigy of the Ma Chi clan of the Tonglang province, were all fighting for the number 1 token with Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan would fight to the end, an unexpected scene occurred. Lin Yuan actually gave up on the number 1 token. Then, he entered another battle and snatched the other top 10 token. For a moment, only Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Ma Chi Hong were left in a deadlock. The 3 of them refused to back down. As for the other command tokens, they were all obtained after a series of fights. Only command token number 1, which was being fought over by Ma Chi Hong, and the other 2 command tokens, remained. Those 2 tokens were the 2 tokens that were ranked last, the 29th token and the 30th token. They're even fighting to the point of anger. It's fine if they win, but if they don't, they'll only be able to get the last 2 tokens. Many people sighed with emotion as they watched the accumulation battle before them. Although they didn't really fight, it was still very interesting to watch. The 3 of them fought for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, the number 1 token was taken away by the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chi Tian sect, Han Di. It didn't mean that Han Di was definitely stronger than Ma Chi Hong, Yuan Moyu from the Heavens Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing, and Ma Chi Hong from the Ma Chi family of Tonglang province. Instead, it was because he had discovered the number 1 token earlier and gained the upper hand. Behind him, the number 1 token was also in his hands. He just had to stop Ma Chi Hong and Yuan Mou and smoothly retreat. In the end, he successfully retreated. What a pity. Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing was still fine after the number 1 token was taken away. He only shook his head gently and sighed before he casually took one of the remaining 2 tokens. He didn't even look at the number on it. Damn it! As for Machi Hong from the Machi family of Tonglang province, his expression was ugly. It took him a long time to recover from his shock and take the last token in his hand. When he saw the number 29 on the token in his hand, his expression became even more gloomy. At this point, all 30 tokens were obtained by the 30 seeded contestants. Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu actually obtained the last 2 tokens. Doesn't this mean that Yuan Moyu, who obtained the number 30 token, will be the one to initiate the first round of the battle? It said that Yuan Moyu is the descendant of the powerhouse who became an upper god emperor in the Flame Howl sect 10,000 years ago. In the past, he was very mysterious. It was only recently that he revealed his shocking strength and participated in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Given Yuan Moyu's strength, he'll definitely challenge the person who obtained the number 21 token. That's only natural. What I'm curious about is, after Yuan Moyu defeated the person who obtained the number 21 token and replaced him, will Machi Hong challenge him in the future? After all, if he doesn't occupy the number 21 token, he won't be able to challenge the person who obtained the number 20 token. I wouldn't have thought of this if you didn't mention it. I'm really looking forward to it. If they fight in the beginning, the 7 prefectures grand banquet will be interesting. I don't think that's likely to happen. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Lin Donglai, an elder of the profound Nether Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures grand banquet, announced, "Now, the 30 prodigies who obtained the number tokens, please take a few steps forward and display your tokens in front of them." As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other 8 prodigies took a few steps forward and displayed their tokens. The first token was Han Di, a prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. The second token was Duan Lingtian. The third token was a prodigy from the famous mansion. He was also one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies in the famous mansion. However, judging from the strength that he had displayed earlier and the reputation that he possessed, it would appear that he was much weaker than Han Di and the others. The fourth token was Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. The fifth token was a prodigy from the Qing Province Mansion's Bai and Villa. The sixth token was Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Mansion. The 7th token was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Number 8, like number 3, was also a Heaven's Pride of the Great Ming Prefecture. They both belonged to different factions, and in the Great Ming Prefecture, they were equally famous as number 3, becoming the 2 peerless prides of the younger generation in the Great Ming Prefecture. The 9th token. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Chenya, who was standing nearby. He had seen Yang Chenya obtain the 9th token as well. As for the 10th token, he was another prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He was not from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. Before Han Di from the Heaven sect appeared, he was widely acknowledged as a top prodigy in the Spirit Rhino Mansion. All in all, in the fight for the tokens just now, the people who obtained the numbered tokens at the front were basically the stronger ones. Of course, there were also those who were strong but did not obtain the first tokens. Among them were Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tonglang province and Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. Apart from them, there were a few other prodigies who were not weak. They had also missed out on the first tokens because they were competing for the top 10 tokens. All of them had only obtained tokens from the 20th and onwards. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to take a good look at everyone's token and remember who the current owner of each token is. Lin Donglai's voice continued. Then, plan who you'll challenge first later. Of course, plans can't keep up with changes unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how many plans you have now, you'll be dragged down by others before you can issue a challenge. Naturally, your previous plans will change. The 30 prodigies would enter the ranking battle. The challenge would start with the 30th token, followed by the 29th token. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would replace the challenger and kick the challenger to the last place. For example, the 30th token would challenge the 21st token. If the challenger was defeated and the challenge was successful, the 2 tokens would be exchanged. The challenger would lose the opportunity to challenge the challenger in this round. The challenger would only be able to issue a challenge in the next round. Such a rule also took into account that the defeated prodigy might be injured and gave them enough time to heal so that it would not affect the subsequent challenges. Now, let's welcome the 30th token. Lin Donglai's voice was heard again. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, fixed their eyes on Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. He was the one who obtained the 30th token. Yuan Moyu was a young man in a grayish-white robe. He had a delicate appearance and a smile seemed to be at the corner of his mouth all the time. He gave off a refreshing feeling. He stood there looking as gentle as jade, like an elegant gentleman. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, he flew out of the void and appeared on the field. Now, choose your opponent. Lin Donglai looked at Yuan Moyu and said, "There are a total of 9 people from the 21st token to the 29th token. You can challenge any one of them." At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted away from Yuan Moyu and landed on another person. This person was also the one who obtained the 21st token. He was a prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. The other party also subconsciously looked at Yuan Mou when everyone's gazes swept over, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After all, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the Rui sect and had his own pride. Even if he felt that he was not as good as the other party, he would not back down. Once he backed down, it would be fine if it did not affect his future cultivation. If it did, it would be an inner demon that would be a source of trouble. Number 21. As everyone had guessed, Yuan Moyu chose to challenge the 21st token, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Whoosh! As soon as Yuan Moyu finished speaking, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yuan Moyu, facing him. The prodigy was a tall and burly young man. He stood there with a strong back and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked majestic. "I'm Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture." Yuan Moyu politely nodded at the burly young man in front of him as a form of greeting. The burly young man also spoke at the right time. "I'm Wang Zhubai from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion." Wang Zhubai was considered a celebrity in the mysterious Jade Mansion. In fact, his reputation in the mysterious Jade Mansion was second only to Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He was as famous as the other 2 prodigies of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He, Mo Luo Duo, and the other 2 prodigies represented the top echelon of the younger generation in the mysterious Jade Mansion. Chapter 40. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first battle of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures feast had finally begun. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Wang Zhubai, the genius of the Rui sect of the Dark Jade Mansion, made his move and unleashed the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. Then, the profound laws appeared and launched a round of frenzied attacks on Yuan Moyu of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect. At the same time, his divine weapon also played an important role in this. Once he made his move, it was as if he had gone mad. Although the crowd was a little stunned at first, after regaining their senses, they could not help but be impressed by Wang Zhubai's intelligence. Wang Zhubai's strength was obviously not as good as Yuan Moyu's. However, if he could catch Yuan Moyu off guard at the beginning and injure him so that Yuan Moyu could not unleash his full strength, even if he could not defeat Yuan Moyu, he might be able to tie with him. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Wang Zhubai's effort was useless. Duan Ling Tian thought so too. As a top genius of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect, it would be surprising if Yuan Moyu was injured under such circumstances. Such a genius would not be a fool. Many people felt the same way too. In particular, the higher-ups of the various prefectures and major forces did not think that Wang Zhubai's move would work. However, at the same time, they knew that Wang Zhubai had no other choice. If he did not use this method, there would be no hope at all. If he did, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was slim, it was still hope. However, if Wang Zhubai's move does not work, he will be in a passive position. At that time, he should be able to hold on for a while, but he won't be able to hold on for long. Many people thought so. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhubai unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Moyu like a stormy sea, drowning Yuan Moyu in the blink of an eye. However, after a while, they saw that an even more powerful force soared into the sky and directly defeated Wang Zhubai's attack. It was Yuan Moyu who broke through the air. At this time, Yuan Moyu was still as gentle as jade, but the power around him was condensed and majestic, and as it rolled, it was suffocating. Then, when Wang Zhubai's attack failed and before he could fully recover his divine power, he made his move. Bang! With a loud bang, the void trembled as a terrifying power exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud that condensed under Yuan Moyu's feet. Then, Yuan Moyu swooped down towards Wang Zhubai. A folding fan appeared in his hand. It was his divine item. Now, it was the first time anyone had seen Yuan Moyu take out a divine artifact, because Yuan Moyu had never used a divine artifact in the past. His opponents had been easily defeated without him using any divine artifacts. Yuan Moyu is using a divine artifact. Even if Wang Zhubai is defeated, he should be proud. Before this, no one could force Yuan Moyu to use a divine artifact. Yuan Moyu, in fact, was not very famous in the past. Although many people knew of his existence because he had a upper divine Lord Xian ancestor, they did not know that he himself was so outstanding. Until some time ago, when he showed his strength in the Heaven's Roar sect, the people in the Heaven's Roar sect, and even the people outside, knew that he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Heaven's Roar sect. Whoosh! Crash! Yuan Moyu's fan was like a gust of wind, creating gusts of wind. An attack like a storm fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Zhubai. Although Wang Zhubai could not launch another attack like that in a short time, he still had the ability to defend himself. Bang! However, even if Wang Zhubai wanted to defend himself, he was still injured by Yuan Moyu's attack. The injury was not serious. However, after Yuan Moyu's second attack landed, Wang Zhubai's expression changed completely when he felt the power contained in it was even more terrifying than before. The next moment, blood qi filled the sky from all over his body, and he directly displayed the bloodline power that he had not used before. The bloodline power was majestic, forming blood-red shields around him. At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of shields, floating around him and protecting him. Boom! Rumble! The storm-like power hit the shields, causing the shields to burst with medicinal liquid. At this time, the crowd could see that Wang Zhubai was vomiting blood in the shields. It was obvious that the burden was heavy. The defense formed by the bloodline power seems to be much stronger than a high-grade defensive divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was surprised by the scene before him. Although he knew that the bloodline power of the natives of the Plains of Gods included all creations, he could not help but be surprised every time he saw a different bloodline power. One more attack. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Moyu in the sky. He could clearly feel that Yuan Moyu's power had not decreased but increased. In fact, the power of the previous two attacks had only been reduced by half. Moreover, he had heard from Zhan Pingfan that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect in the state of Qing had created a way to use the laws. It was not the Heaven and Earth Tao, but it was close to the Heaven and Earth Tao. Its power was even stronger than the embryonic form of the Heaven and Earth Tao. Triple Tempest. This was the name that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect had given to his self-created technique. This should be the technique that Yuan Moyu is using now. Others might not be able to learn this technique, but Yuan Moyu is his great-great-grandson and the most outstanding descendant. He definitely won't be stingy with it. Self-created techniques belong to the individual and not the sect. Moreover, given the upper god emperor's status in the Heaven's Roar sect, as long as he did not want to pass down his self-created technique, no one could force him to do so. It's the Triple Tempest. One more attack. If Wang Zhubai doesn't admit defeat, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. Perhaps, it will affect the subsequent challenges. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had seen through Yuan Moyu's trick. Many others had seen through it as well. When Yuan Moyu was about to attack for the third time, Wang Zhubai finally opened his mouth. I admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Zhubai's voice was slightly dispirited. It was only after he had consumed a few divine pills that his expression softened slightly. During the Battle of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, no one was allowed to consume any divine pills. Only after the battle was over could they consume divine pills to heal their injuries. This was done to ensure fairness. The Triple Tempest deserves its reputation. I, Wang Zhubai, am sincerely convinced. After admitting defeat, Wang Zhubai cupped his hands slightly at Yuan Moyu before leaving the arena. Although he had lost, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he seemed to be relieved. Not fighting was a disgrace to him. If he had fought and lost, not only would it not be a disgrace, but it would also be an inspiration to him. It was worth mentioning that before leaving the arena, Wang Zhubai took out his serial token and exchanged it with Yuan Moyu's. From this moment on, Yuan Moyu was no longer Wang Zhubai, who was number 21. Yuan Moyu was no longer number 30, but Wang Zhubai. If Wang Zhubai doesn't die prematurely or get into an accident, his future achievements will definitely not be low. On the side of the Chunyang school, even Yi Chen-feng, who rarely spoke, commented on Wang Zhubai at this time. It should be noted that before this, only the 6 relatively strong geniuses other than Duanling Tian at the 7 prefectures grand banquet had received such treatment. He's not discouraged by defeat, and he seems to have used it as motivation. He's also very tenacious. He's indeed a good seedling. At this moment, even Lu Fenggu nodded in agreement. Let's see if the Rui sect is willing to invest resources in him. Zhen Pingfan nodded as well. Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 did not talk about Wang Zhubai through voice transmission, so Duanling Tian and the others heard it clearly. The group of Chunyang school disciples could not help but sigh. They did not expect that Wang Zhubai, who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu, would receive the unanimous approval of the 3 god emperors of Chunyang school after his defeat. However, some people did not express their opinion. However, people like Duanling Tian, Yi Chen-feng, Yun Yewei, and Yang Qianye, who stood at a higher position, were further ahead than the others. They could see why Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 favored Wang Zhubai. The group of geniuses on the side of Chunyang school quickly turned their attention to Ma Qihong, who had obtained the number 29 token. It's Ma Qihong's turn soon. Ma Qihong is Duanling Tian's defeated opponent. He must have been crazy to fight for the number 1 token. If he knew he would get the number 29 token, he probably wouldn't have competed. How can there be so many new in this world? As the Chunyang school disciples discussed among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Next, let's invite number 29 to enter the arena. Theoretically, number 29 can challenge numbers 21 to 28, Lin Donglai said. He looked at Ma Qihong, who had just entered the arena, and said, however, number 21 has just gone through a battle, so he has the right to refuse if you challenge him. Ma Qihong nodded when he heard this. Elder Lin, I know these basic rules, so you won't repeat them. I challenge number 22. Number 22 was a genius from Tianqin Mansion. After entering the arena, he was defeated by Ma Qihong, who had been holding back his anger in just 2 moves. Moreover, he was severely injured. Ma Qihong had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. In the end, he only managed to obtain number 29. He was already depressed. Moreover, many people from Chunyang school had mocked him. This made him even angrier. Now, the number 22 genius from Heavenly Stella Mansion, as his first opponent, had become the target of his anger. After Ma Qihong defeated his opponent, he became the new number 22. As for the genius from Tianqin Mansion who was defeated by him, he became the new number 29. Number 28. After Ma Qihong left the arena, it was number 28's turn to enter the arena. Number 28 was a genius from a famous mansion. Although he was strong, he knew he was no match for Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu. Therefore, he chose number 23 as his opponent. Chapter 40-41. In fact, in the last stage of the 7 prefectures feast, everyone present knew that unless someone had hidden their strength, the top 10 would be decided from the dozen or so people who had shown their strength earlier. Number 28 challenged number 23. He didn't succeed, but he wasn't defeated either. They ended in a draw. After number 28 and number 23 left the stage, it was number 27's turn. He challenged number 23, but he was rejected. His opponent also had the right to reject him because he had just fought a battle. In the end, he could only challenge number 24. Although number 21 and number 22 were still ahead of him, those 2 people could basically make it to the top 10. If he rashly challenged them, not only would he be defeated, but he might also be injured. It wasn't worth it. In the end, he succeeded in challenging number 24 and successfully replaced him. The challengers kept moving forward. When it was number 24's turn, he was directly skipped because he had already advanced in this round, because he had no more chances to challenge. Number 23 had a chance to challenge, but after looking at the 2 people in front of him, Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong, he finally chose to give up. Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu were automatically skipped. Both of them had challenged from the back, and according to the rules, they also had no chance to challenge in this round. Number 20, please come on. Lin Donglai's voice came at the right time, and then an elegant figure entered the arena. It was a genius from the Consonance Mansion. He challenged number 13, but he failed and was defeated. This was also the first person who had been defeated in a challenge so far. After number 20, it was number 19's turn. Number 19 was an acquaintance of the Chunyang school. He was Xueqi, a seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who had defeated Yi Yingkai. In the round where Yi Yingkai challenged the seated contestants, he accepted Yi Yingcai's challenge and defeated him. Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Yi Yingkai, who was not far behind him, and saw that Yi Yingcai's face instantly darkened after seeing Xueqi's appearance. Obviously, Yi Yingkai found it hard to accept his previous failure. I challenge number 12. Xueqi went on stage and challenged number 12. In the end, they were in a stalemate and tied. At this time, the atmosphere of the 7 prefectures feast had cooled down. Apart from Yuan Mou and Ma Qihong, who defeated their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood in the beginning and forcefully replacing their opponents, after they entered the top 20, 2 people had lost consecutively. Actually, the people who were able to obtain the numbered tokens earlier were all quite strong. This time, other than Yuan Mou and Ma Qihong, who missed the opportunity to obtain the tokens because they were fighting for the number 1 token, the others used their true abilities to obtain the numbered tokens that belonged to them. Indeed, I'm afraid there won't be much to see from the challenges of those ranked 20 to 12. However, I'm still very curious to see if there will be 1 or 2 successful challenges. There are 9 people from the 20th to 12th place. There should be at least 1 or 2 people who will succeed, right? Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses from various prefectures, number 18 entered the arena. He was challenging number 13, the same genius that number 20 had challenged earlier. If one were to challenge number 12, he would be able to reject the challenge because number 19, Xueqi, had already challenged him. However, number 13 couldn't refuse. However, when he entered the arena, he still defeated number 18 in a domineering manner, causing number 18 to return in defeat. After this battle, he, who had not fully recovered, suffered heavy injuries because number 18 had fought too hard. Without enough time, it would be difficult for him to recover. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous for number 13. Number 17 can't challenge him, but number 16 can. Many people broke out in cold sweat when they saw number 13 was injured. However, there were also many people who felt that he was unlucky to be challenged consecutively. However, this was also because number 13's strength was not much stronger than the previous 2 challengers. Otherwise, he would have defeated number 13 directly. With just a short break, he would be able to recover to his peak condition. Number 17 should be challenging number 12, right? Number 12 was also injured in the battle with Xueqi earlier. While everyone was thinking this, number 17, a prodigy from Heavenly Stellar Mansion who had just entered the arena, chose to challenge number 12. Moreover, he defeated number 12 before his opponent recovered from his injuries. However, number 17's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It was as if he had intentionally allowed his opponent to take the upper position. This person is smart. He knows that his injuries haven't fully recovered, so he didn't make too many moves. He only made a symbolic move before admitting defeat. He wants to recover from his injuries. He's indeed a smart person. Now that he's defeated, the remaining time is enough for him to recover. If he's strong enough later, he'll be able to challenge the people in front of him. Many people could tell what number 12 was thinking. The people in front of him were also deep in thought. If they were in the same situation, could they learn from number 12? In the ranking battle of the 7 Mansions Feast, number 16 challenged number 11 and lost. Moreover, number 11 only used 3 moves to defeat him. Moreover, it was obvious that number 11 had not used his full strength. Number 11. He's hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the arena. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. He had previously stunned everyone with his moves. However, he did not expect that that was not his true strength. This person was none other than Wang Xiong from the Han residence of the Daming residence. He had challenged Yi Yingkai when he challenged the seated contestants but was defeated by Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was now number 11. Facing number 16's challenge, he defeated his opponent in 3 moves. The entire process was very easy. The Hanshan residence is so well hidden. Wang Xiong's strength has been further displayed. Moreover, that was obviously not his full strength. Later, Wang Xiong will challenge the person ranked 10th. I wonder if he can win. If he can't, he can only wait for this round to end and challenge the new 10th in the next round. The 10th ranked prodigy from the consonants residence is also a well-known figure. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, he should have the ability to advance further. At the very least, he should have the ability to defeat Yang Chenya from the Chunyang school. Yes. Among the top 10, Yang Chenya from the Chunyang school is the weakest. I saw that he got the 9th token earlier. There was a certain element of luck involved. In my opinion, if Wang Xiong does not advance further in this round and make it to number 10, Yang Chenya will probably be eliminated to number 10 and then be defeated by Wang Xiong in the next round. The whispers of the crowd also spread to the Chunyang school. For a moment, many people from the Chunyang school subconsciously looked at the figure standing in the distance with Duan Ling Tian. The young man stood tall and proud. His expression was indifferent and cold from beginning to end, as if he was not affected by the gossip at all. The challenges continued. After Wang Xiong defended his ranking, the people who were challenged after him also defended their rankings. Soon, it was Wang Xiong's turn. Number 11. Wang Xiong was number 11. After he entered the arena, according to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he could only challenge number 10, the famous prodigy from the consonants residence. Number 11. Do you choose to challenge number 10 or give up? Unlike the others who asked to choose an opponent, Lin Donglai asked Wang Xiong this question. This was because Wang Xiong had no other choice. I choose to challenge. Wang Xiong grinned. Then, he picked up his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. I've heard of the famous He Yushi from the consonants residence's Hao Shun sect. Today, I'd like to see it for myself. Number 10 was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Hao Shun sect of the consonants residence. Before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the consonants residence appeared, he was widely acknowledged as the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonants residence. However, Han Di's appearance overshadowed him in one fell swoop. Some said that Han Di had once challenged him and defeated him. There were also some who said that after exchanging a few blows with Han Di, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, he had admitted defeat. As for the specifics, perhaps only the person involved knew. However, no matter what, the news of Han Di being stronger than him had spread like wildfire. Moreover, the honor of being the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonants residence had been transferred from him to Han Di. As soon as Wang Xiong finished speaking, a figure flew out from the Hao Shen sect of the consonants residence. I'd like to see the strength of the hidden prodigy of the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence as well. If you can defeat me, you'll be able to challenge the peerless prodigy of the famous mansion in the next round. If you can defeat them as well, you'll be the top prodigy of the famous mansion. This was a young man dressed in a long turquoise robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were sharp. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. It was not because of his emotions. It was because of the coldness in his voice. He was none other than He Yushi, the prodigy of the Hao Shen sect of the consonants residence. That's not important to me. This time, if I can make it into the top 10, I'll consider myself as having completed the task given to me by the old fellow. Wang Xiong smiled faintly before he put away the wine gourd in his hand. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at He Yushi. It was completely different from the calm and unruly attitude he had when he was challenged earlier. It was obvious that He Yushi had given him a certain amount of pressure. After all, he was the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonants residence. This He Yushi is not simple as well. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Although he felt Wang Xiong was still concealing his strength, He Yushi's strength was not simple as well. Earlier, he had seen how He Yushi had obtained the number 10 token. He had used an extremely forceful method to snatch the number 10 token from 7 to 8 people. Naturally, those 7 to 8 people did not join forces against him. However, the fact that he had managed to snatch the number 10 token from so many people, even if he had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, still spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 40-42. Although there were fierce battles in the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, it was still acceptable to the onlookers. Now Wang Xiong, a prodigy from the cold mountain residence of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, had shown amazing strength again and again. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Everyone present could tell that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength, so they were curious about his strength. Wang Xiong's current opponent, He Yushi, was a prodigy from the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion's Haoshan sect. Everyone knew that he was very strong. At the very least, if Wang Xiong showed his strength earlier, it would be difficult for him to tie with He Yushi, let alone win. They're making their moves. As Wang Xiong and He Yushi made their moves almost at the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the field without blinking. Obviously, they did not want to miss anything. In the beginning, Wang Xiong and He Yushi were obviously holding back. It was more like they were testing each other. After 30 moves, the battle gradually became more intense. However, the two of them were evenly matched. After another 10 moves, He Yushi seemed to realize that if this continued, his strength would be exhausted and he would not be able to challenge the person in front of him. After all, his target was the Chunyang School's Yang Qianye. His goal for this round was to drag Yang Qianye down from 9th place. Before that, he had to fend off Wang Xiong's challenge and be in an invincible position before he could challenge Yang Qianye. If he lost, he would not have a chance to challenge Yang Qianye in the next round. If he lost this round, he would become the new number 11. Wang Xiong took a step forward. In the next round, Wang Xiong was still 10th. If he lost to Wang Xiong in this round, there would be no need to challenge him in the next round. He could only wait for Wang Xiong to move forward and a new number 10 would appear. Wang Xiong, this is my full strength. If you can defeat me, show me your strength. If you can't, let's stop. There's no need to continue wasting our strength. We'll consider this a draw. After dozens of moves, Wang Xiong's strength was recognized by He Yushi. Because they didn't want to get hurt, neither he nor Wang Xiong were overly aggressive. Awesome. As for Wang Xiong, after hearing He Yushi's words, he laughed out loud. Then, the power of the bloodline in his body erupted, displaying an even stronger strength. Since that's the case, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiong attacked again. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. His entire body was filled with an arrogant aura, as if a god had descended to the world. At this moment, his sloppy figure seemed to have become incomparably tall. Bang! Wang Xiong's attack forced He Yushi back. Wang Xiong stood where he was, his body trembling slightly. Puh! He Yushi did not try to hide her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If he tried to hide it, he would suffer even more severe injuries. I admit defeat. As for He Yushi, she was straightforward. After Wang Xiong further displayed his strength, even if she still had the strength to fight with Wang Xiong, she didn't continue. If he continued to fight, he would most likely still lose in the end. Furthermore, he might even be injured further, which would affect his performance later on. There was no need to do so. His goal was to get into the top 10, not to defeat anyone. If he lost his chance of getting into the top 10 because of a moment of anger, it would be difficult for him to answer to the sect behind him. Whoosh! When Wang Xiong injured He Yushi with one attack and she took the initiative to admit defeat, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Wang Xiong is so strong. The Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence has really hidden an expert this time. I feel like Wang Xiong's strength is not any weaker than the 2 unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion who have obtained the tokens to get into the top 10. In the past, the unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion represented the strongest among the younger generation in the Great Mansion. However, now that Wang Xiong had made his move, it seemed like the unparalleled prides would be renamed as the 3 unparalleled prides. Or perhaps, Wang Xiong would suppress them and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Mansion, causing the unparalleled prides to become history. How powerful! At this moment, not only were the people from the various major forces in the Great Mansion stunned, but even the group of prodigies from the Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence. The strength that Wang Xiong had displayed earlier had already shocked them. Now, even He Yushi, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion, had been defeated a few times. Unlike the prodigies from the Han Mountain residence, the high-ranking officials from the Han Mountain residence only had a joyful expression on their faces. They were not shocked at all. It was obvious they had long known Wang Xiong had such strength. Now that they saw Wang Xiong had made it into the top 10, they were overjoyed. At the very least, there was hope for them to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. After defeating He Yushi, Wang Xiong became the new number 10 while He Yushi became the new number 11. Both of them had exchanged tokens. Then, it should have been number 10's turn to issue a challenge. However, since Wang Xiong had already used his only chance to issue a challenge, it was now number 9's turn. Number 9. Please enter the arena. As Lin Donglai's voice resonated in the air, many pairs of eyes shifted to Duanling Tian from all directions and landed on the cold figure standing not far away from him. Yang Qianye was the person who had obtained the number 9 token. Yang Qianye, although many of the prodigies from the Chunyang school were not familiar with Yang Qianye, they still hoped that Yang Qianye could bring glory to the Chunyang school, even though they felt that the chances were slim. Some of them comforted Yang Qianye. Yang Qianye, just do your best. Let Duanling Tian fight for the top 10. Yes, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Under the gaze of the crowd and the persuasion of many disciples from the Chunyang school, Yang Qianye flew into the arena with an indifferent look on his face. Then, without looking at anyone, he said indifferently, "Number 5." In an instant, everyone's eyes, which were originally focused on Yang Qianye, shifted to the young man standing at the front of the Puppet Mountain Villa in the Qingzhou State Prefecture. Number 5 was the prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa. Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa. So far, everyone only knew that the young prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa was called Ximen, and most of them guessed that his surname was Ximen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ximen flew into the air. His face was equally cold, and his body exuded an unapproachable aura. As soon as Ximen entered the arena and stood next to Yang Qianye, everyone felt that they were the same kind of people. The two of them faced each other, but neither of them made a sound. However, their auras were locked onto each other. Then, as soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the two of them attacked at the same time. It was an intense collision. What happened next shocked all the spectators. This was because they realized that Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Yang Qianye from the Chunyang school was hiding his strength. The battle between the two of them was more intense than any of the previous battles. Both of them did not seem to have any intention of holding back. They attacked with all their might, and their divine power, which was infused with the profundities of the laws, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed, and the two of them were evenly matched. After 50 moves, it was still the same. After 100 moves, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They retreated one after another, and the battle ended in a draw. At this moment, not only did the leader of the Puppet Villas group have an ugly expression, but even the virtual Jade Elder Yuan Hanjin from the Pure Sun sect side had an ugly expression. As early as when Yang Qianye and Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa had exchanged 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had asked Yang Qianye and Ximen to end the battle in a draw and not consume too much divine power. However, Yang Qianye did not respond to him. It was not until he contacted the leader of the Puppet Mountain Villa, and the two of them put pressure on Yang Qianye and Ximen at the same time that the two of them stopped fighting. Yuan Hanjin did not think it was necessary for the two of them to consume so much divine power, and the people of the Puppet Mountain Villa thought it was even more unnecessary. Moreover, in their opinion, Yang Qianye was number 9. After this battle, it would be his turn to fight or be challenged in the next round. However, Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa, as number 5, might be challenged by number 7 next. Number 7 is Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect. Lin Yuan is very strong, and he is the foreign aid that the Flaming Howl sect specially asked for. A prodigy like him will not take advantage of others' difficulties. The people of the Puppet Mountain Villa were already comforting themselves. After number 9 Yang Qianye and number 5 Ximen left the stage, the prodigy with number 8 token also entered the stage. He was one of the peerless duo from the famous mansion. For the time being, no one from the Chunyang school looked at the prodigy from the famous mansion. Their eyes all fell on Yang Qianye, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Qianye was so strong? He did not even use his full strength in the previous round? In their opinion, based on the strength that Yang Qianye had just displayed, he might not even lose to Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the famous mansion's Han Mountain Villa. Yang Qianye, you're amazing. Yang Qianye, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought it was impossible for you to make it to the top 10 in the 7 Mansion banquet. It seems that 2 prodigies from the Chunyang school will make it to the top 10 this time. The people from the Chunyang school were in high spirits. Xueqi, the prodigy of the Hao Shen sect from the Consonance Mansion, who had become the new number 11, was also looking at Yang Qianya from the Chunyang school. His expression was unusually solemn. I've underestimated him. I might not be a match for him. Previously, he had thought that Yang Qianya was a pushover and had planned to use him as a stepping stone. However, it seemed like he had been dreaming. I forfeit. At the same time, the number 8 prodigy who had entered the stage spoke. He shocked everyone and chose to forfeit. He did not challenge anyone in front of him. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He could only challenge number 4, number 6, and number 7. These 3 prodigies were Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect, and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. He had no chance of winning against these 3 prodigies. In that case, he might as well save his strength. Chapter 40-43. Number 7. As Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, a figure flew out from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect camp and entered the arena. It was a tall young man with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. His temperament was extraordinary, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling just by standing there. He was the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. He was also the grandnephew that Lin Donglai had mentioned. Lin Yuan came from outside the 7 prefectures, but he was now a disciple of the Flame Howl sect. Therefore, no one said anything about him participating in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you have the ability, you can also ask for external help. After Lin Yuan entered the arena, his gaze landed on the Autumn Leaf Gate of Heavenly Star Mansion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan was the Autumn Leaf Gate's prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion, and this was only his current identity. His true identity was the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. Earlier, he had displayed his powerful strength and let everyone see how extraordinary the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources was. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan so soon? This is going to be a fierce battle. Yeah. Although Lin Yuan's strength is impressive, it's not at Luo Yuan's level. However, since he was invited by Elder Lin to join the Flame Howl sect and participate in the 7 prefectures banquet, it means that his strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at Elder Lin's current appearance, you're obviously not worried about Lin Yuan at all. He should be confident in Lin Yuan's strength. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Yuan, some were also paying attention to Lin Donglai. After all, Lin Yuan was his close relative, and he had been the one who had invited Lin Yuan to the Flame Howl sect. In their opinion, Lin Donglai must know Lin Yuan's strength very well. Since he was not worried, and he knew Luo Yuan's strength, he was obviously confident in Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan challenges Luo Yuan now, even if he has a chance of winning, he will have to pay a heavy price. If he is seriously injured, it will affect his chances of getting into the top 3. Many people felt the same way. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. At the same time, he vaguely realized that Lin Yuan might not challenge anyone. And according to the rules of the 7 prefectures grand banquet, he could forfeit and not challenge anyone. This was still better than challenging someone and then intentionally admitting defeat. Once he admitted defeat, even if he defeated everyone in the future, unless the person he defeated was defeated by someone else, he would only be second place at most and would have no chance at first place. A short while later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan spoke. Luo Yuan, I should have challenged you. However, I still feel that there is no need for us to fight so early. Let's kick those who shouldn't be in front of us down first before we fight. What do you think? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, many people were disappointed, but there were also some people who had an expression of as expected. Like Duan Lingtian, they also guessed that Lin Yuan might abstain. I agree. Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. In this round, I will enter the 3rd place. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of number 3, who was also one of the unparalleled prodigies of the famous prefecture. Although the famous prefecture's prodigy's expression was ugly, there was nothing he could do. After all, Luo Yuan was indeed stronger than him. It was not just Luo Yuan. Most of the people in the top 10 were stronger than him. Number 7 abstains. Number 6. Enter the arena. After Lin Yuan left the arena, Lin Donglai spoke, and a beautiful figure flew over like a fairy and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It was the Yuan clan's prodigy, Tuoba Xiu. She was also one of the only 2 females in the top 30 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Will Tuoba Xiu challenge number 4 or 5? As Tuoba Xiu entered the arena, many people could not help but whisper among themselves. I don't think so. Number 4 is Luo Yuan, and he is definitely not weaker than her. As for number 5, he is the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Villa's prodigy. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win if Tuoba Xiu fights with him. If I were Tuoba Xiu, I would choose to abstain. Once the first few spots have been confirmed, the final ranking battle will be held to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. I also think she will abstain. Due to Lin Yuan's abstention, even if Tuoba Xiu were to enter the arena now, the crowd was not in high spirits. In fact, they felt that Tuoba Xiu would most likely abstain. In the end, Tuoba Xiu did not disappoint them and chose to abstain. After Tuoba Xiu's abstention, it was number 5's turn. Shiman, the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa's prodigy, who had previously been challenged by number 9 Yang Qianya, chose to abstain as well. 3 people have abstained in a row. Number 4, Luo Yuan, is finally going to enter the arena. Luo Yuan previously told Lin Yuan that he would enter the 3rd place in this round. Therefore, he won't abstain. There is no need for him to abstain. As expected, when it was Luo Yuan's turn, he did not abstain. Instead, he chose to challenge number 3, one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Earlier, number 8, the other of the peerless twins, had chosen to abstain. Now, one of his peers was being challenged by Luo Yuan. Although the crowd was confident in Luo Yuan's abilities, they also felt that Luo Yuan's opponent was one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Even if the peerless twins were no match for Luo Yuan, there would still be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Luo Yuan would be able to injure the peerless twins' opponent within 3 moves? As for the peerless twins' opponent, he had admitted defeat in a timely manner. Clearly, he did not wish to aggravate his injuries. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan had not done anything at all. Even if he had expended some of his divine power, he would be able to recover very quickly. Luo Yuan had won and replaced the famous prefecture's prodigy as number 3. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, he had been demoted to number 4. In the next round, the famous prefecture's prodigy might be demoted to number 10. The current number 10, Wang Xiong of the Cold Mountain residence, will most likely challenge him. It's normal for Wang Xiong to challenge him. Earlier, Wang Xiong had displayed an extremely powerful strength, overshadowing the famous prefecture's peerless twins. If Wang Xiong defeats Wang Xiong in the next round, he will become the number 1 prodigy of the famous prefecture's younger generation. I don't think so. They are all from the same prefecture and will see each other frequently. If Wang Xiong does this, won't it be somewhat embarrassing? Wang Xiong's challenge might cause him to miss out on the top 10. You are thinking too much. Even if they are from the same prefecture and are not from the same faction, they won't concede in such a situation. The moment they concede, they will miss out on the top 10. After Luo Yuan became the new number 3, everyone's gazes shifted to the Tonglang province's Chunyang school before landing on Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Number 2, Duan Lingtian. He will most likely forfeit to preserve his strength. I also think he will forfeit. Before Duan Lingtian even entered the arena, the group of people present on the scene already thought he would choose to forfeit like the few people behind him. After that, they would wait for the top 10 to be confirmed before the final ranking battle. Duan Lingtian, forfeit this round. There is no need to exhaust too much of your godly power. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him to forfeit this round. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, this was the best choice. This is also Martial Uncle Ye's intention. Zhen Pingfan added. Evidently, Yi Chenfeng also felt that Duan Lingtian should forfeit this round. Duan Lingtian, forfeit. Lu Fenggu had not spoken much to Duan Lingtian all this time. However, this time, he reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Forfeiting won't affect anything. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge the current number 1 later. Faced with Zhan Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and replied, "I know what I'm doing." At the same time, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flamehowl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, announced, "Number 2, enter the arena." Number 2. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stepped out into the air, the gazes that were trained on him began to burn with passion. Although they thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had soared to the top in one go. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. Although the others, such as Luo Yuan and Han Di, were also very strong, they were all at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not even 3,000 years old. He was not even half as old as Luo Yuan and the others. If he could achieve this at such a young age, by the time he reached Luo Yuan and the others' age, he might already be a god emperor. Moreover, he might not even be a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. If he were to participate in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet 5,000 years later at the age of 8,000, I'm afraid no one would be his match. Given the talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian has displayed, he will definitely become a god emperor in 5,000 years. Even if Duan Lingtian becomes a god emperor, as long as he is younger than 10,000 years old, he can still participate in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Currently, a lot of people were feeling sorry for Duan Lingtian. The 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was held once every 10,000 years. The age of the participants depended heavily on luck. If one was born not long after the previous 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, one would undoubtedly have an advantage in this 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. The later one was born, the less advantage one would have. For example, those of Duan Lingtian's age would only be at a disadvantage. In our sect, there are no disciples of Duan Lingtian's age who have entered the God Emperor realm. In our clan, no matter how high one's talent or comprehension ability is, one will not be able to participate in this 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Amidst the lamentation of many people, almost everyone believed that Duan Lingtian would forfeit. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Number 1. Enter. Chapter 40-44. Number 1. Enter the arena. His voice was calm and indifferent, but as soon as he said it, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian did not give up. He allowed Number 1 to enter the arena. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the people from Chunyang School were stunned at this moment. Obviously, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to do this. Duan Lingtian challenged Number 1 directly. Isn't he afraid of exhausting his strength too early and being at a disadvantage later? Isn't this a little irrational? The people from Chunyang School could not understand Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Even the leaders of Chunyang School this time, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, looked at each other speechlessly. Zhan Pingfan could not help but smile bitterly. This kid still wants to challenge his opponent in the end. You didn't persuade him? Yi Chenfeng asked. I did. Zhan Pingfan nodded. I also said that's what you meant. But now, do you think it'll work? This kid is a person with his own opinions. Maybe he has his own ideas. I also tried to persuade him. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple figure in the distance and murmured. Maybe it's just as Junior Pingfan said. He has his own ideas. Now that Duan Lingtian had spoken, it was too late to take back the spilled water. They also knew that even if they wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian now, it was too late. I hope he can surprise us. Zhan Pingfan stared at the figure in the distance and murmured, however, his opponent this time is not simple. Han Di is the trump card of the Heavens Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. Han Di was the genius of the Heavens Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. He was not famous in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the other geniuses of the Consonance Mansion. Duan Lingtian, Machi Hong stood in the void in front of the Machi clan and stared at the purple figure with a mocking smile. He's really strong. In this sort of situation, you're still unwilling to give up? From Machi Hong's point of view, Duan Lingtian's behavior was arrogant to put it nicely, but it was stupid to put it bluntly. The others had all given up. Obviously, they did not want to let the people behind them take advantage of them. But you, Duan Lingtian, are different. Are you trying to show that you're different? Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment defeating you when you're injured. Ma Qihong sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. His tone was somewhat cold. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Ma Qihong's voice transmission. He instinctively glanced at Ma Qihong and saw Ma Qihong looking at him as though he was an idiot. Duan Ling Tian only replied indifferently, I hope you still have the courage to challenge me after this battle. As for Ma Qihong's gaze, he directly ignored it. How could a sparrow or a swallow know the ambition of a swan? Whoosh! Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the person who was challenged by Duan Ling Tian, the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion, Han Di, entered the arena. Han Di was a young man dressed in white. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary. In particular, there was always a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. After he entered the arena, he cupped his hands politely at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your name. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you. I didn't expect to find an opportunity to do so at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. I can't compare to Brother Han. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Brother Han, you've endured for thousands of years. Once you've awakened, you're like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. Everyone looks up to you. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Han Di shook his head with a smile. I've always lived in seclusion. That's why not many people know of my existence. As for the thousands of years of enduring, they're just rumors. They can't be taken seriously. Duan Ling Tian and Han Di chatted merrily. The crowd of onlookers stared at them without blinking. To them, the battle that was about to begin was definitely the most exciting battle since the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet began. Initially, they thought they would only be able to see such a battle at the end of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, they did not expect to see it in advance because Duan Ling Tian did not forfeit. At this moment, everyone was looking at Duan Ling Tian and Han Di with anticipation. They were curious to see who was stronger. One of them was a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Tunglang Province. Once he rose to prominence, he was extremely powerful. He had even defeated Ma Qihong, the former #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tunglang Province. The other person was a hidden prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect. He was unknown in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the prodigies from the Heaven's Equal sect. Both of them were top-notch prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Both of them had a chance to fight for the top 3 spots in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Now, however, they had to fight in advance. Although I don't know why Duan Ling Tian didn't forfeit, this is a good thing for us. We can enjoy watching the battle this time. You're right. Now, we can finally focus and watch the battle between the top prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Perhaps we can learn something from it. Duan Ling Tian is skilled in the law of space, and Han Di is skilled in the law of destruction. The battle between the two of them will definitely be a fierce battle. The crowd was already looking forward to the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Han Di. At the same time, Han Di's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He gave a suggestion and asked, "What do you think? This will be good for both of us. This way, both of us won't have to expend much energy. It won't affect the later stages of the competition, and we won't be taken advantage of." After hearing Han Di's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian immediately replied, "As long as you can convince Elder Lin, I have no objections." "I don't think he'll refuse," Han Di said. Then, Han Di looked at Lin Donglai and said a few words through voice transmission. When Lin Donglai heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Han Di deeply before he finally looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked loudly, "Duan Ling Tian, Han Di said that you agree to his suggestion?" "I wonder what Elder Lin's suggestion is?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile. Although Han Di would not go so far as to trick him, he would not agree to Lin Donglai's suggestion without knowing the reason. One must always be wary of others. "He said that I'll set up a concealment formation so that the two of you can display your strength without being seen by the crowd. After that, the weaker one will admit defeat," Lin Donglai said. Lin Donglai's words caused an uproar among the crowd. "How can that be?" "That's right. If that's the case, what's the point of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet?" "I refuse. I object as well." As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the crowd began to protest as well. They felt that this was against the purpose of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If everyone behaved this way, wouldn't it be easy to determine the winner in the concealment formation? It was entirely possible for one of them to tempt the other to admit defeat, right? Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not even have to say anything. Lin Donglai could feel the pressure from the crowd. He quickly looked at Han Di and said, "Number one, as you can see, it's not that I don't agree, it's that the others don't agree. Moreover, what they said makes sense as well. Once you do this, everything will become opaque. If you don't want to expend too much energy, you can stop here and quickly end the battle. The others might not know the details of the battle, but don't tell me you don't know." Due to the pressure from the people from the various mansions, Lin Donglai rejected Han Di's suggestion. Previously, Han Di had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian about this. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian knew it was unrealistic. However, Han Di had always been polite to him, and it was difficult for him to dislike him. Therefore, he did not reject Han Di directly. Instead, he asked Han Di to ask Lin Donglai. Everything that happened next was just as he had expected. Han Di was too naive after all. Perhaps, this was the result of cultivating in closed-door cultivation and rarely appearing in front of others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not sure if Han Di lacked social interaction. After all, Han Di had never appeared in front of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He might not have been cultivating in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he was cultivating in some other place. In the end, Han Di could only give up on concealing his strength and secretly fight with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was too rash." After Han Di regained his senses, he realized the matter was not as simple as it seemed. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "It's no big deal." Duan Lingtian smiled. "However, if Brother Han wants to sense our strength at the smallest cost, it's actually not difficult. Just as Elder Lin said, we can use our short-lived strength to sense each other's strength in the shortest time possible. If either of us feels inferior to the other, we can just admit defeat." Duan Lingtian was the one who said the first sentence. However, the second sentence was said through voice transmission. "That's the only thing we can do now." Han Di agreed. At the same time, his expression gradually calmed down, and his gaze became serious. Lin Donglai said at the right time, "Both of you, when you're ready, let's fight." At Duan Lingtian and Han Di's level, both of them had been waiting since the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for them to make the first move. If one of them made a move, the other person would be able to react immediately. While Han Di's expression was calm and his gaze was serious, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with indifference. At the same time, his divine energy had already surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. He was ready to cooperate with him at any time. "Brother Duan, I'll make my move now. When I'm close to you, I'll unleash my strongest strength. Of course, I'll pull back in time. You should do the same on your side," Han Di said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Chapter 40-45. Faced with Han Di's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally felt a little helpless. Han Di was clearly a man and did not look like a wishy-washy person. However, when it came to this matter, why was he so wishy-washy? However, Han Di's suggestion was actually a good thing for him. Moreover, he did not have to worry about Han Di scheming against him because both of them were using their full strength. If either of them were to use their full strength, the other party would definitely be able to immediately close the gap and fight head-on. Under such circumstances, both of them would most likely suffer great losses. He did not think that Han Di would do that. "All right," Duan Lingtian responded. Then when Han Di moved, he moved as well. A raging spatial storm pervaded the surface of his body, and a high-grade divine sword flashed in his hand. Divine power and law profundity were integrated into it. The moment he got close to Han Di, he also displayed his sword principle. As for Han Di, when he got close to him, Duan Lingtian could also see the blood aura around his body. Combined with his divine power, divine weapon, and law profundity, he displayed an extremely powerful force. Their bodies almost brushed past each other. At the same time, the force of their attacks was carried away by inertia and was promptly withdrawn by them. They unleashed their full strength in the blink of an eye. After a moment, after the two of them passed each other, They changed positions and stood in the air, looking directly at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Di with a calm expression. Han Di, on the other hand, was no longer as calm as before. The corners of his mouth curled up in a faint bitterness. At the same time, before anyone could react, Han Di had already laughed bitterly. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As soon as Han Di's voice fell, the entire place fell into dead silence again. On the other hand, some of the high-ranking officials at the Divine Emperor stage stared at Duan Lingtian with a thoughtful expression on their faces. Earlier, when the two of them attacked, it was a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was towards the air. Even they had to watch carefully before they realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, when they saw Han Di admit defeat, they would also be confused and unable to understand. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Many old people shook their heads and sighed. Duan Lingtian, when did you? Over on the Pure Sun sect side, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with shock. Beside him, Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu's faces were also filled with shock. At this moment, they looked at the purple figure in the field and felt that the other party was completely different from what they knew. The Duan Lingtian they knew did not possess such strength. Han Di is actually very strong. It's a pity that he met the even stronger Duan Lingtian. Many Emperor God experts from various prefectures were sighing. At this very moment, the geniuses from the various prefectures and forces, as well as the higher-ups who had yet to enter the Emperor God realm, regained their senses and were still in a daze. What happened? Why did Han Di suddenly admit defeat? They didn't seem to be fighting just now, right? These people were originally very confused. However, when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces spoke, they understood what had happened behind Han Di's admission of defeat. As soon as Han Di and Duan Lingtian passed by each other, they unleashed a short-lived, all-out attack at the same time. After that, Han Di felt that he was not as good as Duan Lingtian and chose to admit defeat. Neither of them was injured. Although they had consumed some of their strength, they would have recovered to their peak by the time it was their turn. Han Di admitted that he is not as good as Duan Lingtian. Ancestor, if they really fight, will Han Di lose? Not lose? It's just that there's a high chance that he will lose? The situation is constantly changing. This small difference in strength might be able to turn the situation around. If that's the case, why did he admit defeat? Han Di didn't want to expend too much strength and was afraid that it would affect the fight for the top 3. Is that why he would rather give up the first place? Han Di is not confident enough. I think he thinks that his chances of winning against Duan Lingtian are not high, so he chose to conserve his strength and admit defeat. I think so too. Han Di is a smart person. When the people from the various mansions and forces learned from the God Emperors of their forces that Duan Lingtian and Han Di's full power attack had been short-lived and that Duan Lingtian had won, their reactions were different. Some thought Han Di was smart. Some thought Han Di did not dare to fight. If he fought, he might be able to keep the first place. Moreover, he might not be injured or exhausted. At that time, he might be able to win the first place in the 7 Mansions banquet. No matter what the crowd said, the result of the battle was clear. Han Di admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian won. The two of them exchanged their serial tokens. Duan Lingtian became the new number 1. Brother Duan, you really live up to your reputation. After the exchange of tokens, Han Di sighed emotionally. It's hard to imagine that you're not even 3,000 years old. I'm really curious to see how much you'll grow if you have a few thousand more years. In Han Di's opinion, Duan Lingtian's battle prowess was already at the level of a middle-level divine emperor at such a young age. He was even stronger than a high-level divine emperor like him. If Duan Lingtian was given a few thousand more years, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Brother Han, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly and nodded at Han Di. Then, he turned around and returned to the Chunyang school's camp. At this moment, when Duan Lingtian and Han Di returned, 99% of the people present had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although most of them did not understand what had just happened, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion when they looked at Duan Lingtian after they understood the sequence of events. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He lives up to his reputation as the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tunglang province. In the past, I thought it was because there was no one else in Tunglang province that made him famous. But now, it seems like I underestimated him. I think he just became a middle-level divine emperor not long ago, right? In such a short period of time, He had completely consolidated his cultivation? How did he do it? It's unimaginable, unbelievable. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation in such a short time. Not to mention the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, even in those godly venerable level forces, no matter how outstanding a young genius is, under normal circumstances, even with the full support of a godly venerable level force, it's impossible to consolidate the cultivation base of a newly advanced middle divine emperor in such a short time. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Ling Tian was once again the center of attention. Previously, most of the people had only paid attention to him because they had heard of him before. Now that they had seen Duan Ling Tian with their own eyes, although most of them were at a loss, they believed it when the emperor god experts from their respective forces explained it to them. Damn it! Unlike the others who were shocked, Ma Qihong's expression was extremely ugly after he confirmed Duan Ling Tian's strength from the Ma Qi clan's golden seat elder, Ma Qi Yuning. Duan Ling Tian had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? The reason he dared to challenge Duan Ling Tian and even wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian and kill Duan Ling Tian in the Seven Prefectures feast was because he had consolidated his cultivation with the help of the Ma Qi clan. He was not surprised that he had consolidated his cultivation. After all, it had been more than 100 years. It was only natural for him to consolidate his cultivation with the help of the Supreme Emperor Divine Pill. However, how many years had it been since Duan Ling Tian became a middle-level divine emperor? How could he have consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? When Duan Ling Tian defeated him in the past, both he and Duan Ling Tian had not consolidated their cultivation. This time, he felt that consolidating his cultivation was an advantage. However, now that he knew Duan Ling Tian had consolidated his cultivation, the confidence he had built up crumbled. In the past, when he had not consolidated his cultivation, he had lost to Duan Ling Tian. Now, he had consolidated his cultivation. Could he really defeat Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, Ma Qihong began to doubt himself in the depths of his heart. His face turned green and pale. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to Ma Qihong's expression. After returning to the Chunyang school, he was busy dealing with Zhen Pingfan's questions. Duan Ling Tian, when did you consolidate your cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? How did you consolidate it? How is this possible? How long has it been since you broke through? Did you have a fortuitous encounter? Don't worry, tell me. I won't tell anyone. Moreover, your fortuitous encounter might not be suitable for others. They might not have any thoughts about it. Now, Zhen Pingfan's heart was filled with all kinds of questions because Duan Ling Tian's attack had really shocked him. It could be said that it had stunned him. Now, when he recalled how he had comforted Duan Ling Tian and told Duan Ling Tian not to feel pressured and that it would be fine for him to get into the top 10, he felt somewhat ashamed. With such strength, it would be a waste if he only fought for the top 10. This time, you'll definitely be in the top 3. You might even get first place. Now, Zhen Pingfan's confidence was extremely inflated. Elder Zhen. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled faintly. I remember that you told me not to feel too pressured. The target you set for me was only the top 10, right? That was not set by me. It was Junior Uncle Yi who set the target for you. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze for a moment before he pushed the responsibility to Yi Chenfeng. Above the void, in a place where no one could see, a jade pavilion hung in the sky. It was surrounded by a faint fog, and it was faintly discernible behind the clouds. Brother, he's so strong? A pretty girl looked down. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the purple figure. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. Girl, since he's already reached this step, it won't be long before you two meet again. Not far away, an old woman sat behind a wooden table in the jade pavilion. She looked at the back of the girl with a doting expression and said with a smile. Behind the old woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. The two of them stood respectfully behind the old woman like servants. Chapter 40-46. Since the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Han Di had ended in a way that many people could not accept, the first round of the final stage of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet came to an end as well. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the sunset was faintly discernible in the horizon. The first round of the ranking battle has come to an end. The second round of challenges will begin tomorrow. As soon as Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect who supported the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, spoke, the people present on the scene began to disperse. Even when the crowd dispersed, Duan Ling Tian was still the center of attention. It was only when Duan Ling Tian left with the people from Chunyang School that the people who were staring at him regained their senses. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian from Chunyang School in Tongling Province to be so monstrous. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. The old ancestor gave him a high evaluation earlier. He said that with his current strength, very few high-level divine emperors are a match for him. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 3,000 years old. He's a peerless monster. While the people from the various prefectures and major forces were sighing, the people from the Machi clan had also left. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Machi clan were unsightly. Many of them knew the strongest person among the younger generation in the Machi clan, Machi Hong, was here for Duan Ling Tian. As long as he defeated Duan Ling Tian, not only would he be able to avenge himself, but he would also be able to avenge the Machi clan. However, the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier had completely destroyed the confidence they had in Machi Hong. This was especially true when they saw the unsightly expression on Machi Hong's face. At this moment, Machi Hong's expression was still gloomy. It was obvious the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier had dealt a huge blow to him. You don't have to think about Duan Ling Tian anymore. At this moment, Machi Yuning sent a voice transmission to Machi Hong. Even if you're not a match for him now, so what? Sooner or later, you'll have a chance to avenge him. A day and a night doesn't mean a lifetime. Let's not talk about others. Take Yi Chun Feng from the Hidden Sword progeny from Chunyang School for example. He didn't even make it into the top 20 in the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he's someone who's not a match for anyone who participated in the Seven Prefectures banquet? If you're talking about age, there were quite a few people younger than Yi Chun Feng back then. Duan Ling Tian's a match. Machi Yuning. Without exchanging blows, no one can know the exact difference between us. Don't Duan Ling Tian's Duan sect, as Duan Du Tian's S. Duan Ling Tian's clan, S10 Du Tian's. Previously, I was confident that you would make it into the top 3 of the Seven Prefectures banquet. But now, I only hope that you can maintain your position in the top 10. As for the top 3, if there's hope, we'll fight for it. If there's no hope, we won't force it. Machi Yuning's attitude was only good in front of Machi Hong. In fact, deep in her heart, she was still somewhat unwilling. After all, the Machi clan had spent a lot of resources on Machi Hong over the years. From the very beginning, they were aiming for Machi Hong to enter the top 3 in the Seven Prefectures feast. But who would have thought that so many monsters would appear at the feast of the Seven Prefectures? The top 3 had also become very, very uncertain. Do you think that Duan Ling Tian can enter the top 3? Machi Yuning did not expect that Machi Hong's first sound transmission to him would be to ask about this. Hearing this, Machi Yuning also said truthfully, with the strength he displayed today, he should have a very high chance of being in the top 3, unless the others are still hiding a lot of their strength. Machi Hong fell silent when he heard Machi Yuning's words. However, with Machi Yuning's earlier persuasion, Machi Hong's condition had also changed imperceptibly. At the very least, he had now become much more normal. The people from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Qi Tian sect also left the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The expressions of the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect did not look good. On the other hand, Han Di's expression was calm. His gaze was also calm, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. The reason why the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect did not look good was because they had high expectations of Han Di from the beginning. They felt that Han Di would most likely obtain first place in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. In fact, when Han Di obtained the number 1 token, they felt that Han Di had a greater advantage. It was only a matter of time before he stabilized his position in the first place. However, they did not expect that Han Di would be defeated in the first round of the Seven Prefectures Feast ranking battle. He was defeated in the first position. The person who defeated him was number 2, the prodigy from the Tonglang Province's Chunyang School who had recently become very famous. Forget it. There's no hope of obtaining first place. It's not bad to obtain the top 3. However, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect gradually returned to normal as time passed. At the same time, their expectations of Han Di decreased as they comforted themselves in their hearts. Senior brother Han Di, is that Duan Ling Tian really that strong? A disciple from the Qi Tian sect, who was more familiar with Han Di, approached him and asked. Although he lowered his voice, everyone present could still hear him clearly. They all looked at Han Di at the same time, wanting to see how he would respond. When Han Di heard the question from the person in front of him, he replied calmly, "He is indeed very strong. If I were to really fight him, I wouldn't have the confidence to last more than 10 moves. Moreover, that would be under the circumstances where I would defend with all my might." As soon as Han Di said that, everyone's eyes narrowed and they looked shocked. The prodigy from the Qi Tian sect actually said that he would not be able to last more than 10 moves against the Duan Ling Tian if he were to really fight the Duan Ling Tian? Was that Duan Ling Tian really that strong? There's nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, the old man leading the Qi Tian sect spoke up. He said calmly, "In a battle between powerhouses, even if there is only a slight difference in strength, the outcome can be decided within 10 or even 3 moves. Although Han Di said that, it doesn't mean that his strength is much weaker than the Duan Ling Tian." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at Han Di and said, "Today, you made the right choice. It's important to preserve your strength. If you were to fight the Duan Ling Tian with all your might today, you would definitely be injured. That would affect your performance later on and even affect your chances of getting into the top 3. Although we have high hopes for you in the 7 prefectures banquet this time, with the appearance of a variable like the Duan Ling Tian, you can just get 2nd or 3rd place. Of course, it would be best if you could get 2nd place," the old man said. Naturally, Han Di hurriedly responded to him. That day's battle was considered a true display of strength for the Duan Ling Tian. Of course, there were still some techniques that he did not display. For example, the law clone. If he were to really fight with Han Di, with the help of the law clone, he was confident that he could severely injure and defeat Han Di within 3 or even 2 moves. It was not that he wanted to injure Han Di intentionally. Rather, if he wanted to defeat Han Di in such a short period of 10 years, he could not afford to be overly cautious. He would have to focus fully on his attacks. Tomorrow will be the 2nd round. I wonder if Luo Yuan will choose to challenge me or Han Di. Or perhaps, he will choose to forfeit. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. When he thought about the 2nd round of the 7 prefectures banquet tomorrow, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. The current number 3 was no longer the genius from the famous prefecture. Instead, it was Luo Yuan. Now the numbers 1 to 10 were Tonglang Province Chunyang School, Duan Ling Tian. Consonance Prefecture's Heavens Equal School, Han Di. Heavenly Stellar Prefecture's Autumn Leaf School, Luo Yuan. One of the famous prefecture's exceptional twins. Qing Province Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa, West Gate. Netherworld Prefecture's Yuan Clan, Tuoba Xiao. Profound Jade Prefecture's Flame Howl Sect, Lin Yuan. The other of the famous prefecture's exceptional twins. Tonglang Province Chunyang School, Yang Chenya. Han's Han residents of the famous prefecture, Wang Xiong. Other than Ma Chi Hong from the Ma Chi clan of Tonglang Province and Yuan Mo Yu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture, the rest of the young geniuses who had outstanding performances in the 7 prefectures banquet this time were in the top 10. Ma Chi Hong and Yuan Mo Yu were the only ones who had missed out on the other tokens because they had been so focused on competing for the number 1 token that they had only managed to obtain the last 2 tokens. Numbers 29 and 30. However, after the first round of challenges, Yuan Mo Yu and Ma Chi Hong had obtained the number 21 and 22 tokens respectively. Yuan Mo Yu will definitely enter the top 20 in tomorrow's challenge. That is, if Ma Chi Hong does not challenge him or fails to challenge him. Yuan Mo Yu will enter the top 20 tomorrow. Ma Chi Hong will have to wait until the 3rd round to enter the top 20. In any case, the famous prefecture and Tonglang province had stolen the limelight in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. After the first round of challenges, 3 of the top 10 geniuses were from the famous prefecture. 2 of them were from Tonglang province. Everyone knew that if Ma Chi Hong from the Ma Chi clan of Tonglang province had not been too greedy in the beginning and wanted to compete for the number 1 token, he would definitely have been one of the top 10 geniuses by now. Moreover, if he had entered the top 10, one of the 3 geniuses from the famous prefecture might have had to give up a spot for him. Not long after the people from the various prefectures and major forces had left, the glow of the sunset had completely descended, followed by the arrival of night. A night was usually just the blink of an eye for the people from the various prefectures and major forces. In fact, if they were cultivating, the night would have passed in a blink of an eye. However, on this night, many people were waiting for the 7 Prefectures banquet to begin the next day. The 7 Prefectures banquet had entered its final stage and would undoubtedly become more exciting as it progressed. This made many people excited and excited. Of course, these people were basically the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces. As the group of people waited, the night finally passed. At dawn the next day, the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces went out to wait for their elders to come out. Then, they would head to the 7 Prefectures banquet together. Even the people from Chunyang School were no exception. These little fellows are all very excited. I don't usually see them this early. A Chunyang School elder could not help but shake his head as he looked at the group of young disciples who had already gathered together. Not long after, Yi Chen-feng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Pingfan also came out. Then, Duan Lingtian came late. On the other hand, Yang Qianya had come with his master, Yuan Hanjin, before Yi Chen-feng and the other two arrived. Chapter 40-47. At the scene of the 7 Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang school team to the scene. Apart from them, everyone from the various prefectures and major forces were present. They had become the last group of people to arrive. This time. Usually we come at this time too, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the others, they were not surprised by this. Zhan Pingfan said to Yi Chen-feng, "Uncle Yi, I told you to bring them here earlier, but you didn't believe me. I guessed that they would come early today. As long as we're not late." Yi Chen-feng smiled faintly. "Yes, we're not late." Zhan Pingfan felt a little helpless. But if we came earlier and everyone was here earlier, wouldn't the second round of the 7 Prefectures feast start earlier? If we came earlier, it would still take a day. Yi Chen-feng shook his head and said, "It's about the same. There's no rush." Zhan Pingfan was completely speechless upon hearing this. At the same time, after the Chunyang school team arrived, the elder of the Flame Hal sect, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 Prefectures feast, also appeared. "Everyone, today is the second round of the ranking battle." After Lin Donglai appeared, he did not say much and immediately announced the start of the second round of the 7 Prefectures feast. At the same time, he called out to a young man in the distance. "Number 30. Please enter." Number 30 was the person who was eliminated by Yuan Moyu, the Heaven's Howl sect of the state prefecture of Qing. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. It was not easy for him to get the token that was closest to the top 20, but he lost it in the first round and was replaced with number 30. Of course, although he was replaced, he did not have any complaints, because he was indeed not as good as others. He even felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Heaven's Pride of the state prefecture of Qing. Not to mention him, even if 3 or 5 of him went up together, they would not be a match for him. Number 21 and 22 are definitely impossible to challenge. I can only choose those who are closer to the top and whom I have confidence in. After number 30 entered, he began to look for his target. Finally, he locked onto number 24. However, he failed the challenge. He could only continue to hold his number 30 token obediently. Are all of you so insidious? This number 24 didn't seem to be stronger than me earlier. I didn't expect him to be so strong against me. At that instant, the 30th ranked genius was in a very bad mood. Number 29. However, Lin Donglai didn't care about number 30's feelings. When number 30 was about to leave, Lin Donglai asked number 29 to enter. One by one, people entered the arena to challenge. Some succeeded, while others failed. As time passed, it was soon Ma Qihong's turn on the 22nd contestant. When Ma Qihong entered the arena, many people thought that he would forfeit. Now, he only had 2 choices. Either he fought Yuan Mou on the 21st, or he forfeited. The second option would allow them to preserve their strength. The first choice was to fight Yuan Moyu, and that would put him in danger of being injured. The number 22 was actually a little awkward in this 7 Prefectures feast ranking battle, because he could only challenge number 21, and couldn't surpass number 21 to challenge number 20. Forfeit. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, Ma Qihong chose to forfeit. In fact, this was his best choice. In fact, the patriarch of the Ma Qi clan, Ma Qi Yuning, had asked him to forfeit yesterday. Moreover, He knew this was his only choice. Yuan Mou would challenge number 21 in the next round, and he would enter the top 20 in the next round. After Ma Qihong forfeited, it was Yuan Mou's turn. Naturally, Yuan Mou would not forfeit. This was his chance to enter the top 20. If he forfeited, he would have to wait for the next round, and it would be meaningless. I don't seem to have any other choice. Number 20, it's your turn. Although number 20 was strong, he could only be unlucky when he encountered Yuan Mou. Yuan Mou's one strike completely routed all of his means, defeating him. Yuan Mou had entered the top 20. He had the right to challenge number 11 in the next round. As long as he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next round. Elder Zhen. At the Pure Sun sect side, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but ask Zhen Pingfan. There seems to be a slight loophole in the rules of this ranking battle. If a few people from our Pure Sun sect obtain the number 10 command token and send the strongest person to guard the door at number 10 and prevent the people behind from entering the top 10, then wouldn't our Pure Sun sect be able to directly obtain a few positions in the top 10 in the end? That's indeed the case. Zhan Pingfan nodded and then said, however, if there's someone with extraordinary strength who's blocked from entering the top 10 because of the rules, according to the earliest rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he might have a chance to enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There was a way to enter the top 10? From what we know of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, there's no mention of this, right? Duan Lingtian asked. He racked his brains but couldn't remember such a rule. This rule has always been there, but it's not applicable, so gradually no one mentioned it. However, once the situation you mentioned occurs, this rule will also come into play. Zhen Pingfan said. What rule? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan didn't keep him in suspense. If such a situation occurs, the young prodigies who are blocked out of the top 10 and the forces behind them can apply to challenge anyone in the top 10. However, they have to pay 1 million liang of divine crystals or treasures worth no less than 1 million liang of divine crystals as an entry fee. Zhan Pingfan said with a smile, and the 1 million liang of divine crystals they pay is an extra reward for the champion of the 7 Prefectures Feast. Of course, as long as they enter the top 10 using this method, they can continue to fight for the top 3. If they feel that the third place is deliberately creating obstacles to prevent them from entering the top 3, if they and the forces behind them have any objections, they can spend another 10 million liang of divine crystals to challenge the first or second place. The 10 million liang of divine crystals will also become the reward for the champion. Zhan Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. In other words, if they have the ability to obtain the first place, the divine crystals they pay will return to them in the end. If they don't obtain the first place, even if they obtain the second place, the divine crystals will become the extra reward for the champion. However, such a situation usually doesn't occur. First of all, the competition for the numbered tokens also depends on one's strength. If a person from a force isn't strong enough, it'll be very difficult for them to obtain the numbered tokens at the top. Of course, there's also the possibility of people from different forces working together. Under such circumstances, the rule I mentioned earlier is also a way for those who are blocked to bypass the gatekeepers and move forward. It's precisely because of this rule that the situation you mentioned has never occurred in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Later on, unless they specifically ask about it, even the higher-ups of the major forces don't mention this rule to the juniors. Unless the juniors have doubts about it. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast. If there was such a rule, there would be no need to worry about people intentionally blocking the path. While Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were communicating through voice transmission, another 2 people went up one after another. One of them successfully challenged his target while the other failed. As time passed, it was soon the turn of number 11 who had not been challenged. It was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Hao Shen sect. He Yushi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion revealed his strength. However, at this moment, he was in an awkward position. He could only challenge number 10. As for number 10, Wang Xiong, who had defeated him in the previous round, there was no need for him to challenge him at all. Moreover, he was not qualified to challenge Wang Xiong since he had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. For this reason, when it was He Yushi's turn, Lin Donglai, the MC, skipped over him and looked at Wang Xiong from the Han Mountain Mansion. Number 10. Please enter the arena. After Wang Xiong entered the arena, the emotions of the spectators, who were initially low, were completely lifted at this moment. Who do you think Wang Xiong will challenge? The person in front of Wang Xiong is number 9, Yang Chenya. His strength is extraordinary, and it's obvious he's stronger than the prodigy from number 8. As for the people in front of him, apart from the prodigy from number 4, the rest are not pushovers. I think he'll challenge one of the prodigies from the famous mansion. Both number 8 and number 4 are prodigies from the famous mansion like him. Moreover, both of them are known as the peerless twin prodigies in the famous mansion. They're widely acknowledged as the two most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the famous mansion. If he defeats both of them today, even if he only defeats one of them, he'll be recognized as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. I think he'll challenge number 8 and number 4 as well. I wonder what he'll choose. If he challenges number 4, he might be challenged by the people behind him. I think it's safer for him to challenge number 8, right? If he challenges number 8 and becomes the new number 8, Yang Chenya will definitely challenge number 4 or forfeit. At that time, he'll be safe and won't have to worry about being challenged by the other prodigies. At this moment, the crowd was clearly worried about Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was mentally exhausted. Is it so easy to guess what I'm thinking? Finally, Wang Xiong spoke, challenging the number 8, the young man who was also a heaven's chosen of the Great Manor, one of the twin prides of the Great Manor's younger generation. Senior brother Wang Xiong. If senior brother Wang Xiong defeats him, he'll be the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. When the Sky Pride from the famous mansion entered the arena, many people from the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence had their eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Chapter 40-48. In the past, Wang Xiong was not well known in the famous prefecture. Even in the Cold Mountain residence, he was not well known. Although many people knew of his existence, they thought he was just an ordinary genius. However, they did not expect Wang Xiong to display strength beyond their imagination in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. This made them realize that Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength in the past. Perhaps it was for the sake of shocking everyone in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Previously, when Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, the group of prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were actually somewhat stunned. It was only when Wang Xiong displayed his strength that they realized he was not as simple as they thought. Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength all along. If a few prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were unconvinced when they first found out Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, then after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, they were completely convinced. In fact, when they saw Wang Xiong advancing all the way and even entering the top 10, they felt proud that their Cold Mountain residence had such a prodigy. As members of the Cold Mountain residence, they were bound together in this grand banquet organized by the 7 prefectures. Wang Xiong, I've never heard of someone like you in the Cold Mountain residence before. You've really hidden your strength well. One of the peerless prodigies of the famous prefecture looked at Wang Xiong and said solemnly. As one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in the famous prefecture, he was usually arrogant. Unless it was the most outstanding prodigies of the various forces in the famous prefecture, he basically did not know anyone else. Not only did he not know Wang Xiong in the past, he had never even heard of him. However, today, someone he had never heard of in the famous prefecture wanted to challenge him. If the other party succeeded in the challenge, he would no longer be the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the famous prefecture. I, Wang Xiong, am just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me. Senior brother Lang. Wang Xiong said with a slight smile. A nobody? The other party was first stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. A nobody can obtain a number token to enter the top 20 in the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? A nobody can enter the top 10 in the first round of the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? Judging from the other party's expression, he was obviously somewhat shocked by Wang Xiong. However, after a moment, he took a deep breath. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's determine the victor. I also want to see the strength of our great mansion's hidden genius. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was already wrapped in divine power, and the profundities of law flashed out in an instant. At the same time, his entire body exuded an awe-inspiring might. In the next instant, at the same time he finished speaking, His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Wang Xiong, choosing to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wang Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated, especially Wang Xiong's terrifying defense. Even he might not be able to completely break through it in a short period of time. Boom! Rumble! Wang Xiong and one of the two peerless geniuses from the famous prefecture battled each other, causing shockwaves to sweep across the surroundings. However, both of them were easily annihilated by Lin Donglai, the host of the Seven Prefectures banquet. With Lin Donglai, a middle god emperor around, even if they were to attack others, it would be difficult for them to injure others, let alone the residual power of their attacks. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses are indeed worthy of their reputation. Previously, one of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th was defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly. I initially thought that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses were only Oso. Now it seems like he might not be weak. Instead, it might be that Luo Yuan is too strong. Now, based on the strength of the other of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses, it's clear that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th isn't weak. The only reason he was defeated so quickly was because Luo Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly and didn't want to waste too much energy. Now, the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th had made a move. While surprising everyone, it had also cleared the name of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th. After all, the two of them had similar strength and were equally famous in the famous prefecture. As for the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th, after being defeated by Luo Yuan and hearing the mockery of the crowd, his expression finally turned for the better. See that? It's not that I'm too weak. It's that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was only defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly because I was careless. If I had known that he would unleash his strength so quickly, I wouldn't have been careless. I would definitely have been able to last more than 10 moves against him. However, the two of us might not be a match for Wang Xiong. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked equally with the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th said with a sigh. Initially, I was hoping to make it into the top 3. Now, it seems like I'll be lucky if I can even make it into the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong, and Yang Chenya is very strong as well. It's almost impossible for the others to win. Moreover, Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong have yet to make it into the top 10. If we're not a match for Wang Xiong, 8 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. If we're not a match for Yang Chenya, 9 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. Moreover, before Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion appeared, there's still He Yushi, who is widely acknowledged as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion. I'm not confident I can defeat He Yushi. I'm sure he isn't as confident as I am. The top 10. This is going to be troublesome. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. While the famous prefecture's peerless genius was lost in his thoughts, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly saw the famous prefecture's peerless genius attacking him fiercely. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw this, the famous prefecture's peerless genius activated his bloodline power. Similarly, Wang Xiong activated his bloodline power. After 3 moves, the famous prefecture's peerless genius was injured. However, his injuries were not serious. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's complexion only changed a little. I admit defeat. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw Wang Xiong charging at him again as though he was on steroids, the famous prefecture's peerless genius finally admitted defeat. He did not dare to continue. If he continued, he was not confident he could win. Moreover, he might be severely injured, which would affect his performance later on. There's no hope of making it into the top 3, but we have to make it into the top 10. This was also the warning that the leader of the famous prefecture's peerless genius behind him had given him. He did not want him to continue fighting if he knew he was no match for Wang Xiong. He did not want to lose the big picture. He won. Senior brother Wang Xiong won. Following Wang Xiong's victory, the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residence was in an uproar. Their Cold Mountain residence had produced an amazing person who had overshadowed the peerless duo. From today onwards, the #1 genius of the famous prefecture's younger generation would belong to their Cold Mountain residence. With Wang Xiong's strength, he will definitely be in the top 10. As a spectator, Duan Ling Tian personally witnessed Wang Xiong's strength that he had not displayed before. However, He also noticed the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead. Although the beads of sweat were instantly evaporated by Wang Xiong's divine energy, Duanling Tian still managed to catch a glimpse of it at that moment. Obviously, even if Wang Xiong did not use his full strength this time, he was close to using it. After Wang Xiong defeated the famous prefecture's peerless genius, he exchanged serial tokens with the famous prefecture's peerless genius and entered the 8th place. At this moment, it was the famous prefecture's peerless genius' turn to issue a challenge. Will Yang Qianye forfeit? Although Yang Qianye had displayed extraordinary strength previously, in the eyes of the crowd, Yang Qianye was at most on the same level as the famous prefecture's peerless duo. The person in front of him now was only slightly weaker than the famous prefecture's peerless genius. If he was not confident in defeating his opponent, forfeiting was undoubtedly the best choice. Number 4. Just when most people thought that Yang Qianye would forfeit after entering the arena, including many disciples of the Chunyang school, Yang Qianye opened his mouth and issued a challenge to the peerless genius. He did not forfeit. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was out of many people's expectations. Yang Qianye hasn't used his full strength yet? Many people secretly guessed. Following that, when the peerless genius from the famous prefecture entered the arena and fought with Yang Qianye, their guesses were confirmed. Indeed, Yang Qianye had not used his full strength previously. Now, he had displayed even more strength than before and defeated the peerless genius from the famous prefecture. Yang Qianye's strength is not inferior to Wang Xiong's. I just don't know if this is their full strength. If I remember correctly, Yang Qianye is also from the Chunyang school in Tonglang province, right? This time, there are 2 monsters in the Chunyang school in Tonglang province? Duanling Tian is still fine since he's mentally prepared. But where did Yang Qianye come from? I've never heard of his name before. Unlike the Duanling Tian who had been famous in the 7 prefectures for a long time, Yang Qianye's name was probably only known by some people from the top forces in Tonglang province. This was because those people had planned to recruit Yang Qianye. Of course, they had only sent ordinary elders to contact Yang Qianye. No one had expected Yang Qianye to grow to such an extent. My grand disciple seems to have sent someone to contact Yang Qianye. According to him, although Yang Qianye's talent and comprehension are good, he's only above average in the 7 Kills Valley. How did he become so strong? One of the god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley said in confusion. The people from the 7 Kills Valley were not the only ones who were confused. The people from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Machi clan were also confused. That supreme divine dwelling allowed Yang Qianye to grow to such a level in such a short time? Unlike the others, Duanling Tian only had one thought in his mind at this moment. The Divine Abode. He would have a chance to enter the Divine Abode after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. If Yang Qianye had improved so much after entering the Divine Abode, who knew if he would improve even more? Chapter 40-49. Now, it was not only the people from the various prefectures who were shocked by Yang Qianye's strength. Even the higher-ups of Chunyang School, including Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, were either shocked or surprised. At the same time, many people subconsciously turned to look at Yang Qianye's master, Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder of Pingshang's branch. Yuan Hanjin was Yang Qianye's master. Now, some of them even looked at Yuan Hanjin with envy and jealousy. Yuan Hanjin himself was smiling, but he did not seem surprised. It was as if he had known Yang Qianye's strength for a long time. Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that you already knew Yang Qianye's strength. A Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School looked at Yuan Hanjin and said with a sigh. Yuan Hanjin smiled when he heard this. I just found out. This time, this good-for-nothing disciple of mine has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Hearing Yuan Hanjin say that Yang Qianye was a good-for-nothing disciple, the group of Chunyang school elders present began to curse Yuan Hanjin secretly. If this disciple was a good-for-nothing, what was the point of their disciple? Was he a good-for-nothing? Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that Yang Qianye also has a chance to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast this time. If this is true, with Duanling Tian, our Chunyang school will have 2 people in the top 10 this time. Another Chunyang school elder sighed and said, at that time, our Chunyang school will get at least 4 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. At least 5 places. The Chunyang school elder who spoke first said very confidently, Duan Lingtian will definitely be in the top 3. As long as Yang Qianya can keep his place in the top 10, our Chunyang school will get at least 5 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. Now, the group of Chunyang school elders was obviously excited. At least 5 places. If there were so many places, even some of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place would have a chance to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land this time. Whether it was the juniors of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place or the Chunyang school elders who had nothing to do with them, they were now happy for them. For most of the Chunyang school elders, the more intermediate god emperors entered the secret realm of the Holy Land, the greater the possibility of the emergence of an advanced god emperor. And the moment their pure sun sect gave birth to a high-level god emperor, they would officially become the #1 power in the entire Eastern Mountain Prefecture. That would only be good for them and not bad for them. Yang Qianya is so strong? However, the group of pure sun sect disciples present were all extremely shocked when they saw Yang Qianya return. Because no one knew that Yang Qiu Yang was this strong. Even the disciples of the Pingsheng branch were dumbfounded at this time. How could there be such a powerful person in the Pingsheng branch? Moreover, this person was not an unknown person. Usually, he was right in front of them, but they did not take him seriously because they thought that he was only a lower god emperor and his strength was far inferior to theirs. They did not expect that in this 7 prefectures feast, this person had not only stepped into the realm of a middle god emperor, but also consolidated his cultivation and showed amazing profundities of the law. His strength had completely crushed them. The Pingsheng branch's geniuses had complicated expressions at this time. As for the pure sun sect disciples who originally wanted to ask these heavens prides of Pingsheng about Yang Qianya, saw from their expressions that they didn't know how strong Yang Qianya was before. However, some of them could not help but ask these geniuses about Yang Qianya. However, their understanding of Yang Qianya was only that he was a disciple of Yuan Hanjin and a lower god emperor. Now, Yang Qianya was also a stranger to them. Congratulations! After Yang Qianya returned, Duan Lingtian looked at him and congratulated him through sound transmission. Yang Qianya looked at Duan Lingtian and said through sound transmission, "Although you are not as good as me now, I believe that one day, I will catch up to you. At that time, maybe I will continue to think about avenging Du Qianjun and Du Pujuan brothers." Yang Qianya said in a low voice. "Then I will wait for you to avenge them." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not explain. The deaths of Du Qianjun and Du Pujuan were not directly related to him. If they really wanted to get to the bottom of it, the deaths of the Du brothers were related to him. At this moment, Yang Qianya was the center of attention. However, when the host of the 7 prefectures feast, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, everyone turned their attention to him. Number 7 will enter. Yang Qianya was number 9. After his challenge, it should be number 8's turn to enter. However, because number 8 was Wang Xiong, who had jumped up from number 10 earlier, according to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he was directly skipped. Number 7 was still the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, Lin Yuan. This time, after Lin Yuan entered, many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. Because Lin Yuan had forfeited in the previous round, he did not make a move. It was also because he did not forfeit in the previous 2 rounds that many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. However, when Lin Yuan spoke, the little hope that rose in their hearts was directly strangled in the cradle. "I forfeit." Lin Yuan forfeited. As for the reason, he did not explain, but everyone present knew that he must have the same idea as the previous round. He wanted to wait until the top 10 was confirmed before making a move. For now, he would save his energy. Number 6. Lin Yuan forfeited. It was number 6's turn, Tuoba Xiu of the Yuan clan of the Earth Underworld Mansion. After Tuoba Xiu went up, he looked at Yang Qianya, who was number 4, a few more times and ultimately forfeited like Lin Yuan. Number 5 was next. Number 5 was the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa, Shiman. In the previous round, he was challenged by Yang Qianya and ended in a draw. It was also at that time that he, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa, officially appeared in front of everyone. Like Yang Qianya, Shiman used to be a nobody in the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. Many people guessed that Shiman was a prodigy secretly cultivated by the Puppet Villa, in order to compete for the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. "I forfeit." Shiman chose to forfeit. However, before he left, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Shiman and saw that Shiman glanced at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. This gaze made Duan Tian very puzzled. Do I know him? If I don't know him, why is he looking at me with such a gaze? This question did not last long. As number 3 entered the arena, Duan Tian's attention was drawn again. As for number 4, it was Yang Qianye, who had advanced earlier. Like Wang Xiong, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone in this round as he had already used up all his previous chances. Number 3. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaves sect of the Tianjin Prefecture. Duan Tian could not help but look at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had advanced from number 4 in the previous round. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he could only challenge number 3. In this round, as number 3, he was qualified to challenge number 2 and number 1. Number 2 was Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Consonance Prefecture. Number 1 was Duan Tian. Duan Tian was also curious as to whether Luo Yuan would challenge him or Han Di. I forfeit. However, his curiosity wasn't dispelled just because Luo Yuan had chosen to forfeit the battle. As long as Luo Yuan did not fall out of the top 3, it was only a matter of time before he challenged either him or Han Di. The second round of the ranking battle has ended. After Luo Yuan forfeited, Lin Donglai announced loudly under the disappointed gazes of many people. The third round of the ranking battle will continue tomorrow. Now, all of you may disperse. Luo Yuan's forfeit in the second round of the ranking battle signified the end of the competition. Under normal circumstances, it should be number 2's turn to challenge Duan Tian. However, number 2 had lost to Duan Tian, who was currently number 1 in the previous round, so he no longer had the chance to challenge Duan Tian. So long as Duan Tian did not lose to anyone else, he would no longer have the opportunity to challenge Duan Tian in the upcoming 7 Prefectures Feast. Unless Duan Tian was defeated by someone else and Luo Yuan defeated him in the end. Under such circumstances, according to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he would once again have the opportunity to challenge Duan Tian. After all, some people would always find a way to break through under a certain amount of pressure. This was not a rare occurrence. In fact, it had happened many times in the history of the 7 Prefectures Feast. As the crowd dispersed, a majority of them still felt somewhat unsatisfied. However, even more people were looking forward to the next day. Tomorrow, the third round of the 7 Prefectures Feast ranking battle would begin. Of course, there were also some people who were not looking forward to it. They felt that it would be difficult for the top 10 to continue fighting. Based on the current situation, the only thing worth seeing tomorrow is Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect getting into the top 10. As for Machi Hong from the Machi clan in the East Ridge Prefecture, he will be able to advance to the 21st position tomorrow. If Machi Hong can enter 20th place in the 4th round, he will have to wait until the 6th round before he can enter the top 10. When that time comes, the top 10 will basically be decided. That's right. After a few rounds, the weak will definitely be eliminated from the top 10. Do you guys think that the exceptional duo from the famous prefectures will be able to stay in the top 10? I think it's almost impossible. Currently, there are 8 people in the top 10 who are definitely stronger than them. Duan Tian, Han Di, Luo Yuan, Yang Qianye, Tuoba Xiu, Lin Yuan, Shimin. Can they be stronger than Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu? I think so too. The top 10 will be decided after the 2 of them are eliminated, and Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu will enter. Over the next few days, the last few rounds of the 7 Prefectures ranking tournament were completed. Just as many people had guessed on the day the second round ended, the top 10 were completely determined and unshakable. These 10 people from top to bottom were: Number 1, Duan Tian. Number 2, Han Di. Number 3, Luo Yuan. Number 4, Yuan Moyu. Number 5, Shimin. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu. Number 7, Lin Yuan. Number 8, Wang Xiong. Number 9, Yang Qianye. Number 10, Machi Hong. Chapter 40-50. While the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures Feast was decided, some people were happy while others were sad. For example, the forces behind the 2 peerless prides were greatly disappointed this time. They never would have thought that their people wouldn't even be able to get into the top 11. Initially, they thought that they would at least be able to get a place in the top 10. However, they did not expect that there would be so many unexpected and unstable factors in the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. Many forces had hidden prodigies who were not well known in the past. They only showed their strength after the 7 prefectures feast this time and shocked everyone. I thought that Yang Qianye from the Pure Yang sect would be able to secure 4th place when the top 10 were confirmed. Who would have thought that Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing would challenge him and defeat him? Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 7 prefectures feast with the Chunyang school group when he heard many whispers from the other forces who had just arrived. Yesterday, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy from Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, who had obtained the number 9 token, challenged Yang Qianye directly when everyone thought he was going to forfeit. After 30 moves, Yuan Moyu gained the upper hand and injured Yang Qianye. Then, Yang Qianye admitted defeat. Yang Qianye might not admit defeat himself. Before he admitted defeat, he glanced in the direction of Chunyang School. Obviously, someone from Chunyang School told him to admit defeat. Not only did the other forces think so, but Duan Lingtian also thought so. This did not mean that Yang Qianye was someone who did not care about the big picture, but he did not seem like someone who would admit defeat under such circumstances. Because Yuan Moyu had defeated Yang Qianye, Yang Qianye's ranking was replaced by Yuan Moyu, and Yang Qianye himself returned to 9th place. Previously, he was the holder of the number 9 token. When everyone from the various prefectures and forces had arrived, Elder Lin Donglai of Xuanyu Prefecture's Flame Howling sect stood in the air above the 7 prefectures feast and scanned the surroundings indifferently. The ranking battle of the 7 prefectures feast. Is there anyone who is not satisfied with the current rankings? Is there anyone who wants to pay a price and challenge the top 10? Lin Donglai asked as soon as he spoke. In the beginning, many people didn't know what he meant because the upper echelons of many forces didn't mention this to the geniuses on their side. Because there was basically no need to do so, unless someone deliberately blocked the path at the 10th place. But now, the 10th place belonged to Machi Hong of the Machi family in Tunglung province. Moreover, there was no one from the Machi family in the top 10, let alone anyone weaker than him in the Machi family. Who was he blocking the way for? Although blocking the way didn't have to be for the people from their own faction, it could also be for the people from other factions in their own prefecture. However, the other 2 people from Tungleng province who were in the top 10 were Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Yang Qianye from Chunyang School. Their strength was obvious to all, so it was understandable that they were in the top 10. Under these circumstances, there was naturally no one who applied to break the rules. If they did, then what was the difference between that and giving divine crystals to the winner of the 7 prefectures banquet? You can do that? I didn't know there was such a rule. This way, it'll prevent people from blocking the way with malicious intent. I was wondering if we could take advantage of the loophole in the 7 prefectures feast and pay a certain price to find a powerhouse to block the way for the weaker ones to stay in the top 10. But now, it seems like I'm indulging in fantasy. The 7 prefectures feast has been held for many years. The seniors in the past weren't fools. If there was a loophole, they would have taken advantage of it long ago. Once someone takes advantage of it, they'll definitely improve it next time. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself. Are the seniors in the past dumber than you? After all, no one was blocking the way on purpose. Therefore, when Lin Donglai finished speaking, no one said that they would pay a price to challenge the top 10. Since no one has any objections, the rankings from the 11th to the 30th place can be considered as settled. The previous rounds of challenges have basically determined the rankings for the later rounds. Next, we'll have the final battle to determine the top 10. So far, among the top 10, only Duan Lingtian has defeated Han Di and Yuan Moyu has defeated Yang Qianye. As for the rest, Yang Qianye and Shiman have fought once and ended in a draw. They can challenge again next time. However, if Han Di wants to challenge Duan Lingtian again, he'll have to defeat both Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before he can issue another challenge. It's the same for Yang Qianye if he wants to challenge Yuan Moyu again. After hearing Lin Donglai's words, the onlookers perked up because they knew the most exciting part of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin. Next, it would be the long-awaited battle for the top 10. Right now, the people in the top 10 were those 10 people. Among these 10 people, only a few of them had exchanged blows with each other. As for the others, they had yet to exchange blows with each other. We'll be able to see the battle between Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan and Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Tianshan prefecture soon. I'm looking forward to the battle between these 2 geniuses nurtured by the prefecture. Many people were talking about this. In their opinion, the other geniuses only had high comprehension abilities and resources. However, the gap between them and the other geniuses was more in terms of talent and comprehension abilities. Apart from that, they did not think they would lose much in terms of other aspects, apart from their own fortuitous encounters. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu were said to have been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture. Although everyone knew that their talent and comprehension abilities were definitely very powerful, due to the fact that they had been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture, many people felt envious and jealous. They were all very curious as to exactly how powerful they were. As for their previous attacks, everyone knew that they had held back and had not used their full strength. I'm looking forward to the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian is too strong. I wonder if he'll still be able to stand in first place. Some people were interested in the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu, while others were interested in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tuoba Xiu. I'm looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Yang Qianye. Among the top 10 geniuses, the two of them should be the weakest. I'm curious to see who will be last. It's only because Ma Qihong entered the top 10 yesterday. Otherwise, he would have advanced further. Ma Qihong will be the first to issue a challenge. Who do you think he'll challenge? Yang Qianye? Wang Xiong? I think he'll challenge Yang Qianye. After all, Yang Qianye has just been eliminated by Yuan Moyu and is injured. Even if he recovers, he won't be as aggressive as before. After all, he has been defeated before. As the crowd chatted, they quickly shifted the topic to Ma Qihong. They were curious as to whether Ma Qihong, who was going to start the battle for the top 10 rankings in the 7-mansion banquet, would choose to challenge Yang Qianye or Wang Xiong. After all, in their opinion, Wang Xiong and Yang Qianye were the weakest among them. At the same time, He Yushi stood in the clear god sex area of the Spirit Rhino Mansion with a complicated expression on his face. As the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Rhino Mansion before Han Di had appeared, He Yushi had always been very proud. Even after Han Di had appeared and he was not as good as Han Di, he did not lose his confidence. He knew he had no hope of entering the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time. However, he felt he would definitely be in the top 10. Who would have thought he would be stopped at the 11th place? That was right. The 11th place. After the 2 peerless geniuses of the famous mansion were kicked out of the top 10, they were defeated by He Yushi one after another. Currently, they were ranked 12th and 13th respectively. Like He Yushi, they were not fated to enter the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. The Pure Sun sect will definitely be able to obtain at least 4 spots this time. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian will most likely be able to enter the top 3. If he enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. Do they really need so many spots? Many of the higher-ups from the various mansions glanced at Chunyang School from time to time. Their faces were full of envy and jealousy. Chunyang School could be said to be in the limelight this time. No other mansion had been in the limelight as much as Chunyang School this time. Conservatively speaking, if Duan Ling Tian enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. If Duan Ling Tian enters the first place, Chunyang School will have 6 spots. 6 spots. Maybe this time, Chunyang School will auction off 1 or 2 spots. Chunyang School might not be able to handle 6 spots. Many of the higher-ups from the various forces communicated telepathically with each other. Their eyes lit up one after another. This time, they might have a chance to get a spot from Chunyang School. Of course, they definitely did not dare to think about more. At this time, many people had already begun to contact the patriarchs of the families and sects behind them, asking them to contact Chunyang School. Only by making preparations and taking action early could they be ahead of the curve. At least 4 spots? As long as Duan Ling Tian enters the top 3, there will be 5 spots? If he enters the first place, there will be 6 spots? As for Chunyang School, the group of decision-makers, including the sect leader, were also shocked when they heard the news from the venue of the 7 Mansions Feast. Duan Ling Tian entering the top 10 was within their expectations. Before the 7 Mansions Feast began, they even thought that Duan Ling Tian had a chance to enter the top 3. However, after the hidden prodigies of the various forces in the 7 Mansions had revealed their strength, they had received the news that Duan Ling Tian could enter the top 10. However, what they did not expect was that Duan Ling Tian had hidden his strength. Once again, there was hope for him to enter the top 3. In fact, there was a great chance. However, The one who surprised them the most was Yang Qianye. Yang Qianye had entered the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast. This was something that not only the decision-makers of Chunyang School, but also the ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, Yuan Pingxing, who was also the father of Yang Qianye's master, Yuan Hanjin, had never expected. You let him enter the divine abode? When Yuan Pingxing heard about this, he immediately sent a message to his son. His tone was cold. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't let your disciples die? Chapter 40-51. Father, how do you know about the ultimate divine abode? Yuan Hanjin, who was at the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, received his father's message. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Although his father knew that he had discovered a place that contained both danger and opportunity, his father had never told him about it. However, he had never told his father that it was an omnipotent divine palace. In the past, when his disciples died, his father thought it was an accident and did not pursue the matter. However, as his disciples died one by one, his father began to suspect something. At that time, he could only say that he had discovered a place of opportunity. If he could survive, he might be able to nurture a higher god emperor for his family. However, even if he said that, his father still warned him not to send his disciples to their deaths. Humph! Yuan Pingxing snorted coldly. I guessed it back then, but I was too lazy to mention it. There are opportunities in the ultimate divine abode, but if someone with an unstable temperament enters, he will definitely die. That's why I warned you not to send your disciples to their deaths. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would send a new disciple in again. Although Yang Qianye's talent and comprehension are not bad, under normal circumstances, even if he had a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to improve so much. Unless he came out of the ultimate divine abode alive. Hearing Yuan Pingxing's words, Yuan Hanjin laughed and said, Father is wise. Father, didn't I succeed this time? Look at him, he even made it to the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet. Even if he only ranks 10th, he can still obtain 2 places for our Chunyang School to enter the Holy Land Secret Zone. At that time, one of them will definitely be yours, Father. Yuan Hanjin said. Yuan Pingxing was silent for a moment when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. After a while he sighed. Child, I've already told you that the Holy Land Secret Zone might not be useful to me. I haven't even touched the threshold of a higher god emperor. Even if I enter the Holy Land Secret Zone, I won't be able to gain anything. In the history of the 7 prefectures, many middle god emperors like me who haven't touched the threshold of a higher god emperor have entered the Holy Land Secret Zone, but none of them have successfully broken through. It's a waste to give me a place. Yuan Pingxing said. At this time, Yuan Pingxing's tone had also become much calmer. After all, this son of his was also concerned about him, hoping that he could break through and become an upper divine lord. Father, even if you can't break through, it's still good to have some gains. Yuan Hanjin said solemnly, although you acted as if nothing had happened during the previous heavenly tribulation. I noticed that you were injured. Hearing this, Yuan Pingxing fell silent again. After a while, he changed the topic. Yang Qianye's father, did you have anything to do with the death of Lan Qing, the sect master of the Thousand Devil sect? Hearing this question, Yuan Hanjin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly responded, Father, what are you talking about? How could this have anything to do with me? Right now, both the Myriad Demon sect and Qianye are convinced that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, is behind this. Qianye is now targeting Long Qingchong for revenge. It is also because of this that he was able to come out of the most powerful divine abode alive. Before Yuan Hanjin could finish, he was interrupted by Yuan Pingxing. Someone has already investigated this matter some time ago. At least, the person who investigated it has already confirmed that you weren't in the Chunyang school when Yang Qianye's father died. Do you think that others will believe it even if I believe that it's just a coincidence? When Yuan Pingxing reached the end of his sentence, his tone obviously became gloomy. Yuan Hanjin's expression also changed completely. Someone is actually investigating this matter? Could it be that someone is suspecting me? Who is that person? Father, do you know who it is? Yuan Hanjin asked in a deep voice. I can only be sure that it's one of the other Void Peer stage experts. Void Peer stage experts. They were Void Peer stage elders. In the Chunyang school, All void-pierced stage elders were middle divine emperors without exception. When Yuan Hanjin heard his father's words, his expression changed again. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, who were not far away. Could it be them? Or perhaps it's the other void-pierced stage elders in the sect. Now, tell me the truth. Do you have anything to do with his father's death? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be able to help you even if I want to during a critical moment. Now, if you tell me the truth, I can still think of a way for you. Yuan Pingxing's tone became much more serious. Why? Are you still worried that I, as your father, will harm you? Hearing Yuan Pingxing's words, Yuan Hanjin's psychological barrier was instantly broken. After remaining silent for a while, he said, Father, I killed his father with my own hands. However, it shouldn't be a problem. I imitated the technique in the mirror image that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, used in the past and killed his father. Moreover, I even recorded the scene and left the floating image pearl in the myriad devil sect. They also saw it. For this matter, I should be considered to have done a flawless job. Yuan Hanjin said. Flawless? After hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yuan Pingxing did not seem surprised. Obviously, he had already guessed that it was his son who did it. What you did now is not enough. It's still far from enough. However, I hope this will be the last time. After saying that, Yuan Pingxing did not send any more messages to Yuan Hanjin. As for Yuan Hanjin, seeing that his father did not blame him further, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not know that just as he let out a sigh of relief, his father, Yuan Pingxing, walked out of Pingxing Island, where the Pingxing clan lived, and left the Chunyang school. After leaving the Chunyang school, he headed in a certain direction. In the direction of the Tianlong clan. Entering the venue on the 10th. As Lin Donglai's voice spread, the originally noisy scene of the Seven Prefectures banquet suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone's gaze followed a figure as he entered the venue. On the 10th, Machi Hong of the Machi clan of Tunglang province entered the venue. Do they think I'll challenge Yang Qianye or Wang Xiong? Machi Hong's eyes darkened. Do they all think that I, Machi Hong, am only worthy of competing with Yang Qianye and Wang Xiong? After taking a deep breath, Machi Hong's gaze fell in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. Then he said calmly, I challenge number 4. Number 4 was Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. Yuan Moyu was also a hidden genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. In the past, few people knew of his existence. It was only recently that he showed his amazing strength in the sect of Heaven's Roar. In the face of Machi Hong's challenge, Yuan Moyu broke through the air at the right time. He looked neither happy nor sad, like an old monk who had seen through the mortal world. As Machi Hong challenged Yuan Moyu stepped out in the air, causing an uproar in the crowd. Is Machi Hong challenging Yuan Moyu? Is he trying to reach the 4th place in one go? Yang Qianye may not have recovered yet. It's more rational for him to challenge Yang Qianye, right? I think he has his eyes on the 4th place. I think so too. A group of people whispered among themselves, and their voices fell into Machi Hong's ears. It made the haze in the depths of Machi Hong's eyes dissipate. It seemed that he had made the right choice after all. Yuan Moyu defeated Yang Qianye. Now, I challenge Yuan Moyu. Yang Qianye is not worthy of being compared to me. Machi Hong, I've heard a lot about you. When Yuan Moyu entered the arena, he was neither happy nor sad. However, when he confronted Machi Hong, a rare faint smile appeared on his face. You used to be the top genius of the younger generation in Tunglang province. In fact, Yuan Moyu was just making a casual remark. The others did not sense any malice in Yuan Moyu's words. However, when Machi Hong heard it, it was no different from sarcasm. He was so angry that killing intent rose in the depths of his eyes. The genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing, I've long wanted to spar with you. I'm just curious if the most outstanding genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar, which has an upper god emperor, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar. When Machi Hong finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Yuan Moyu heard Machi Hong's words, he could not help but frown. After a while, he realized that Machi Hong had most likely misunderstood what he had said earlier. However, as a genius, he had the pride of a genius, so he did not bother to explain. Whether I, Yuan Moyu, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar, you'll find out later. When Yuan Moyu responded to Ma Qihong, his tone was much colder and more indifferent. After a while, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. This time around, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed was clearly much stronger than before. Moreover, the moment he attacked, he relentlessly pursued Yuan Moyu, suppressing Yuan Moyu with a torrential barrage of attacks. Boom! Rumble! In the sky above the 7 prefectures feast, the forces kept colliding with each other, causing a series of roars and terrifying air waves to sweep out. When Lin Donglai blocked Ma Qihong, it also made a loud noise. After 10 moves, the two of them were evenly matched. After 20 moves, they were still evenly matched. The top genius of the younger generation in Tunglang province really lives up to his reputation. Ma Qihong's strength is indeed very strong. Although I've heard of Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's really amazing. Judging from the current situation, it's hard to tell who will win in a short time. Ma Qihong has used his bloodline power. Yuan Moyu has also used his bloodline power. Under everyone's gazes, after 30 moves, Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu activated their bloodline power one after another, erupting with even greater power. The senior members of the Machi family in Tunglang province, led by Machi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, looked very solemn. The same was true for the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. If this continues, it will consume too much energy. Elder Yuning, what do you think? In the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, a voice transmission was heard by Machi Yuning. Yes. Chapter 4052. The voice came from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture and clearly reached Machi Yuning's ears. Machi Yuning immediately looked in the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture and exchanged glances with the leader of the sect of Heaven's Roar. I think so too. It was not difficult for Machi Yuning to guess why the other party said this to him through voice transmission. In fact, he had the same idea and was even prepared to send a voice transmission. Now that the other party had sent him a voice transmission, he would go with the flow. As for rejecting? Impossible. Although the top 10 had been decided, he still hoped that Ma Qihong could make it to the top 3. In that case, the Machi family would get 3 places this time. In that case, let's persuade the young people. When the voice from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture was heard again, it was obvious that they were relieved. Okay. Machi Yuning responded. Almost at the same time when the two of them stopped talking, they sent a voice transmission to Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu respectively. The two of them who were fighting fiercely subconsciously retreated when they received the sudden voice transmission. They did not continue to attack. Moreover, while retreating, they looked at each other vigilantly. Is the battle between you and me a draw? Yuan Moyu looked at Ma Qihong and asked calmly. Of course, there was still some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. After all, there was no clear winner between him and Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong was in a similar state now, but after hearing Yuan Moyu's words, he nodded. There is no clear winner for the time being. If you and I want to fight for the first place in the end, it won't be too late to decide the winner then. Ma Qihong's words were undoubtedly flattering himself and Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu could not help but feel his ears burning. Is Ma Qihong crazy? Is he still thinking about the first place? Not to mention the others, he knew that he was not a match for Duanling Tian from the Chunyang school of Tunglang province. Did Ma Qihong think that he was stronger than Duanling Tian? After taking a deep look at Ma Qihong, Yuan Moyu turned around and left. As for Ma Qihong, he also left. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even ask for the opinion of the host, Lin Donglai. Of course, there was no need to ask. They could make their own decisions on such matters. Number 10 Ma Qihong challenges number 4 Yuan Moyu, a draw. Before the crowd could regain their senses, Lin Donglai's voice had already spread out. At the same time, it had also awakened many people. A draw. It seems that they don't want to exhaust their strength prematurely. They all want to move forward. Actually, it's normal. With their strength, it would be abnormal if they didn't aim for the top 3. That's right. So far, it seems like only Yang Qianye and Shimin are fated to be in the top 3. Yang Qianye's strength was very clear at the moment, and Shimin's strength was about the same as his. As for Wang Xiong, for the time being, no one knows if he is hiding his strength. After all, no one has challenged him since he reached his current position. I think so too. There are others who might not have displayed their full strength. The battle between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu ended in a draw. Although it was shocking, most people could still accept it. Therefore they were not surprised. Soon after, Lin Donglai opened his mouth again and allowed number 9 to enter the arena. Everyone's eyes shifted to the people from Tonglang Province's Chunyang School. Number 9 was Yang Qianye. Do you think? Will Yang Qianye choose to forfeit or challenge someone else? I think he'll either forfeit or challenge Wang Xiong. I don't think he'll be able to defeat the others. I think so too. Moreover, if he challenges Wang Xiong, we'll know if Wang Xiong has been hiding his strength. If he has, he'll definitely show it to Yang Qianye this time. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it. After Yang Qianye entered the arena, he opened his mouth under everyone's watchful eyes. Number 8. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people's eyes lit up. Number 8 was Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Hanshan residence in the Daming Mansion. Wang Xiong entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He drank from his wine gourd and looked at Yang Qianye with a smile. The prodigy of Chunyang School. I've seen Yi Yingcai's strength before. You're stronger than him. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School this time. Duan Lingtian was currently in the first place. If he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would have to make it to the 4th place and then defeat the top 3. Only then would he have a chance. Of course, there was another way. Even if Duan Lingtian fell to the 4th place, he would still have a chance to challenge him. I am me, and they are them. Yang Qianye said lightly. Of course I know that. Wang Xiong smiled. I just mentioned it casually. I don't mean to belittle you. However, you're indeed very strong. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to defeat you. As soon as Wang Xiong said this, many people were in an uproar. It seemed that Wang Xiong was really hiding his strength. Otherwise, where did he get the confidence to say that he could defeat Yang Qianye? When Yang Qianye heard Wang Xiong's words, his originally cold and calm face finally changed a little. However, the change was not big. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it at all. Let's start. Yang Qianye said indifferently. When Wang Xiong heard this, he grinned. I've always been a person who likes to defend. In my opinion, you should make the first move. Yang Qianye raised his eyebrows and did not talk nonsense with Wang Xiong anymore. In a flash, he turned into a gust of wind and blew toward Wang Xiong at an extremely fast speed. His figure flashed as fast as lightning. With a high-grade divine artifact in hand, he rushed toward Wang Xiong aggressively. As for Wang Xiong, like before, he made a move. The Law of Earth merged with his divine power and bloomed an extremely solid defense circle, blocking Yang Qianye's first round of attack. However, unlike the previous opponents, it was difficult to break his defense. As soon as Yang Qianye made a move, the defense formed by his attack was on the verge of collapse. Bang, 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 bang. After Yang Qianye made a few moves, Wang Xiong's defense was shattered in less than 10 moves. This scene caused everyone's eyes to light up. It seems like Wang Xiong's defense is not unbreakable. It's just that his previous opponents were too weak and couldn't even break his defense. Defense is Wang Xiong's strongest technique. After all, he specializes in the Law of Earth. Previously, he relied on his defense to establish an advantage and defeat his opponents. Now that his defense is broken, will he be a match for Yang Qianye? I don't know. Let's continue watching. When Wang Xiong's defense was broken, many people who had previously thought highly of Wang Xiong began to waver. Could Wang Xiong really defeat Yang Qianye? Based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to come to a draw with Yang Qianye. However, after Wang Xiong's defense was broken through, the scene that unfolded caused their eyes to shrink in unison. Heavens! What did they just see? After Wang Xiong's defense was broken, the khaki halo around him turned into a dazzling golden color in just a blink of an eye. It was a complete contrast to the plain and unadorned appearance from before. This is the Law of Metal. Did Wang Xiong abandon the Law of Earth and switch to the Law of Metal? The Law of Earth he specializes in is the Law of Earth, right? Why did he abandon the Law of Earth and switch to the Law of Metal? What is he thinking? Many people thought Wang Xiong had lost his mind and was forced to do this. However, An even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. After Wang Xiong switched to the law of metal, his attack was even stronger than Yang Qianye's earlier attack. Moreover, after 3 moves, he was able to suppress Yang Qianye. This Wang Xiong. He's really good at hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously everyone, including him, thought Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, was most skilled in the law of earth. They did not expect his mastery of the law of metal to be higher than his mastery of the law of earth. Whoosh! At this moment, apart from the leader of the group from the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, the other high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence stood up in unison. Their faces were filled with shock. Wang Xiong's mastery of the law of metal is so high? Wang Xiong is skilled in the law of metal. How did Wang Xiong manage to hide his strength so well? In the past, everyone knew he was skilled in the law of earth. However, in the Han Mountain residence, many people suppressed him. It was not until the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet that he displayed his shocking mastery of the law of earth. Now, he's displaying the law of metal that's even stronger than the law of earth? The group of high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence who did not know Wang Xiong had comprehended the law of metal were not the only ones who stood up from their seats. Even the prodigies in the Han Mountain residence were shocked and in disbelief. Was Wang Xiong not too good at hiding his strength? Even the people in the Han Mountain residence were shocked, let alone the rest of the people. By the time the crowd recovered from their shock, 10 moves had passed since Wang Xiong displayed the law of metal. After 10 moves, Wang Xiong injured Yang Qianye with 1 move. This time, Yang Qianye did not admit defeat. Instead, he continued to fight Wang Xiong. Over at the Chunyang school, someone advised Yuan Hanjin to persuade Yang Qianye to admit defeat. However, Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, "Let him fight to his heart's content. He's already in the top 10 now. He's already admitted defeat once before. This time, there's no need to persuade him. Moreover, let him continue to fight Wang Xiong and exhaust Wang Xiong's strength. We don't know Wang Xiong's true strength yet, but from the looks of it, this is not his full strength. Exhausting him a little will make it easier for Duan Lingtian to reach the top 3. As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, no one tried to persuade him anymore. Indeed. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Qianye had stopped at the top 10. There was no hope for him to reach the top 3. Now, one of the top 10 had defeated him. Currently, there was another person who was defeating him. Shiman of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa was not weaker than him. Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. How could he compete for the top 3? Chapter 40-53. So far, the most shocking thing in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was not the endless hidden supreme talents, nor was it the fact that Duan Lingtian defeated Han Di, the hidden supreme talent of the Consonance Mansion, nor was it the tie between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu. It was because Wang Xiong did not specialize in the law of earth. When Wang Xiong first showed his strength, he had shocked everyone. He was the only supreme talent in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet who had such a strong law of earth. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the people in the Han Mountain residence, it was obvious that they did not know that Wang Xiong's law of earth was so powerful. It was obvious that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength even in his own sect. Then, Wang Xiong made his moves again and again, showing his increasingly powerful law of earth. This made everyone remember that he was an expert in the law of earth. As long as someone mentioned Wang Xiong's name, the first thing that came to mind was his amazing law of earth and his unbreakable turtle shell. There were even many people who secretly gave Wang Xiong a nickname, Bastard. They felt that this nickname was very appropriate. Even his surname was the same. However, after Yang Qianye broke Wang Xiong's defense with the law of earth, he gave up on the law of earth and switched to the law of metal. Moreover, after Wang Xiong switched to the law of earth, many people thought that he had gone crazy and could not stand the suppression of the law of earth. However, what no one expected was that Wang Xiong's following performance almost made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Wang Xiong's law of metal was more powerful than the law of earth. After 3 moves, he turned the situation around and suppressed Yang Qianye. After 10 moves, he injured Yang Qianye. Then, he continued to suppress Yang Qianye. Finally, after 20 moves, Lin Donglai had to intervene and save the seriously injured Yang Qianye. At this moment, Yang Qianye's whole body was injured and his aura was weak. However, his eyes were still sharp and unyielding. On the other hand, Although Wang Xiong did not consume much energy, he was no longer as frivolous as before. He looked at Yang Qianya with respect. "You're a worthy opponent. However, you're no match for me." After saying that, Wang Xiong didn't say anything else. He picked up his wine gourd and swayed his body like a drunkard, returning to the cold mountain residence of the great Ming mansion. At this very moment, the gazes of the people of the cold mountain residence looking at him changed once more. Wang Xiong was actually proficient in the laws of metal? What the hell? Even the more outstanding geniuses of the cold mountain residence felt somewhat ashamed at this moment. Wang Xiong's earth elemental laws were not the laws he was most proficient in, but they were able to suppress the laws they were proficient in. In terms of age, Wang Xiong was about the same as them. It had to be said that Wang Xiong's use of the cash element law had exceeded everyone's expectations. Perhaps, only the leader of this trip to the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace, that middle-level god emperor who did not bat an eyelid, knew that Wang Xiong was most proficient in the laws of metal and not the laws of earth. I really didn't expect Wang Xiong to be proficient in the laws of metal. Wang Xiong is too strong. I take back what I said earlier. Wang Xiong might be able to get into the top 3. While many people were beginning to think highly of Wang Xiong, those who were ranked at the top, such as Lin Yuan, Tuo Bixiu, Luo Yuan, and the others, had a solemn expression on their faces. They had never regarded Wang Xiong as a worthy opponent. In their eyes, Wang Xiong was only at the same level as Yang Qianya and Shimin Feng. But now, after Wang Xiong had defeated Yang Qianya, they realized that Wang Xiong had the strength to enter their circle. Moreover, Wang Xiong might not have used his full strength when he defeated Yang Qianya. Do all powerful people like to dress like this to show off their individuality? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Xiong, who was hovering in the sky above the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace. His heart thumped as a sloppy figure appeared in his mind. The person who appeared in his mind was also a sloppy middle-aged man. This person was the third uncle of his wife, Ker, in her past life. He was Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia clan, an ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land. When Duan Lingtian first met Xia Jia, he had not even gone to the Devata realms yet. Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Xia Jia was limited. It was only recently that Duan Lingtian learned about Xia Jia, after he read some books about the ultimate god forces in the Divine Offering Land in the library of the Yun Peak progeny in Chunyang School. He was a bona fide ultimate god powerhouse. Moreover, there were not many people in the Xia clan who could defeat him. Number 7. Please enter the arena. Originally, after number 9, Yang Qianya, failed to challenge number 9, number 8, should be the next challenger. However, number 8, Wang Xiong, had just fought with Yang Qianya. Therefore, unless Wang Xiong requested it, he would automatically skip this round. Lin Donglai waited for a while. When he saw Wang Xiong had no intention of continuing, he finally allowed number 7 to enter the arena. Number 7. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, everyone's attention shifted to the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. At this moment, a young man was walking out leisurely. After entering the arena, he looked indifferently in the direction of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa, and locked his eyes on the person standing in the void in front of him. Number 5. Shimin. Number 7, Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, challenged Shimin, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa. As for Shimin, he also came out in response. I'm very curious. Lin Yuan looked at Shimin and smiled faintly. Shimin is just your surname, right? I'm very curious about your full name. Full name? Shimin took a deep look at Lin Yuan. If you want to know my full name, you'll have to defeat me first. All right. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Then the two of them fought. In just one move, Shimin was injured by Lin Yuan. After 3 moves, Lin Donglai intervened and saved the severely injured Shimin. Now, can you tell me? Lin Yuan smiled at Shimin and asked. Shimin took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned around and returned to the Qing State Prefecture's puppet family. With his back facing Lin Yuan, he said, Shimin Longxiang. Shimin Longxiang? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This name is not bad. When Shimin Longxiang said his name, the others present did not think much of it. However, when Duan Lingtian heard this name, he was stunned. This was because this name was not unfamiliar to him. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, The Tianlong clan and the Tai sect had opened the Emperor Battle Dimension together and fought inside to let their respective sects produce Emperor God experts. In the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had heard of the name Shimen Longxiang more than once. Shimen Longxiang was a monster of the Tai sect. After he entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed many people from the Tai sect, Shimen Longxiang also killed many people from the Tianlong clan. Later, Shimen Longxiang entered the Divine Emperor realm and entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, killing many Divine Emperors from the Tai sect. At that time, many people compared him to Shimen Longxiang. In the beginning, many people felt that he was not as good as Shimen Longxiang. Of course, he did not care about these rumors and slanders. However, subconsciously, he still remembered the name Shimen Longxiang, because the frequency of this name falling into his ears was too high. Is it the same person? The Shimen Longxiang I know is from the Tai sect, but this Shimen Longxiang is from the Puppet Mountain Villa. They should not be the same person, right? No. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian remembered something. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, it was also the day he met Zhen Pingfan for the first time. In the Emperor Battle Dimension's Heping City, before he met Zhen Pingfan, he had met someone from the Puppet Mountain Villa. The Emperor God expert of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Moreover, it seemed to be Elder Silver Puppet of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Silver Puppet had come with the sect master of the Tai sect. In that case, this Shimen Longxiang is really that Shimen Longxiang? Since the Puppet Mountain Villa is related to the Tai sect, it's normal for Shimen Longxiang of the Tai sect to go to the Puppet Mountain Villa. But I didn't expect him to become a middle divine emperor so quickly, and his strength is not weaker than Yang Chenye's. Yang Chenye most likely entered the divine dwellings, so it's normal for him to have such strength. Could it be that he also entered the divine dwellings? Even if he didn't, he must have had an opportunity. Although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Shimen Longxiang before, he had heard of him and knew when he had become a divine emperor. Moreover, the news could not be false. This was because before Shimen Longxiang broke through to the divine emperor realm, he had entered the battlefield of the divine kings in the Emperor Battle Dimension where the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect were fighting. Only divine kings could enter the battlefield of the divine kings. Not long after becoming a divine emperor, he became a middle divine emperor and has such strength. He must have had a great opportunity. I don't know if he found it himself or if the Puppet Mountain Villa gave it to him. As Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he glanced at Shimen Longxiang a few more times. When Shimen Longxiang noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Ling Tian. After looking at Duan Ling Tian for a while, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I thought it was a pity that I couldn't compete with you when I was in the Greater One sect. So, I must fight with you in the 7 prefectures feast to make up for this regret. I was very confident in myself, but I didn't expect your improvement to be so much greater than I thought. However, one day, I will go to the Chunyang school and challenge you. Shimen Longxiang transmitted his voice. I'll be waiting. Duan Ling Tian replied. At the same time, he confirmed the other party's identity. It was the monster of the Greater One sect, Shimen Longxiang. He did not expect to see Shimen Longxiang here when he was not in the Tianlong clan. The world was really unpredictable. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian vaguely felt a slight vibration in his storage ring. Fortunately, he had nothing to do now and was distracted. Otherwise, he might not have noticed it in time. The next moment, he subconsciously glanced into the storage ring. With just one glance, his pupils shrank sharply. Among the many soul beads lying in his storage ring, one of them had shattered. Chapter 40-54. Duan Ling Tian had actually only used this shattered soul orb a few times. This was because he rarely contacted the owner of the soul orb. However, he had contacted him not long ago. Because of Yang Chenye. That's right. The shattered soul orb belonged to Long Qing Chong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Clan Master Long has actually died? Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. A person who had communicated with him not long ago and whose tone had revealed confidence and carefreeness. A strong man whom he had a good impression of, had died? What was going on? How could a dignified sect leader fall just like that? Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate and immediately sent 2 consecutive sound transmissions to the 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Xueqi and Dongfang Yanian. These two were also the elders he was most familiar with in the Tianlong clan. As for the others, although he was familiar with some of them, they were only ordinary disciples. You know. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan's tone was solemn. Something that just happened, right? I saw that Clan Master Long's soul orb had just shattered. Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Xue Haichuan replied. Something just happened. An expert, an extremely powerful expert, forced his way into our Tianlong clan and forced our clan master out. Then, at the risk of being injured, he killed our clan master. However, because he came quickly and left quickly, his injuries weren't too serious even though the Great Sect Protection Formation was activated. Xue Haichuan's tone was somewhat gloomy. As a White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after their clan master was killed. Do you know who it was? The mirror image array in the Great Sect Protection Formation can record his identity? Duan Lingtian asked. It only recorded a person surrounded by light. His face and figure can't be seen clearly. It's obvious that he's intentionally hiding his identity. However, he's definitely not an ordinary God Emperor. At the very least, it's unlikely that he's a lesser God Emperor. Lower God Emperors don't have the ability to do as they please in our Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protecting Array. Dongfang Yanyan's tone was very firm. It's impossible for him to be a lower Divine Lord? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. If it wasn't a lower God Lord, then the one who made the move was definitely in existence above a God Lord. Since the other party was injured, he should be a middle God Emperor. A middle God Emperor who barged into the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Array was injured. Could that Linghu Renfeng, who is suspected to be Ker's birth mother, be a High God Emperor? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Renfeng broke into the Tianlong clan, he almost crushed the Tianlong clan's sect-protecting Grand Array with one strike, and even forced the Tianlong clan to remove the sect-protecting Grand Array. Obviously, Linghu Renfeng's strength was much stronger than this person who had killed his way into the Tianlong clan and killed the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Middle God Emperor. Dragon-killing sect master? What's the motive? From Duan Lingtian's point of view, one needed a motive to kill someone. Especially since Long Qingchong was the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, his identity was very sensitive. Even those God Emperor powerhouses would not take the risk to act without a motive. It was fine if they didn't find out. Once they were found out, those wandering martial artists who were on good terms with the Tianlong clan, as well as some God Emperor level powers with God Emperor powerhouses, might not let it go so easily. Although the Tianlong clan was an outdated God Emperor level power, and there were no God Emperor powerhouses in the current generation, if there was a need, there would still be many God Emperor powerhouses to help the Tianlong clan. Those God Emperor powerhouses were all friends that the Tianlong clan had established in the past. They were also the foundation of the Tianlong clan. For example, this Yuan Hanjin has a motive to kill Sect Master Long. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Chenya's master, Yuan Hanjin, who was an elder of the Pingsheng lineage. However, he is here in person. Moreover, he isn't even a God Emperor. Even if he wants to kill Sect Master Long, he can only lure him away from the Tianlong clan before killing him. He still doesn't have the ability to break the grand formation protecting the Tianlong clan. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His pupils shrank rapidly. There is one person who also has a motive. Moreover, his cultivation base matches as well. The old ancestor of the Pingsheng lineage, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian stared at Yuan Hanjin and thought of the old ancestor of the Pingsheng lineage behind Yuan Hanjin. He was also his biological father, Yuan Pingsheng. Although he had never met Yuan Pingsheng before, he knew that Yuan Pingsheng was one of the few Void Peer stage elders in Chunyang School. He was a middle God Emperor. Even the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword lineage, Yi Chen Feng, had to address him as senior martial brother. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. If it was really Yuan Pingsheng who did this, he must have confirmed something. For example, he must have confirmed that Yang Chenya's father, the sect master of the Myriad Devil sect, Lan Qing, was killed by his son, Yuan Hanjin. Then, he framed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. If Long Qingchong didn't die, there would be hidden dangers in this matter. After all, Yang Chenya was not an idiot. Perhaps one day, Yang Chenya would discover the truth of this matter. When that time comes, what would happen? At that time, Yuan Hanjin would be raising a wolf to bite him to death. As Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing had a great motive for doing this. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Qianye has made it into the top 10 of the 7 Mansions feast. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After a while, he sent a voice transmission to Yang Qianye, who was standing nearby. Yang Qianye, just a while ago, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing Chong, whom you wanted to avenge your father, is dead. Yang Qianye's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart was also shaken. Fortunately, he was used to keeping a cold expression on his face. Otherwise, his expression would have changed drastically. Is that true? After a while, Yang Qianye seemed to have calmed down. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I have his soul orb. I contacted him earlier. Have you forgotten? Duan Lingtian asked. Who killed him? Yang Qianye asked. At the same time, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, a god emperor, it was not so easy to kill him. Did he die in the emperor battle realm of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect? He could understand if Duan Lingtian had died in the emperor battle realm. However, he felt that it was unlikely. As far as he knew, Long Qing Chong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, was one of the strongest in the Tianlong clan. Even if all the high-level god emperors of the Tai sect attacked together, they might not be able to kill Long Qing Chong. At his cultivation level, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could still escape. No. Duan Lingtian replied. Someone broke into the Tianlong temple and killed him. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's words moved Yang Qianye even more. After a while, he learned from Duan Lingtian that the person who killed Long Qing Chong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had intentionally concealed his identity and was suspected to be at least a mid-level god emperor. Yang Qianye's expression froze. At the same time, he subconsciously turned to look at the small floating island where the higher-ups of the Chunyang school were. His gaze fell on his master, Yuan Hanjin. Duan Lingtian, Yang Qianye said through voice transmission. Yang Qianye said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, since you're close to Elder Zhen, ask him to look for the old ancestor of Yun Peak and ask him to see if Yuan Pingshang, the old ancestor of Pingshang progeny, is out. As soon as Yang Qianye said this, Duan Lingtian immediately guessed that Yang Qianye was suspicious of Yuan Pingxing. Yang Qianye, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. I can ask Elder Zhen for help with this matter. However, I'm not asking for you. To Elder Zhen, the stability of the Chunyang school is the most important thing. To him, Long Qing Chong, the sect master of the Sky Dragon clan, is just an outsider. Duan Lingtian said. I understand. Yang Qianye said in a low voice. I just want to confirm this matter. As for the other matters, I'll look into them. If it's really him. When he thought up to here, a wisp of frightening cold light flashed in Yang Qianye's eyes, and it was to the extent that besides Duan Lingtian, no one noticed it. After ending his conversation with Yang Qianye, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Zhen Pingfan was taken aback when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. What is it? I want you to ask Elder Yun Feng to make a trip to the Pingshang faction and see if the ancestor of the Pingshang faction, Yuan Pingshang, is in the Pingshang faction. Or, check the mirror image recorded in the sect protecting formation to see if the ancestor of the Pingshang faction, Yuan Pingshang, has left the Pure Yang sect a while ago and hasn't returned yet? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point as soon as he spoke. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan frowned. Did something happen? Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but wonder why Duan Lingtian would ask him this if nothing had happened. Elder Zhen, please help me with this first. As for why I'm asking this, you can ask Elder Yun Feng first and I'll tell you. This matter is a little urgent. Duan Lingtian said. Zhen Pingfan took a deep look at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Although he felt that there must be something behind this, and it was most likely not a trivial matter, he did not continue to ask when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still calm. After a while, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to his father, the patriarch of the Yun Feng clan, Zhen Pingfan. He asked him to help check if Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of the Pingxing clan, had left the sect. Had he not returned yet? Why do you suddenly want me to check this? If you want to know if your senior uncle Pingshang is in the Chunyang school, Can't you just ask someone? Why do you need to investigate in secret? Zhen Yunfeng asked. Father, you can check this matter first. There are some things that I can't say now. I'll tell you when you have the results. Zhan Pingfan did not mention that it was Duan Lingtian who had asked him to do this in front of his father. He also did not say that he did not know why he had to do this. However, he planned to tell his father after Duan Lingtian told him the truth. Come to think of it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was still calm. Nothing should have happened. Okay, I'll check it out. Zhan Yunfeng quickly went to check it out because he rarely saw his son so serious. Not long after, Zhan Yunfeng found what he wanted to find out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to his son. Your senior uncle Ping Shang left the sect some time ago and hasn't returned yet. Chapter 40-55. What exactly happened? Why do you want to know this? After Zhan Yunfeng told his son about the results of his investigation, he asked further. On the other hand, Zhen Pingfan did not respond to his father in time. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. After all, he still did not know what had happened. However, after getting the answer from his father, he did not hesitate and immediately told Duan Lingtian about it. The old ancestor of Ping Shang's lineage, martial uncle Yuan Pingxing, left the school some time ago. He hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian, can you tell me why you asked me this now? Zhen Pingfan also began to ask. My father is also asking about this. Duan Lingtian had long suspected it and guessed that it was most likely the case. However, he could only confirm it after getting the answer from Zhen Pingfan. If that was the case, the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, should be killed by the Void Peer stage elder of Chunyang School, Yuan Pingxing. Otherwise, how could it be a coincidence? As far as he knew, the old ancestor of Chunyang School's Pingsheng lineage, Yuan Pingxing, rarely went out. Even if the school needed a Void Peer stage elder to go out, he would never go out. Moreover, it was said that he was already old. He was already somewhat powerless to deal with the heavenly tribulation in recent years. Under such circumstances, cultivating wholeheartedly was the best way. Although there might be opportunities outside, they were often accompanied by danger. If one was careless and did not get the opportunity, they might even come back with injuries. They might not be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Of course, the most important thing was that they did not have that many opportunities. Especially for a mid-god emperor like Yuan Pingxing. The opportunities that could bring him benefits and even allow him to improve were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the profound Handle Land. The secret realm of the Holy Land was one of them. However, it was also difficult to obtain the opportunity to enter. However, the Pure Yang sect had obtained multiple slots this time. Logically speaking, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be one of them. The most important thing was, 2 of the spots were obtained by the disciples of their Ping Shang lineage. If he didn't get a spot, then it would be unreasonable. Did you get it? Although Yang Qianya wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian on the surface, he was still looking at Duan Lingtian from time to time. It was just that few people noticed it. Now that he noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he immediately asked. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he didn't hesitate and said bluntly, I can tell you about this matter. Not for anything else, but for the death of sect leader Long. Although I don't have much of a friendship with sect leader Long, and we rarely interact with each other, I have a good impression of him. This time, he suffered an undeserved calamity. I am also angry for him. However, with my relationship with him, his death is not enough for me to avenge him. Of course, it's impossible for you to avenge him. I'm telling you this because I also want you to know the truth. This is also what Sect Master Long wanted to do when she was alive. She was even willing to invite you to the Tianlong clan. This is also the last thing I'll do for her. Although Duan Lingtian was not very calm about Long Qingchong's death, he was not so hot-headed as to want to avenge Long Qingchong. There were too many people in the world who had died unjustly. Did he want to avenge every single one of them? Also, after I tell you this, I don't want you to announce it to anyone. At the very least, I don't want you to confront anyone in the future and say that you asked me and Elder Zhen Pingfan about this matter. As long as you know it in your heart. I don't want to involve Elder Zhen. At this point, Duan Lingtian's tone became even more solemn. When Yang Qianya heard Duan Lingtian's words, he said, I can understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what you told me today. Moreover, it's fine as long as I know what I'm doing. Also, I don't necessarily believe everything you say. I'll think of a way to confirm it myself. I'll only believe that it's true after I confirm it myself. Yang Chenya's words were very clear. I don't necessarily believe what Duan Lingtian tells me. I'm just using it as a reference. I'll only believe things that I confirm myself. Take the death of his father, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, for example. At first, he was blinded by hatred. It was only when Duan Lingtian came to him that he began to calm down. At the same time, he also found that there were many suspicious points. After that lesson, he was not willing to completely trust anyone again. At the same time, he also understood that only what he found out and confirmed was the truth. It's good that you think that way. When he heard Yang Chenya's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly passed on Zhen Pingfan's words to him. Elder Zhen asked his father to help investigate this matter. I'm sure you know who his father is, so I won't mention it. I can confirm that the ancestor of your bloodline is not in the sect during this period. Perhaps, it won't be long before he returns to the sect. At this point, Duan Lingtian silently added another sentence in his heart. After all, it would take a middle-level god emperor a certain amount of time to rush back to Chunyang School from the Tianlong clan, even if he used a god emperor-level spaceship. Duan Lingtian? At this time, when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not respond for a long time, Zhen Pingfan suddenly became a little angry. Don't tell me you're going back on your words and not telling me this matter? No. Duan Lingtian sighed. I'm just sending a message to someone to comfort them. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the departure of his senior uncle Ping Shang had something to do with Duan Lingtian's friend? Or, could it be that someone had done something to Duan Lingtian's friend? At this thought, his expression changed slightly. Elder Zhen. Just as Zhen Pingfan was about to ask again, Duan Lingtian also told him about Long Qingchong's death. Just before I ask you this, the Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, has just died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan's pupils shrank slightly. How did he die? He forced his way into the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong at the cost of injuries. Then he fled far away. According to the judgment of the people from the Tianlong clan, the person who did this is most likely a middle-level god emperor or above. Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he asked, Are you suspecting that it was senior uncle Ping Shang who did this? Duan Lingtian heard this but did not respond. On the other hand, Zhen Pingfan was frowning slightly. He regretted helping Duan Lingtian to ask this question. Was this not creating trouble for the people from his own sect? Even if Duan Lingtian did not want to avenge Long Qingchong, if Duan Lingtian knew about this, it would definitely affect his impression of the Chunyang school. He felt a headache coming on. As for Yuan Pingsheng's motive for killing Long Qingchong, there was definitely a reason. He, his father, and his senior uncle Yi had already suspected the relationship between Yang Chenya and Yuan Hanjin. Now, they were just one step closer to confirming their suspicions. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, I've asked around for you and I've told you. However, I hope that from now on, you won't tell anyone. Zhen Pingfan's tone was serious. Duan Lingtian had known him for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen him so serious. Okay. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. At the same time, he thought that if he told Yang Chenya about this, it would not be considered as breaking his promise to Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan did not expect that Duan Lingtian would tell Yang Chenya about this matter as soon as he knew about it. This was because, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian and Yang Chenya were not only not friends, but also enemies. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Tianlong clan, the people from the Million Demon sect, where Yang Chenya was previously, had been enemies with Duan Lingtian. Later, many people from the Million Demon sect died in the fight between the Tianlong clan and Duan Lingtian. Most of them were executed by the Tianlong clan. Among them were some of Yang Chenya's elders and two childhood friends who were as close as brothers. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed, Zhen Pingfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he told his father, Zhan Yunfeng, who was still waiting for the news. At the same time, he also told Yi Chunfeng about this through voice transmission. Yi Chunfeng's face instantly froze. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although Yuan Pingxing was his senior brother. However, in his opinion, this kind of behavior was a little too much. Duan Lingtian did not know what happened on Zhen Pingfan's side. Now, Duan Lingtian turned his attention back to the field. At the moment, there were two figures fighting in the field. One of them was number 6, the Heaven's Pride of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion, Tuoba Xiao. As her figure moved, the cold wind raged and froze the void, constantly locking the space. Number 6 Lin Yuan stepped down and became the new number 5. Now that number 5 Shiman had fallen to number 7, it was her turn. After Tuoba Xiao went on the field, she did not challenge Lin Yuan, who had just made it to number 5. It was unknown whether it was because she felt that Lin Yuan had just fought a battle and did not want to take advantage of her, or because she thought that Lin Yuan might refuse and had the right to refuse. After Tuoba Xiao entered the field, she directly challenged number 4, Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu was previously challenged by number 10 Ma Qihong. The two were evenly matched, and it ended in a draw. Presently, some time had already passed since the battle between him and Ma Qihong, and he'd recovered his combat strength from his prime under the effects of various divine pills. Now, he and Tuoba Xiao had exchanged 30 moves, and they were still evenly matched. In the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, whether it was him or Tuoba Xiao, they had not shown their true strength. At the very least, Yuan Moyu had not shown the strength he had shown when he fought with Ma Qihong. Tuoba Xiao was more or less the same. She was obviously holding back. These two want to test each other and then defeat each other with a thunderous blow? Duan Lingtian guessed their thoughts. This method was not bad. Although defeating each other with a thunderous blow would consume a lot of energy, it was easy to recover from and would not affect the subsequent performance. Chapter 40-56. Both of them know each other's intentions, and neither of them is careless. If this continues, do they really think they'll be able to find an opportunity? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Both of them were still not confident enough. If only one of them was confident, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, he knew confidence required strength to back it up. Confidence without strength would only be a joke in the end. As for who was stronger between Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say. After all, Yuan Moyu had only revealed his strength so far. However, Yuan Moyu still hadn't revealed the strength he'd revealed earlier. As for Tuoba Xiao, she kept a low profile as well. Tuoba Xiao is either not confident in the strength Yuan Moyu revealed earlier, or she suspects Yuan Moyu is still holding back and hasn't revealed his full strength. However, the battle between Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong ended in a draw. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have concealed his strength, right? Of course that might not be the case. After all, regardless of whether Yuan Moyu fought Ma Qihong to a draw or defeated Ma Qihong, the outcome would still be the same. That is, his ranking will not change. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian wasn't sure if Yuan Moyu had concealed his strength earlier. Duan Lingtian withdrew his attention when he saw the stalemate between Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the other two people. They were none other than Luo Yuan and Han Di, who were ranked ahead of Yuan Moyu. Han Di was ranked 2nd. Luo Yuan was ranked 3rd. However, Han Di had already admitted that he was no match for him and admitted defeat after exchanging blows with him with his full strength. Therefore, Han Di wasn't a threat to him. Unless he lost to an opponent that even Han Di could defeat. In that case, Han Di would still have a chance to fight him again. And if that moment really came, Han Di definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to challenge him again. Although he admitted defeat earlier, it was only because his explosive strength was stronger than his opponent's. If he lost to someone he'd already defeated, and coupled with the fact that his opponent's ranking in the top 3 was confirmed, his opponent would definitely disregard everything and attack him. How long are Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu going to fight for? In the blink of an eye, Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu had already exchanged over 100 blows. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had no intention of stopping. At this time, many people were getting impatient. Now, let's see who can hold on longer. Of course, there were also some people who were more patient. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the battlefield. Of course, this is under the condition that both sides are evenly matched. The two of them are so strong. Even if their strength is equal, I'm afraid that there will be a victor in this battle. It won't be a draw. Of course it's annoying. If the person who can't keep his composure is far stronger than the person who can keep his composure, he still has the confidence to fight to a draw or even defeat the other party. It depends on how strong they are. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's attention also returned to the field, watching the fight between the two. At first, his expression was still somewhat calm. However, after 200 moves, his brows began to twitch. Yuan Mou is finally unable to keep his cool. He did very well in the beginning. Why can't he remain calm now? It seems like it has something to do with the rumors that are being spread now. After 100 moves, Duan Lingtian heard some people mocking Yuan Mou, saying that he was not as good as a woman. Of course, no one, including him, took these words to heart. If that was the case, Yuan Mou was not the only one who was not as good as this woman named Tuoba Xiu. Those who were not in the top 10 or even the top 30 were not as good as this woman. Tuoba Xiu was the only woman left in the top 10 of the 7 mansions feast. However, although the crowd did not care, Yuan Mou, as the person involved, gradually became restless as time passed. It was unknown whether he was affected by these words or not. I even suspect that those words came from the underworld mansion. Although Tuoba Xiu is a member of the Yuan clan on the surface, she was cultivated by the 3 great god emperor level forces of the underworld mansion. Whether she can enter the top 3 or not is related to whether the underworld mansion will be able to obtain 3 quotas. Some of the Chunyang school disciples speculated. I also think that the underworld mansion is behind this. This time, if Tuoba Xiu does not enter the top 3 and only obtains 2 quotas in the top 10, the 3 great forces of the underworld mansion will not be able to split the quotas. Look at Yuan Mou. Has he been fooled? The people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing must have warned him. Hearing the comments of the Chunyang school disciples, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. He could see that many of the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar were anxious. Obviously, they were anxious because they saw that Yuan Mou was still restless. Someone must have warned him. That being said, Yuan Black Jade is still behaving like this even after being warned? Is his temperament really bad, or is he just pretending? Duan Lingtian guessed. He was more inclined to the latter because he felt that Yuan Mou was definitely not someone who was easily angered since he had achieved so much at such a young age. It was impossible for him to lose his cool. Humph. Yuan Mou snorted coldly, shaking the void. Then, he burst out and charged towards Tuoba Xiu. His body was full of blood qi, and it was obvious that he did not hold back. This level of attack is more or less the same as when Ma Qihong fought him. Could it be that his true strength is only limited to this? This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. The others were more direct. Yuan Mou is not hiding his strength. Yes, it's the right choice to attack now and use his strongest attack. In other words, this should be his strongest attack. Tuoba Xiu knew that he had this strength. Now that he has attacked, I don't know if Tuoba Xiu can withstand it. I don't know. Maybe she can? I think so too. Otherwise, why would they be in such a stalemate? Moreover, if she really wanted to surprise Yuan Mou and defeat him, she should have done so long ago. If she is weaker than Yuan Mou, she should be feeling guilty. Yuan Mou is so impatient, and Tuoba Xiu is obviously not weaker than him. Tuoba Xiu has a better chance of winning this battle. In any case, Yuan Mou's sudden attack made the eyes of the impatient and anxious onlookers brighten. They knew the 2 people in front of them were finally going to fight for real. Tuoba Xiu narrowed her eyes in the face of Yuan Mou's sudden attack. Cold qi filled the air as blood qi shot into the sky. Qi, 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 qi. A series of crisp sounds rang in the air. The entire void was sealed by the power of frost condensed by Tuoba Xiu's law of ice, including Yuan Mou's attack. However, Yuan Mou was not to be trifled with. He advanced triumphantly all the way. No matter how fast the ice solidified, it was still destroyed by him. The prominent divine artifact in his hand advanced through the ice like the dawn in the darkness, growing brighter and brighter. Break! Suddenly, in a situation that no one had expected, the usually taciturn Tuoba Xiu finally spat out this word. In an instant, the ice that had condensed in the void shattered like tempered glass. There were cracks everywhere, and the cracks were still spreading. Not only were they spreading outside, but they were also spreading inside. At the same time, an ice-cold sword light shot out from where Tuoba Xiu was standing. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu disappeared from where she was standing. Whoosh! The cold sword light broke through the void. Although it was not very bright, Duan Lingtian's pupils could not help but shrink. The embryonic form of Sword Dao? This was because he realized that Tuoba Xiu had actually comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Now the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang School, Yi Chunfeng, was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. Yi Chunfeng's face was also filled with astonishment. In the next moment, the other god emperors also realized this one after another. Tuoba Xiu of the underworld mansion has actually grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao? Is it good luck, or is it true that he has high attainments in Sword Dao? While the experts were still in shock, Tuoba Xiu's sword had already clashed with Yuan Moyu's attack and gained the upper hand as soon as they clashed. Just when most people thought that Yuan Moyu would be defeated by Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu's attack suddenly surged. Yuan Moyu's offensive suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he, who had used 70 to 80% of his strength, had suddenly erupted with 10% of his strength, which was also his full strength. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! In the void above, deafening sounds of collision could be heard frequently. Yuan Moyu, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly unleashed his full strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiu instead. Yuan Moyu hid his strength. Oh my god! He's still hiding his strength at this moment? If he had used his full strength just now, he might have been able to suppress Tuoba Xiu directly, right? That was before. Before this, he naturally did not know that Tuoba Xiu was so strong. While the onlookers were shocked by the scene before them, Duan Lingtian's face was also filled with surprise. Was Yuan Moyu really hiding his strength? He had thought of this possibility before, but he felt that it was unlikely. However, he did not expect this possibility to appear. Damn it! He actually did not use his full strength when fighting with me. On the Machi clan's side, Machi Hong's face was very ugly. If Yuan Moyu had shown such strength earlier, even if he could hold on for a while in the beginning, he would definitely be defeated later on. However, he was now angry that Yuan Moyu had held back when fighting with him. However, he did not hold back when fighting with Tuoba Xiu. Was he looking down on him? At this moment, Machi Hong seemed to have completely forgotten that he was only number 10 and ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Even if Yuan Moyu had defeated him, he would still be fourth. Since the outcome would be the same regardless of defeat or draw, why would he show his strength so much? Chapter 4057. Yuan Moyu is going to win. Unless Tuoba Xiu is hiding her true strength and isn't Yuan Moyu's, she'll definitely lose. I don't think that's possible. Tuoba Xiu must be waiting for Yuan Moyu to make a move because she's confident in suppressing him. She probably didn't expect Yuan Moyu to be hiding so much of his strength. Yuan Moyu is too patient. He waited until now to unleash his full strength. After all, Tuoba Xiu is a hidden prodigy from the underworld mansion. We only know that she's very strong, but no one knows her true strength. Yuan Moyu displayed his hidden strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiu. Tuoba Xiu's pupils shrunk slightly in the face of Yuan Moyu's display of strength. Soon after, she swiftly withdrew in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, an incomparably huge block of ice swiftly formed in her path of retreat. The block of ice was a cube that was more than 100 meters in length, width, and height. However, even this huge block of ice did not stop Yuan Moyu for long. Yuan Moyu's attack crushed the block of ice in an instant and turned it into ice shards that filled the air. The ice shards whistled and flew in all directions like sharp swords. However, before they could get close to the crowd, Lin Donglai casually blocked them. Otherwise, at least half of the people present would be injured if not dead. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tuoba Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood as she fled. Even the veil on her face was blown away, revealing her beautiful face. Then, the crowd saw that her body was emitting cold air, and waves of terrifying power aura spread out. Faced with Yuan Moyu's menacing attack, she attacked again. Swoosh! It was another sword strike, but this time it was even more powerful than the previous one. It was on a completely different level. That's still not her full strength. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. He could not help but shake his head at the same time. Both of them had only been testing each other in the beginning. Neither of them had made the first move. It was only when Yuan Moyu attacked that they began to show their true strength. Moreover, both of them had not used their full strength in their first move. Perhaps this was the first time they had displayed their true strength. Their explosive power is comparable to that of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Qi Tian's sex prodigy, Han Di. Another two prodigies who are on par with Han Di. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, both of them were at Han Di's level. Now, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, apart from him, the top 10 were divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Tuoba Xiu. The second echelon was Wang Xiong and Ma Qihong. The third echelon consisted of Shimin and Yang Qianye. As for Lin Yuan and Luo Yuan, they had clearly not used their full strength. Thus, Duan Lingtian could not determine how strong they were. However, according to Duan Lingtian's current observation, the strength of these two people might not be any weaker than the 3 people in the first echelon. Of course, this was just his guess. The truth would only be revealed when they were forced to use their full strength. However, the outcome of the battle was quickly decided. Although Tuoba Xiu's strength was not weaker than Yuan Moyu's, the difference was not much. Moreover, she was at a disadvantage when she attacked after the enemy had struck, so she was injured by Yuan Moyu. Although Yuan Moyu was injured as well, his injuries were much lighter. If this continued, Tuoba Xiu's injuries would only worsen because her remaining combat strength was no longer comparable to Yuan Moyu's. I admit defeat. The battle ended with Tuoba Xiu's surrender. This also made many people feel pity for her, because no one would have thought that she was also hiding her strength like Yuan Moyu. Earlier, when Yuan Moyu had attacked first, the strength she had displayed to suppress Yuan Moyu had not been her full strength. It's a pity for Tuoba Xiu. If she had used her full strength from the beginning, Yuan Moyu would not have been able to unleash his full strength in time and would have lost to her in the end. Many people sighed. Actually, she did not expect this to happen either. Of course, it's understandable why she did that. Just like how Yuan Moyu had hidden his strength in the battle with Ma Qihong earlier, he would still be fourth if he fought to a draw with Ma Qihong. He would still be fourth if he defeated Ma Qihong, so it was better for him to hide some of his strength in a draw. That's right. Tuoba Xiu's idea is actually quite similar to Yuan Moyu's. She lost because she underestimated Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu is really amazing. At this moment, Yuan Moyu had undoubtedly become the most eye-catching prodigy present. This monster from the Sky Howl sect of the state of Qing was said to be a descendant of the Sky Howl sect of the Sky Howl sect's Howl sect. He was also a person that the sect had focused on nurturing. Judging from the current situation, Duan Lingtian, Yuan Moyu, and Tuoba Xiu should be the strongest in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. I wonder if the others are as strong as them. If the others are not as strong as them, they should be in the top 3 this time. I think so too. As Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu displayed their true strength one after another, most people were more optimistic about them and felt that they might be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian also heard these words. However, he did not comment. These people had all underestimated Han Di. In his opinion, Han Di's strength was not weaker than Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu. Of course, if they really fought, he did not dare to say for sure who would win. At their level, the slight difference in strength often did not mean that they would definitely win in an actual battle. If the distance was too small, the actual battle depended on many factors. Just like the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu earlier, if both of them had used their full strength from the beginning, it would definitely have ended in a draw. If Tuoba Xiu had used her full strength the moment Yuan Moyu attacked first, she would definitely have won. Unfortunately, because she still wanted to hide more of her strength, Yuan Moyu seized the opportunity and severely injured her. If it had been a battle of life and death earlier, Tuoba Xiu would have been the one to die. Moreover, she would have died in vain. She should have been able to fight Yuan Moyu to a draw, but due to some small considerations, she had lost and fallen into a disadvantageous position. After their battle, it will be number 3's turn. Originally, number 4 Yuan Moyu should have entered the arena. Now, he can enter the arena as well. However, since he is injured, I doubt he will issue any more challenges. Since they had just fought a battle, Yuan Moyu had the right to refuse to enter the arena. This was also in accordance with the rules of the 7 Palaces banquet. As the discussions about Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu died down, many people started paying attention to the next round. Tuoba Xiu is number 6. Before her is number 5. Originally, number 5 should be the one to enter the arena. However, number 5 is Lin Yuan, who defeated Westgate earlier. According to the rules, he cannot enter this round. Then, it will be Yuan Moyu's turn. Yuan Moyu is injured. He probably won't enter the arena. If Yuan Moyu doesn't enter the arena, it will be number 3's turn. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian and the others had expected. When it was number 4 Yuan Moyu's turn, he refused to enter the arena. Number 3, enter the arena. And thus, it was Luo Yuan's turn. This was a genius the Heavenly Star Manor had nurtured with all its resources. Due to Tuoba Xiu's stunning performance, the way the crowd looked at Luo Yuan changed. Since the Underworld Manor was able to nurture a genius like Tuoba Xiu with all its resources, the Heavenly Star Manor should be able to nurture a genius like Tuoba Xiu. A genius like that shouldn't be weak. If he is not weaker than Tuoba Xiu, the battle for the top 3 will be very interesting. If he is not weaker than Tuoba Xiu, it will be difficult for her to enter the top 3. Yeah. Tuoba Xiu was seriously injured today. She might not be able to fully recover. Furthermore, she has already lost to Yuan Moyu. Unless the person she defeats Yuan Moyu as well, she won't have a chance to challenge Yuan Moyu. Even if she wants to obtain second place, she will have to wait until Yuan Moyu obtains first place. Luo Yuan entered the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Many people were guessing whether he would challenge number 2 Han Di or number 1 Duan Lingtian next. As the third place, he had the authority to challenge either Duan Lingtian or Han Di. If Luo Yuan succeeds in his challenge against Duan Lingtian, he will become the new first place. As for Duan Lingtian, even if he replaces Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to obtain third place. Since he defeated Han Di will be relegated to third place. Who do you guys think he will challenge? It's hard to say. Currently, numerous gazes were on Luo Yuan, filled with curiosity. They were all curious as to who Luo Yuan would challenge next. At this time, the people from the Heavenly Star Manor and the Autumn Leaf Gate were also giving Luo Yuan advice. Luo Yuan, we suggest that you don't be in a rush to challenge Duan Lingtian. Challenge Han Di first. Moreover, I suggest that you discuss this with Han Di and use the same method he used against Duan Lingtian to determine the victor. This way, the victor will be decided, and none of you will be injured. One ought to admit that the suggestion given by the Heavenly Star Manor and the Autumn Leaf Gate was very reasonable. For both Luo Yuan and Han Di, this was a win-win situation. All right. After receiving the suggestion, Luo Yuan replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate and declared, I challenge number 2, Han Di. Han Di. This was the first time Han Di had entered the arena after his battle against Duan Lingtian. After being challenged by Luo Yuan, Han Di's eyes blazed with battle intent. However, when he received Luo Yuan's voice transmission, he couldn't help but be startled. Let's have another battle like the one we fought against Duan Lingtian? Let's fight with our full strength without facing each other head-on so that we can get a feel of each other's strength? The next instant, a sharp glint flashed through the depths of Han Di's eyes. Then he readily agreed. No problem. This is not only a good thing for you. It's also a good thing for me. However, if you go back on your word, even if I have to suffer serious injuries, I will drag you down with me so that you won't be able to compete with them in the future. Toward the end of his words, Han Di's tone was exceptionally cold. Chapter 4058. Of course. Luo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly when he heard Han Di's words. I, Luo Yuan, will not do something like digging my own grave. Moreover, if I were to fight you to the death now, it would only benefit others. You have seen how strong Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu are. If the two of us fight, if either of us is injured and can't recover in the next round, they might take advantage of us. At that time, we won't have any hope of getting into the top 3. One ought to admit that Luo Yuan's words were sincere. As for Han Di, when he heard Luo Yuan's words, his tone calmed down. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just worried that you might go back on your word and attack me at a crucial moment. After all, this is the first time I'm working with you. If it was Duan Lingtian, with our previous experience of working together, I wouldn't have such concerns. Luo Yuan did not think much of Han Di's words. As far as he was concerned, this was only human nature. However, after the show he had with Duan Lingtian, he could see Han Di's character. Han Di was worthy of his trust. Initially, Luo Yuan still had some misgivings about Luo Yuan. However, after hearing Han Di's warning, Luo Yuan no longer had any misgivings about Luo Yuan. Nobody was stupid. It was impossible for them not to be on guard. At the same time, after obtaining Han Di's agreement, Luo Yuan sent a voice transmission to the leader of the Heavenly Star Manor's Autumn Leaves sect. In truth, although Luo Yuan was looking for Han Di, the Tianqian Manor had similar intentions as well. They all hoped that Luo Yuan would not fight with Han Di too early so that his injuries would not affect his chances of getting into the top 3. The Tianqian Manor only had one hope for Luo Yuan, and that was to get into the top 3 of the 7 Mansions banquet. Only by getting into the top 3 would they be able to obtain 3 slots to enter the secret zones of the 7 Mansions banquet. As for getting first place, that was a pleasant surprise. They did not even think about it. Of course, they had thought about it before the 7 Mansions banquet began. However, as the 7 Mansions banquet progressed and the geniuses revealed their strength one after another, they felt that it was better to leave it to fate. If Luo Yuan could get first place, it would be a pleasant surprise. If he could not, it did not matter. He just needed to be in the top 3. Being in the top 3 was also their initial goal. Don't even think about ambushing him. There's no way Han Di wouldn't be wary of you. This time, you just have to go through the motions with him like he did with Duan Lingtian. If you feel that he's not as strong as you, ask him to admit defeat. If he's unwilling, then fight him with real swords and spears. If you feel that his strength is on par with yours, then discuss with him to end the match in a draw. If you're not as strong as him, admit defeat and try to get third place. If you're really not as strong as him, you'll definitely not be as strong as Duan Lingtian. At that time you can only focus on the third place. Now, Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Mou are both injured, and it won't be easy for them to fully recover. As long as you maintain your peak strength, you can deal with them later. This was also the opinion of the 3 great powers of Heavenly Stellar Manor. As for Luo Yuan, he was a genius nurtured by the 3 powers. This time, he was here to help the 3 powers. Naturally, he would listen to their suggestions. If you are ready, you may begin. At this time, the host, Lin Donglai, spoke. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, focused their attention on the 2 youths on the stage. One of them was a genius nurtured by Heavenly Stellar Manor. Due to Tuoba Xiao's outstanding performance, a lot of people were looking forward to Luo Yuan's performance. The other youth was a hidden genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heavens Equal sect, Han Di. Han Di had been a nobody in the past. Only on the eve of the 7 Mansions banquet had he appeared before the people of Spirit Rhino Mansion, displaying his monstrous talent and strength. Han Di is very strong. As for Luo Yuan, he's definitely not weak either. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched the 2 of them. At this time, a Chunyang school disciple asked Duan Lingtian, "Senior brother Duan, who do you think is stronger? After all, you've experienced Han Di's strength before." "It's hard to say." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard this. Han Di is indeed very strong. However, Luo Yuan is a genius that the Heavenly Stellar Mansion nurtured with all its resources. I'm sure he won't be weak. Moreover, you've seen it for yourself. Nurturing a genius with the resources of an entire manor is no joke. Just look at Tuoba Xiao from Netherworld Manor. Tuoba Xiao is indeed very strong. Duan Lingtian had a very high opinion of Tuoba Xiao's strength, even though she had been defeated by Yuan Moyu earlier. However, we'll know who is stronger after watching. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he stared at the 2 of them. The Chunyang school disciple who had asked the question followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and stared at Luo Yuan and Han Di. After a short while, both Luo Yuan and Han Di retreated rapidly and stood opposite each other. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they shot toward each other. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them approached each other. However, they were not on the same line. It was more like they were on 2 parallel lines that did not intersect. A lot of people were stunned by this scene. Some of them reacted as well. Han Di and Luo Yuan are not planning to fight for real. They are planning to do what Han Di and Duan Lingtian did earlier. They are going to display their strength without fighting for real. This must be Han Di's suggestion. Is there a need for Han Di to be so careful? Even at this point, he's still thinking of preserving his strength? The problem is that Luo Yuan has agreed to it. It's normal for Luo Yuan to agree, right? After all, Nobody is willing to exhaust themselves if they can preserve their strength. While a lot of people were able to see through Han Di and Luo Yuan's intentions, Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu, who had been injured earlier, had unsightly expressions on their faces. The two of them had been fighting with their lives on the line. However, the two before them were actually treating this battle as child's play. Of course, this wasn't a good thing for the two of them. If the two before them weren't injured and hadn't exhausted much of their strength, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing them later. Again. Even Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Han Di and Luo Yuan's actions. It was as though he was witnessing the scene of him fighting Han Di earlier. Before the crowd could react, Luo Yuan and Han Di had already brushed past each other. Although they were both unleashing their full power, their bodies were on two parallel lines. However, at this moment, both of them could sense the strength of the other. Han Di frowned. As for Luo Yuan, a look of joy appeared on his face. Before the others could react, an odd expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. No one was clearer than him on Han Di's strength. Previously, when he and Han Di had unleashed their full power, many god emperors had been paying attention to them. However, most of them had been observing his strength. As such, they hadn't paid much attention to Han Di. As such, apart from Duan Lingtian, even the god emperors from the three major powers of the heavenly stellar mansion did not feel anything strange about Han Di's eruption of strength. However, Duan Lingtian had noticed something. This time, Han Di's eruption of strength was not as strong as the one he had unleashed earlier. Could it be that Han Di's strength had declined? How was that possible? Han Di hadn't made a move, nor was he injured. How could his strength have declined? If so, there was only one possibility left. Han Di is trying to trick Luo Yuan. I really couldn't tell that this fellow had such a sinister side to him. The instant this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Luo Yuan, who had a look of joy on his face, became excited when he sensed that Han Di's strength was inferior to his. As a result, his initial vigilance had decreased significantly. Subconsciously, he felt that Han Di was inferior to him and would not dare to make a move against him. One ought to know that even after the previous battle between Han Di and Duan Lingtian, Luo Yuan still trusted Han Di. However, he hadn't fully trusted Han Di and had always been on guard against him. At this moment, however, he had relaxed. It was this moment of relaxation that made him regret it in the next moment. As Luo Yuan and Han Di passed each other, the god emperors from the three major powers of the heavenly stellar mansion revealed joyful expressions. Han Di was inferior to Luo Yuan. Han Di's strength is only... It seems like Luo Yuan is still capable of competing with Duan Lingtian for the number one position. The genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate is only... The next instant, the joyful expressions on their faces froze. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom, Han Di, who had just passed by Luo Yuan, suddenly erupted with power. His blood aura surged once more. Then, he raised his hand, and the divine tool in his hand unleashed a charged attack straight at Luo Yuan. Han Di! The instant Han Di made his move, a terrifying aura and pressure assaulted Luo Yuan from behind. This caused Luo Yuan, who was still in a state of joy, to wake up. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes widened in fury. He shouted Han Di's name at the top of his lungs. His voice was hoarse and filled with unconcealable rage. Han Di had actually broken his promise and attacked him. Moreover, the strength Han Di had displayed was not the same as before. Rather, it was a strength no weaker than Luo Yuan's. Hua! 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 Luo Yuan roared as his godly power surged. However, his reaction speed was too slow. He couldn't even turn around in time. As such, he could only circulate his godly power and the power of laws to form a layer of defense behind him. Bang! Alas, after a loud explosion, the defense behind Luo Yuan was smashed apart. Next, Luo Yuan's body was sent flying by a huge force. Pfff. Blood spurted out of Luo Yuan's mouth as he was sent flying. Feeling dizzy, he opened his mouth, wanting to admit defeat. However, he found that he couldn't make a sound. His injuries were too severe. Bang! After yet another attack, Luo Yuan fainted and his body started falling down from the sky. Chapter 4059. Luo Yuan was defeated. He had lost miserably. From the beginning to the end, not even a single hair on Han Di's body was harmed. In fact, He was even severely injured twice while passively defending himself. In the end, he was even knocked unconscious. Regardless of life and death, Luo Yuan would already be a dead man. Number 2. Han Di wins. After asking Han Di to stop, Lin Donglai announced the result of the duel. That said, he felt some disdain for Han Di's character. After all, he had made an agreement with others not to attack each other. Yet, he had attacked another. That was somewhat unkind of him. However, he also felt that this matter could not be entirely blamed on Han Di. It was Luo Yuan's fault for being so careless. Not only was he not careful when playing this game with others, he was even distracted. Even if the other party intentionally showed weakness earlier, you were distracted before the battle was over. Could you be sure that he wasn't hiding his strength? Luo Yuan wasn't the only one playing this game with Han Di. Did you see how Duan Lingtian played with him earlier? Did he do the same to Duan Lingtian? A pitiful person must have a detestable side. At this moment, while Lin Donglai despised Han Di's character, he also didn't think that Luo Yuan was a good person. After Lin Donglai announced the outcome of the battle and sent the unconscious Luo Yuan back to the Heavenly Star Mansion's Autumn Leaves Gate, other than the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Equal Heaven sex leader, the rest of the crowd fell silent. No one had expected that such a change would occur. Of course, Han Di had already informed the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Qi Tian sex god emperor beforehand, and obtained the other party's permission. According to the other party was naive and took the initiative to do so. Since he had tricked him, then so be it. It could be considered a lesson for him in life. Moreover, this kind of thing might not necessarily succeed. The prerequisite for success was that the other party was careless. In fact, until Han Di succeeded, he was still a little dazed. He never thought that it would go so smoothly. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The genius that Heavenly Stellar Manor had spent so much effort to nurture only cared about cultivation and did not know the dangers of the world? How ruthless! Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Han Di, who had yet to leave the arena, and a hint of wariness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had been vigilant the entire time, preventing Han Di from taking advantage of the situation. However, when Duan Lingtian recalled the strength his opponent had displayed earlier and how he had defeated Luo Yuan, he had a feeling that the reason his opponent hadn't tried to scheme against him was because he was stronger than his opponent. Or perhaps, it was because the other party had taken the initiative to suggest it? Although he wasn't sure who had suggested the idea of using all their strength to determine the outcome of the battle between Luo Yuan and Han Di, from the slight changes in their expressions, he felt that it was more likely that Luo Yuan had suggested this. Taking 10,000 steps back, if this suggestion had still been made by Han Di, Luo Yuan might not have been so careless. Even if Han Di showed weakness at the critical moment, he would not be careless. However, I'm afraid the Heavenly Stellar Manor will not let this matter rest. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he instinctively looked at the people from the three great forces of the Heavenly Star Mansion. At this moment, many people from the three great forces stood up. Following that, three figures flew out. They were none other than the leaders of the three great forces of the Heavenly Star Mansion. 3 God Emperors. After entering the arena, they stared coldly at Han Di, who was preparing to leave the arena. Han Di. The God Emperor from the Heavenly Stellar Manor's Autumn Leaf School asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Since you have an agreement with Luo Yuan, this battle will be the same as the one between you and Duan Lingtian. If you don't fight, at most, you will win. Why are you attacking Luo Yuan at such a critical moment? Don't you feel that this is too despicable?" At this moment, not only did the God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor's Autumn Leaf School have ugly expressions, but even the God Emperors from the other two major powers had ugly expressions. Han Di, you need to give us an explanation for this matter. One of the God Emperors said coldly. Han Di, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest easy after using such despicable methods, right? The 3 God Emperors stared coldly at Han Di. If it wasn't for the fact that they had some reservations, Duan Lingtian suspected that these 3 God Emperors would have already attacked Han Di. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Following which, the old man from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate stepped into the arena and stepped in front of Han Di, protecting him. He glanced at the 3 God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor and said indifferently, "The battle with Duan Lingtian was Luo Yuan's suggestion. If we don't fight, at most, we will win." In that battle, Luo Yuan's technique was inferior, so he admitted defeat. As for the battle with Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Manor, it was Luo Yuan himself who suggested it. He was the one who suggested it. He was the one who was careless. If something happens to him, he can only blame himself. You all should rejoice that this is the Seven Mansions banquet. Life and death are not allowed here. If this had happened outside, this mistake would have cost him his life. Today, Han Di's actions have taught him a good lesson. With the arrival of the God Emperors from the Spirit Rhino Mansions Heaven's Equal Gate and Lin Dong Lai, the host of the Seven Mansions banquet, the three God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, even as they retreated, their cold gazes never left Han Di's side. In truth, they did not have the time to waste with the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate. What had already happened, so there was no point in wasting time. The most important thing now was for Luo Yuan to recover from his injuries. Moreover, according to the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, Han Di's victory was his victory. As for Han Di's character, that was another matter altogether. Even the others present had not expected that the battle between Luo Yuan and Han Di would end in such a manner. I originally thought that it was Han Di's suggestion again. Unexpectedly, it was Luo Yuan's suggestion this time. This time, Luo Yuan has truly shot himself in the foot. Yeah. If it had been a normal battle, even if he had been defeated by Han Di, his injuries wouldn't have been so heavy. Based on the injuries Luo Yuan suffered earlier, he probably won't be able to enter the top 3. What a pity. Luo Yuan's defeat caused a lot of people to sigh. Of course, they could understand Luo Yuan's reasoning. In order to enter the top 3, he had wanted to preserve some of his strength. This was especially true after the battle between Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu. Both of them had displayed extremely powerful strength. It would be impossible for Luo Yuan not to feel pressured. However, Luo Yuan's momentary lapse in concentration, especially when he had not been on guard against Han Di, caused a lot of people to be unable to understand his actions. Luo Yuan had taken the initiative to suggest this. Couldn't he have been more careful? In the end, he had still been tricked. Of course, as some of the God Emperors explained the details of what had happened, some of the people who had not been in the know were enlightened. So Han Di was starting to show weakness. It was also at that time that Luo Yuan became careless and let his guard down. Han Di is truly ruthless. The victor is king. I personally feel that Han Di is not at fault. Luo Yuan is at fault for not being careful enough. I think so too. Initially, a lot of people had questioned Han Di's character. However, as the discussion continued, a lot of people started to feel that even if Han Di's actions were somewhat excessive, they were still within the rules. Furthermore, he had done so for the sake of the sect behind him. If they were in Luo Yuan's shoes, they might have done the same. Luo Yuan definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. Duan Ling Tian glanced in the direction of the people from the Autumn Leaf Gate of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Currently, on a small floating island, a group of people was surrounding Luo Yuan. Apart from the people from the Autumn Leaf Gate, there were also experts from the other 2 powers of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Looks like they are still unwilling to accept this result. However, given how serious his injuries are, even if I throw more pills at him, it will be pretty good if he can recover 50% of his strength the next time he's challenged. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had clearly seen how Luo Yuan had been injured earlier. Such an injury would not heal in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the people from the Spirit Consonance Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate. Han Di hovered in the air at the front. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he smiled back at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, are you now like the majority of people, looking down on me, Han Di? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at him when he heard this and replied with a question. What do you think? It's normal for you to feel this way. Han Di sighed. However, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Luo Yuan for not being careful enough. If he had been more cautious and guarded against me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Just like before, if I hadn't felt the difference between you and me, and if I hadn't felt your divine sense constantly staring at me, perhaps I would have had similar thoughts. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of being cautious, Luo Yuan is far inferior to you, Duan Lingtian. As expected of a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Based on Han Di's words, it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when he heard Han Di's words. Naturally, deep in his heart, he did not deny Han Di's words. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. However, there was no way he would hand Han Di over to him. After all, he could not do such a thing. Even if it was not his intention, he could not do it even if the Chunyang school asked him to. Since he had made a promise, he would not break it so easily. No matter what, the battle between Han Di and Luo Yuan had caused the atmosphere to become somewhat somber and solemn. It was only when Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of the Seven Mansions banquet, spoke up that the atmosphere returned to normal. Today's Seven Mansions banquet ends here. Tomorrow, we'll begin the next round of battles for the top 10 rankings. Although it was still early, the battles for the top 10 rankings in the Seven Mansions banquet were usually held one day at a time. Chapter 40-60. When the first round of the top 10 ranking battle ended, it was already past noon. However, even though it was still early, nobody stayed outside for long. Everyone returned to the temporary lodgings arranged by the mysterious Jade Mansion. The Chunyang school was no exception. That Han Di is really ruthless. He made a promise, but at the crucial moment, he went back on his word and launched a sneak attack to injure Luo Yuan. On the way back, many of the Chunyang school disciples couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, some felt that Han Di was too ruthless, but some felt that his actions were understandable. This is the Seven Prefectures banquet. Everyone is competing for a higher ranking. I can only say that Luo Yuan is too naive. He didn't guard against Han Di. Otherwise, even if the sneak attack succeeded, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not guarding against him. If I were Han Di, I wouldn't have let such an opportunity slip by. That's right. Han Di must have discovered that Luo Yuan isn't stronger than him when he passed by Luo Yuan. Therefore, he decided to hide his strength and unleash his full strength to injure Luo Yuan. Han Di must have pretended to be weak so that Luo Yuan would lower his guard. However, Luo Yuan can only blame himself for falling for it. Based on the words of the Chunyang school disciples, most of them supported Han Di. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. The strong preyed on the weak. Although Han Di's actions were somewhat despicable, most people didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Everything he did was for the sake of fighting, for the sake of moving forward. If Han Di entered the top 3 of the Seven Prefectures banquet because of this, the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Chi Tian sect would definitely not mistreat him. In the future, his path would be much smoother. Between the top 10 and the top 3, there was a gap of 1 slot to enter the Holy Land's secret realm. 1 slot was enough to give birth to a higher god emperor. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian is stronger than him, so it's hard for him to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might have been in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian heard some of the Pure Sun sect's disciples talking about him. Many of them broke out in cold sweat when they talked about his battle with Han Di. Regarding this, he could only smile inwardly. If Han Di really wanted to sneak up on him, it would not be that easy. He had been on high alert since the beginning, and the divine power in his body was ready to be unleashed. If Han Di dared to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. As for Zhan Pingfan, Yi Chunfeng, and the others, they did not say anything. In their opinion, with Duan Lingtian's battle experience from the mundane realm, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to make such a small mistake. The way I see it, none of the people in front this time have displayed any amazing abilities. Perhaps, the first place of the Seven Prefectures feast this time will be senior brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as a Chunyang school disciple said this, everyone's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Even the leaders, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, were no exception. In truth, this was what they had been thinking for a long time. They believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place in the Seven Prefectures feast this time. Originally, they had expected Duan Lingtian to get into the top 3. However, based on the way everyone had fought today and the fact that Luo Yuan had been crippled, they believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place. Moreover, there was a high chance. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out beside Duan Lingtian's ear. Are you confident you'll get first place? I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile. If possible, try to get first place. Zhan Pingfan said solemnly, if you get first place in the 7 prefectures feast, not only will the sect treat you well, but the other organizations will also pay attention to you. I've told you this before, but I don't know if you've remembered it. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. Only a godly venerable rank organization can be considered a top organization in a realm of gods like the Xiangang land. You're not the only one. Even Junior Uncle Yi wants to join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. If he becomes an upper god emperor, he'll definitely receive an invitation from a godly venerable rank organization. Of course, I'm talking about those godly venerable rank organizations with a godly venerable expert. Even now, Junior Uncle Yi has become a potential godly venerable rank organization in the eyes of many godly venerable rank organizations. Some godly venerable rank organizations with godly venerable experts have even extended an olive branch to him. However, although these godly venerable rank organizations have godly venerable experts, their godly venerable experts are at the bottom of the godly venerable rank. Therefore, Junior Uncle Yi doesn't think highly of them. Junior Uncle Yi is waiting for those godly venerable rank organizations who can't sit still after he becomes an upper god emperor. As long as the conditions are right, Junior Uncle Yi will accept the invitation and join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, once he joins, he'll be in the upper echelons. Even if he doesn't have much power, he'll still be able to enjoy the best treatment in terms of cultivation resources. Even in those godly venerable rank organizations, there aren't many upper god emperors who have given birth to a complete soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhan Pingfan said solemnly. Of course, the reason Junior Uncle Yi chose this path is because he wasn't outstanding enough when he was young. At that time, although there were godly venerable rank organizations who wanted to recruit him, they were all outdated godly venerable rank organizations without godly venerable experts. Moreover, even if he joined those godly venerable rank organizations at that time, the resources he could get might not be comparable to what he could get if he stayed in Chunyang School. In Chunyang School, he was a genius and focused on cultivation. However, in those godly venerable rank organizations, even if he managed to get into the upper echelons, the treatment he received would be mediocre. I'm almost the same. At this point, Zhan Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a more serious tone, you're different. Not only are you young and have great potential, but you've also comprehended sword principle. If you win first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time, I'm sure there will be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization who will invite you to join. The heavyweight godly venerable rank organization I'm talking about is the godly venerable rank organization in the Xiangang land, second only to the giant godly venerable rank organizations. Duan Lingtian actually knew which of the giant godly venerable rank organizations Zhan Pingfan was talking about. Those godly venerable rank organizations were the most powerful organizations in the Xiangang land. Among them, there were many godly venerable rank experts and even high-level godly venerable rank experts. Those godly venerable rank organizations were also known as the giant godly venerable rank organizations in the Xiangang land. The Xia clan, where his wife Ker was from in her previous life, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the divine offering land. The Yun clan, where Yun Qingyan was from, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the divine offering land. Most of the giant godly venerable rank organizations were clans and very few were sections. This was because those giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate experts. As for utmost sovereigns, unless they had no family, were from a sect, and were deeply attached to that sect, they would not support a sect to become a godly venerable level force. Whether it was humans or other life forms, they would definitely have the deepest feelings for their family members. When one had the ability to support one's clan or the sect they were in, most people would definitely choose the former. As for the giant godly venerable rank organizations, they rarely recruited disciples from outside. Most of them were clans and were more xenophobic. In addition, there was no shortage of geniuses in the clans, so they rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Unless it was someone who was so talented that it could be called heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, even if he won the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, was not considered that kind of existence in the eyes of those giant godly venerable rank organizations. Unless Duan Lingtian broke through and became a high-level godly emperor one day, then they would take a fancy to Duan Lingtian. Of course, the giant godly venerable rank organizations did not necessarily have the protection of ultimate experts. Some of the ultimate experts behind the giant godly venerable rank organizations had even fallen, but they were still standing strong. This was because the giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate divine formations. Once activated, even ultimate experts would find it difficult to break through. Moreover, during this process, even the most powerful beings could be injured. It was not a small matter for ultimate experts to be injured. If they were targeted by an enemy, they could die. A giant godly venerable rank organization without the protection of an ultimate expert would usually not have ultimate experts looking for trouble with them because the losses outweighed the gains. It was also because of this that giant godly venerable rank organizations had become the most transcendent existence in the planes of gods. In the Shengang land, there are few giant godly venerable rank organizations that are in the first echelon. The second echelon has more than a dozen godly venerable rank organizations. They're the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations that I mentioned. Don't underestimate these godly venerable rank organizations. These godly venerable rank organizations basically have upper-level godly venerable rank leaders. In fact, some of these heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations, upper-level godly venerable rank organizations, strongest upper-level godly venerable rank organizations. The reason why the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations have a transcendent status is mostly because of their ultimate experts. There are very few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. However, there are quite a few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. This time, if you win first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, you'll definitely be noticed by the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. At that time, there should be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization that would send you an invitation. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've comprehended sword principle. You're also a middle-level godly emperor whose strength is comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. They'll definitely be interested. A upper-level godly emperor. As long as Duanling Tian won first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the 7 prefectures would acknowledge his strength as comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. A upper-level godly emperor was the strongest among the upper-level godly emperors. Their strength was comparable to a lower-level godly emperor. A heavyweight godly venerable rank organization. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duanling Tian's eyes shone with a burning desire. In fact, that was his goal as well. He did not have much time left. Chapter 4061. First place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. He was determined to win. Duanling Tian's eyes flickered with a flickering flame. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire with a single thought. No matter who stood in his way, they would become his stepping stone. After Zhen Pingfan's words, Duanling Tian followed the rest of the Chunyang school group and returned to the temporary residence that the Mystic Jade Mansion had arranged for the Chunyang school. Duanling Tian greeted Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chen-feng before returning to his residence. Did you say something to him? Yi Chen-feng noticed that Duanling Tian was acting a little strange and could not help but ask Zhen Pingfan telepathically. On the way back, he had seen the flirting between Zhen Pingfan and Duanling Tian. Coupled with Duanling Tian's strange behavior, he could not guess that it had something to do with Zhen Pingfan. It's nothing. Zhen Pingfan telepathically replied. I just told him to try his best to win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Winning first place is not only important for Chunyang School, but also for his future. Also, I told him about the dozen or so godly venerable rank factions. If he wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, some of those godly venerable rank factions will definitely not sit still. Masters Junior Yi, if Duanling Tian really wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast and is accepted by one of those godly venerable rank factions, then he will really be stronger than you. Even if you don't enter the upper divine emperor realm, those godly venerable rank factions won't take the initiative to recruit you. Zhen Pingfan's tone changed as he spoke, and there was a hint of teasing in his tone. In the face of Zhen Pingfan's teasing, Yi Chen-feng only smiled faintly. At his age, he was already stronger than me. In the eyes of those reverend gods, his potential is higher than mine, and his value is higher than mine. I have mastered the way of the sword, and have given birth to a high-quality divine sword with a complete soul. I am afraid that I have only just begun to enter the sights of those dozen or so reverend-level forces. If they want to send someone to invite me to join, I will have to enter the realm of Upper Divine Lord. If I am unable to step into the Upper Divine Lord realm, even if my strength is comparable to an ordinary Upper Divine Lord, it is still not enough to be roped in by them. Obviously, Yi Chen-feng knew himself very well. Martial Uncle Yi. Zhan Pingfan smiled and said, if Duan Lingtian wins first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet and is accepted by one of the hierarch-level forces. In the future, when you enter the Upper God Emperor realm, will you also consider joining one of the hierarch-level forces? In that case, the two of you will be able to take care of each other. In the future when I enter the Upper God Emperor realm, I will also choose one of the hierarch-level forces. At that time, the three of us can band together and create a branch of our own in that hierarch-level force. The more Zhan Pingfan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. At that time, we will name our branched Pure Yang branch. The current Zhan Pingfan seemed to even believe himself as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words and seeing Zhan Pingfan's expression, Yi Chenfeng was speechless. However, on the surface, he only smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian and I are not a problem. Yes, you. First enter the realm of Middle Divine Lord. There was one more thing that Yi Chenfeng did not say. That was, even if you have just entered the Upper God Emperor realm, those dozen or so Reverend level forces might not even look at you. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. His mind was constantly replaying the scenes he had seen today. It was mainly the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, as well as Han Di's sneak attack on Luo Yuan. In the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, both of them had displayed their full strength at the crucial moment. In terms of strength, both of them were actually on par. However, due to Tuoba Xiu's carelessness, she had lost in the end. As for the battle between Han Di and Luo Yuan, although it had been a sneak attack, it had still displayed his extraordinary combat strength. This display of strength was completely different from the strength he had displayed when they had crossed paths in the past. Han Di's strength is not any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu's. And that Lin Yuan, Duan Lingtian thought of Lin Yuan of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect and the scene when he had challenged Shimin Longxiang of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Yuan was holding back. Lin Yuan was not that simple. And that Wang Xiong. Now, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the strength of some of the people in the top 10, and he felt that they were only so-so. For example, Yang Chenye and Shimin Longxiang were not a threat to him. Although Ma Qihong had consolidated his cultivation base as a high divine emperor, judging from his battle with Yuan Moyu, he was not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Of course, even without watching the battle between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu, Duan Lingtian knew his strength very well. After all, they had fought before, and he could confirm that Ma Qihong was not a threat to him. Luo Yuan had been seriously injured by Han Di today, and it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. There was no hope for him to enter the top 3, and he was also not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Now the bigger threat to him was actually not Tuoba Xiu or Yuan Moyu. In his opinion, the two of them were on the same level as Han Di. He felt that the biggest threat to him was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who had not yet used his full strength. Of course, the strength that Wang Xiong had displayed so far was not even comparable to Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, or Han Di. But who dared to say that was his full strength? Even Lin Yuan hadn't displayed strength comparable to Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mou until now. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. Because he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect had invited, and he came from outside the 7 mansions. Some people even guessed that he might be from a godly venerable level family. Not far from the 7 mansions, there was the Lin clan, a godly venerable level family. Many people suspected that Lin Yuan was from there. The host of the 7 mansions banquet this time was the Flamehowl sect's elder Lin Donglai. Many people guessed that he came from there, but for some reason, he came to the 7 mansions and joined the Flamehowl sect. Lin Donglai did not join the Flamehowl sect halfway. When he came to the Flamehowl sect, he was still young, not even 10,000 years old. He grew up step by step in the Flamehowl sect, and finally achieved what he was today. He represented the Flamehowl sect in inviting Lin Yuan to the 7 mansions banquet this time. How could someone invited by him be an ordinary genius? Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong. These two people were the people that Duan Lingtian was most wary of. As the saying went, those who stood in the light were not scary, those who hid in the dark were the scariest. Up until now, these two people had not shown their true strength. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to his own strength. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, he had completely consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level god emperor. coupled with his mastery of the sword Tao and his attainments in the law of space. His strength had surpassed most high-level god emperors. Even if it was the Tao of control, he could still make use of it to make himself even more powerful. With his current cultivation and the Tao of control, unless there was a godly venerable level existence present, no one would be able to see through his strength. Even so, he did not dare to be careless. Who knew what Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong's true strength were? Tomorrow should be more exciting. Tomorrow was also the second round of the Seven Mansions Banquet's top 10 ranking battle. At that time, Wang Xiong would again issue a challenge, and so would Lin Yuan. Wang Xiong is still okay. He is currently ranked 8th, so he has more choices. He might challenge Shimin, who is ranked 7th. Lin Yuan, who is currently ranked 5th, does not have many choices. No, it should be said that Lin Yuan has no choice. He can only challenge Yuan Moyu, who is ranked 4th. Before that, the 6th-ranked Tuoba Xiu will probably challenge him as well, because Tuoba Xiu can only challenge the 5th and 4th-ranked. As for the 4th-ranked Yuan Mou, because she was defeated by him today, she won't be able to challenge him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it. Lin Yuan should not be able to hide in front of Tuoba Xiu, right? Before the second day arrived, many people were also looking forward to the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Lin Yuan tomorrow. Unless Tuoba Xiu voluntarily forfeited, she would definitely not be able to avoid this battle. Everyone felt that Tuoba Xiu would not voluntarily forfeit because once she did, she would basically have no chance of entering the top 3. If Tuoba Xiu chose to forfeit tomorrow without being challenged, it would be equivalent to her admitting that she was inferior to Lin Yuan, which was no different from admitting defeat. In that case, Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu were destined to be in front of her in this Seven Mansions banquet. Unless Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu kicked Duan Lingtian and Han Di out of the top 3, it would be impossible for Tuoba Xiu to enter the top 3. In everyone's opinion, Han Di was not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. When he had launched a sneak attack and severely injured Luo Yuan, he had displayed his true strength. There will be a good show tomorrow. While everyone was looking forward to it, the dawn of the second day finally arrived and covered the entire land. Early in the morning, the people from the various factions of the Seven Mansions had arrived. Even Chunyang School did not arrive at the usual time. When they saw that the people from the other factions had arrived early, they also arrived early. The people from the various factions had arrived. As the host, Lin Donglai also entered at the right time. Number 10. Enter. Since the start of the Seven Mansions banquet, Lin Donglai had already said all the rules and things that needed to be said. Therefore, he did not waste any time and directly let number 10 enter. Number 10 was no one else but Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong had challenged Yuan Moyu in the previous round, and the two of them had ended in a draw. At first, everyone had thought that Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with his. It was only until the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu that they realized that Yuan Moyu had been hiding his strength. The battle between Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong was more like a game for Ma Qihong. Who will Ma Qihong challenge? Seeing Ma Qihong enter, many people were curious. Will it be Yang Qianye or Shimin? Chapter 4062. Although Ma Qihong's expression was not ugly when he entered the venue, it was slightly gloomy. Especially when he heard the crowd's discussion about whether he would challenge Yang Qianye or Shimin next, his expression became even more gloomy. Was he, Ma Qihong, only qualified to be compared to Yang Qianye and Shimin? However, when he entered the venue and thought about the others before him, his expression changed again. According to the rules, he was not qualified to challenge the top 3. Unless the Machi clan behind him was willing to pay the price of a large number of divine crystals to give him the right to challenge the top 3. However, that was not necessary for the Machi clan. It was purely a gift of divine crystals. Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Wang Xiong. Now, apart from Yang Qianye, Shimin, and Yuan Moyu, who he was not qualified to challenge, he only had these 3 choices. Tuoba Xiu. His battle with Yuan Moyu, who had displayed his true strength, made him realize the gap between him and them, so he naturally wouldn't challenge him. Lin Yuan was an external aide invited by the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. According to the Machi clan's patriarch, Machi Yuning, Lin Yuan was most likely from a godly venerable rank family outside the 7 mansions. The The reason he was invited to the Seven Mansions feast was because the Flame Howl sect was determined to get into the top 3 or even first place. In addition, the Machi clan's patriarch had also said that he had observed Lin Yuan. Even the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu did not make Lin Yuan change his expression. In such a situation, either Lin Yuan was pretending to be calm, or Lin Yuan did not care about the strength displayed by Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. His patriarch was more inclined to believe the latter. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not take the risk to challenge Lin Yuan. If he was quickly defeated, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another, and it would be even more embarrassing for him. As such, he was left with only one choice if he did not challenge Yang Qianye and Shimen. Wang Xiong. This prodigy from the cold mountain residence was initially thought to be skilled in the law of earth. However, when he was challenged by Yang Qianye, he displayed the stronger law of metal and defeated Yang Qianye in one fell swoop. Unless I challenge Yang Qianye and Shimen, I can only challenge Wang Xiong. Ma Qihong's gaze swept across the surroundings before locking onto Wang Xiong in the direction of the Hanshan residence of the Daming residence. As for his gaze, there were actually people who had been paying attention to it the entire time. Now that his gaze was locked onto Wang Xiong, the eyes of many people immediately lit up. Is Ma Qihong planning to challenge Wang Xiong? I thought he would challenge Yang Qianye and Shimen. After all, it can be seen that these two are the weakest among the top 10. I didn't expect him to choose Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong might not even be able to display his full strength now. Isn't it a little risky for him to do this? If he loses this battle again, that would be a joke. The former number 1 of the younger generation in Tonglang province has actually fallen to such a state. To be honest, Ma Qihong isn't weak at all. At the very least, the strength he displayed is much stronger than what Wang Xiong displayed earlier. I feel that he might not necessarily lose against Wang Xiong. Duan Lingtian did not notice Ma Qihong's gaze. However, when he heard the discussions around him, he could not help but be startled. Was Ma Qihong planning to challenge Wang Xiong? He remembered that in the previous round, when everyone thought Ma Qihong was right to challenge Yang Qianye, he did not challenge Yang Qianye. Instead, he chose Yuan Mou. However, it ended in a draw. In the beginning, everyone thought Yuan Mou's strength was on par with his. However, when Yuan Mou fought with Tuoba Xiu, they realized Yuan Mou did not use his full strength in his battle with Ma Qihong. Isn't he afraid he'll fail again if he challenges Wang Xiong? Duan Lingtian glanced at Ma Qihong before he shook his head. If he had thought of Ma Qihong as an important figure in the past, he now felt that Ma Qihong was merely a pitiful person who was controlled by his emotions. Even Duan Lingtian could not see through Wang Xiong. However, he had a strong feeling that Wang Xiong was not weak at all. Wang Xiong might not be weaker than Ma Qihong. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Ma Qihong was going to challenge Wang Xiong, he subconsciously glanced at Ma Qihong. However, Ma Qihong suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Machi clan. Duan Lingtian immediately saw that the Machi clan's golden seat elder, Ma Qiyuning, was looking at Ma Qihong. It was obvious that he was talking to Ma Qihong through sound transmission. It seems like the situation has changed, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Ma Qiyuning was most likely telling Duan Lingtian not to challenge Wang Xiong through sound transmission. As expected, what happened next verified Duan Lingtian's guess. Just when everyone thought that Ma Qihong would challenge Wang Xiong, Ma Qihong spoke in an indifferent tone. Number 7. Shimen. Shimen Longxiang, the supreme talent of the puppet villa in the state capital of Qing, was currently ranked number 7. Ma Qihong had chosen to challenge Wang Xiong, just as everyone had guessed earlier. Naturally, before this, everyone thought that Ma Qihong would challenge Wang Xiong. Moreover, Ma Qihong had glanced at the Machi clan at the critical moment before changing his target. It was obvious that someone from the Machi clan had advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong. It seems like the people from the Machi clan think that Ma Qihong might not be a match for Wang Xiong. They think highly of Wang Xiong. It seems like Wang Xiong didn't show his strength earlier. I'm really looking forward to seeing Wang Xiong fight again. The discussions were especially ear-piercing when they entered Ma Qihong's ears, causing his face to flush red. How could this be? At this moment, he even regretted listening to the old ancestor of the Machi clan, Ma Qiyuning, and not challenging Wang Xiong. Idiot! At this moment, Ma Qiyuning, the golden seat elder of the Machi clan, felt helpless and exhausted. This idiot! Why did he look at him when he was communicating with him through sound transmission? Was he not telling everyone that it was him or the people from the Mochi clan who advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong? Idiot! In the past, Mochi Yuning thought Mochi Hong was quite smart. However, at this moment, he felt that Mochi Hong was so stupid that it gave him a headache. At this moment, the other high-ranking officials of the Mochi clan looked at each other helplessly. They were exhausted. Shimin Longxiang also flew out from the Qing state mansions by Anvilla's camp in the face of Mochi Hong's challenge. Although he knew he was not as strong as Mochi Hong, he had no intention of admitting defeat. Mochi Hong was someone who had lost to Duan Ling Tian. He was someone who wanted to compete with Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, if he was afraid to fight someone who had lost to Duan Ling Tian, then he was not worthy to compete with Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, Shimin Longxiang was very serious when facing Mochi Hong. The moment he made his move, he attacked like a storm and suppressed Mochi Hong, who was defenseless. Originally, Mochi Hong thought the prodigy from Puppet Villa was only Zoso. He thought the prodigy from Puppet Villa would definitely know he was not as strong as him. Even if he did not know him, he would just go through the motions. But he didn't expect that the other party's fighting style of daring third brother would stun him. Those who did not know better might think that they had a deep hatred for each other. You're courting death. At this moment, Mochi Hong, who was being suppressed, seemed to have sensed the dumbfounded and mocking gazes around him. He was so angry that his face turned red. The thunderbolts on his body surged as he unleashed his full strength. Then, Shimin Longxiang, who had the upper hand, was completely suppressed by him. Immediately after, Shimin Longxiang was severely injured by Mochi Hong's attack. When Mochi Hong wanted to make a second move, Lin Donglai made his move and blocked Mochi Hong's attack. He has lost. This is the end of it, Lin Donglai said. Shimin Longxiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he was exchanging tokens with Mochi Hong. He grinned at Mochi Hong and said, Mochi Hong, from today onwards, I, Shimin Longxiang, will treat you as my touchstone. When I can defeat you, it will mean that the gap between me and Duan Ling Tian will be shortened. Although my target is Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you will make good progress and not let me down. Shimin Longxiang turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, Mochi Hong finally understood why Shimin Longxiang attacked him as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He did not intend to go through the motions at all. It turned out that he was treating him as his touchstone. He even said that after defeating him, it would mean that the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian would be shortened. What does this mean? Does he think that I, Mochi Hong, am inferior to Duan Ling Tian? Does he think that I, Mochi Hong, will be defeated by Duan Ling Tian for the rest of my life? Mochi Hong, who was already in a bad mood, was completely enraged this time. He stared at Shimin Longxiang's receding figure with a murderous look in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to kill someone so badly. Even when his ancestor was killed by Yi Chen Feng, the ancestor of the hidden sword branch of Chunyang School, he had not felt such a strong murderous intent. At this moment, although Mochi Hong had obtained the number 7 token and was temporarily ranked 7th in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he was not happy at all. His expression was gloomy. Number 9. Please enter the arena. After Lin Donglai reminded Mochi Ju to leave, Lin Donglai spoke loudly and looked in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. Number 9 was the disciple of Chunyang School, Yang Qianye. Number 4. Many people thought that Yang Qianye would forfeit, but to their surprise, he flew directly into the arena and challenged Yuan Moyu, who was temporarily ranked 4th in the 7 Prefectures Feast. The result was within the expectations of the onlookers. Yang Qianye was defeated by Yuan Moyu. However, Yuan Moyu also left him some face. Only after 10 moves did he deal a heavy blow to defeat him. It turns out that the gap between me and him is so big. The moment he was defeated, Yang Qianye finally came to his senses. The sense of superiority that had arisen due to his rapid improvement in strength had completely disappeared. It turned out that he was still so weak. Yuan Moyu is so strong, and Tuoba Xiu is not weak either. Will Duan Ling Tian be stronger than them? In the past, Yang Qianye did not have much of an idea of Duan Ling Tian's strength, especially since Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved significantly this time. However, he now realized that the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian was wider than he had imagined. It was impossible to surpass him in a short time. Chapter 4063. Yang Qianye entered the arena and challenged Yuan Moyu, who was ranked 4th. He was defeated after 10 moves. And regarding his defeat, no one felt surprised or anything, because now everyone knew that Yang Qianye and Ximen of the Puppet Villa were the same. Both of them were at the bottom of the top 10. Currently, Yang Qianye was ranked 9th while Ximen was ranked 10th. In everyone's opinion, both of them would fight for the 9th spot at most. It was almost impossible for them to enter the top 8. It's Wang Xiong's turn now. In fact, before Yang Qianye was defeated, many people were looking forward to the next person to enter the arena. That person was currently ranked 8th, Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Great Nei Mansion's Han Mountain residence. Number 8. Enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Wang Xiong walked into the arena in a sloppy and carefree manner under everyone's watchful eyes. His gaze swept past Lin Yuan, who was ranked 5th, Tuoba Xiao, who was ranked 6th, and finally landed on Ma Qihong, who was ranked 7th. At this moment, Ma Qihong's expression became much gloomier. This was because he could hear the discussions in the surroundings. Ma Qihong didn't challenge Wang Xiong because of the Machi clan's warning. I didn't expect him to face Wang Xiong so soon. Wang Xiong will most likely challenge him. It's obvious. Wang Xiong announced loudly under everyone's shocked gazes. I challenge number 7, Ma Qihong, the prodigy of the Machi clan. The crowd wasn't surprised by this at all. However, when the group of people looked at Ma Qihong again, there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Ma Qihong walked out of the arena with a sour expression on his face. He even regretted listening to the Machi clan's old ancestor, Machi Yuning. He should not have changed his mind at the last minute and challenged Ximen instead. He should have challenged Wang Xiong. Otherwise, he would not have embarrassed himself so much. At this moment, Ma Qihong did not realize that if he had not gone to see Machi Yuning when he changed his mind, no one would have thought that he had listened to the Machi clan's advice and did not challenge Wang Xiong again. It was normal to change one's opponent at the last minute, and no one would think anything of him. However, when he looked in the direction of the Machi clan, it was obvious he was a person without a mind of his own. Sometimes, one more glance or one less glance was enough to change a lot of things. Wang Xiong. As soon as Ma Qihong entered the arena, he said in a cold voice, "If your strength is the same as what you showed when you fought Yang Qianye, you are no match for me." The current Ma Qihong had a strong desire to perform. As long as he defeated Wang Xiong, no one would dare to underestimate him. As for Wang Xiong, he merely smiled faintly in the face of Ma Qihong's provocation and did not respond. Ma Qihong was naturally even more infuriated when he saw this. In fact, when he had challenged Ximen, although he had won in the end, Ximen had been suppressing him in the beginning. When he found out that the reason Ximen had such a strong desire to battle him was because he saw him as a stepping stone to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and even surpass Duan Lingtian, he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was being ignored by Wang Xiong, he could no longer suppress the anger he had been suppressing previously, which completely exploded. Therefore, the moment Lin Donglai announced that he and Wang Xiong could fight, Ma Qihong attacked as fast as lightning, with thunder raging all over his body. Similar to Luo Yuan, the prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion and Autumn Leaf Sect, he was skilled in the law of thunder. You have quite a temper. Wang Xiong raised his eyebrows in the face of Ma Qihong's outburst. After he said those words in a calm manner, the golden light on his body also surged. After that, he did not avoid Ma Qihong, who had made the first move, and directly went forward to meet him. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dazzling purple thunder and a dazzling golden light collided with each other under the watchful eyes of the spectators. When the two collided, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky. Boom! Rumble! The collision of the golden energy and the thunder energy created a dazzling explosion that shocked the spectators. It was as though they were enjoying a feast for the eyes. For those with weaker cultivation bases, they could not clearly see the movements of the two people. However, those with stronger cultivation bases were able to see everything clearly. When the two forces collided, Ma Qihong and Wang Xiong started fighting fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched. At this moment, Wang Xiong displayed a strength that was even stronger than when he had fought Yang Qianye earlier. Wang Xiong has indeed concealed his strength. A look of realization appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. This was just as he had guessed. Based on the strength he has displayed so far, he is evenly matched with Ma Qihong. I wonder if this is his true strength. While Duan Lingtian was pondering this, Ma Qihong and Wang Xiong had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Ma Qihong, who was already red in the face, no longer held back. The blood qi in his body surged as he activated his bloodline power and suppressed Wang Xiong in one move. Since Ma Qihong activated his bloodline power, it's time for Wang Xiong to activate his bloodline power as well. Things will get even more exciting from now on. Just as the spectators thought Wang Xiong would activate his bloodline power, the golden light emitted by Wang Xiong's divine energy surged and wreaked havoc. Next, Wang Xiong, who had been at a disadvantage, unleashed the power of the law of metal, turning the tables and suppressing Ma Qihong. Bang! Before the spectators could react, Ma Qihong's attack had been shattered by Wang Xiong in 3 moves. Moreover, the remaining power of the attack had smashed into Ma Qihong's body, sending him flying. Ma Qihong coughed out blood, his face pale as paper. He was sent flying as he stared at Wang Xiong from afar, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. How could this Wang Xiong be so strong? When he thought about how he had come here with the goal of getting into the top 3 or even first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, he suddenly felt extremely ashamed of himself. Someone like him wanted to get into the top 3? First place? Why? Ma Qihong couldn't figure it out. He'd originally thought that he was heaven-defying as he was considered to be the strongest in the younger generation of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. So why were there so many young people who were stronger than him now? Duanling Tian was one thing. However, what was going on with Yuan Moyu, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, and Han Di? Moreover, before the 7 Mansions banquet this time, with the help of the Machi clan, he had consolidated his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor, and his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, Ma Qihong felt despair. Am I really that useless? Admit defeat. When Ma Qihong saw Wang Xiong chasing after him, he finally regained his senses when he heard Ma Qiyuning, the patriarch of the Machi family, exclaim in surprise. Admit defeat. After regaining his senses, he immediately admitted defeat. As for Wang Xiong, he stopped. Number 8 Wang Xiong challenged number 7 Ma Qihong. Victory! Both of them exchanged their tokens. Ma Qihong had fallen from 7th place to 8th place in the 7 prefectures banquet. At the same time, numerous gazes filled with disbelief landed on Wang Xiong. Evidently, none of them had expected Wang Xiong to be so strong. The strength Wang Xiong displayed earlier is probably no weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Yeah, he hasn't even used his bloodline power yet. If he did, he wouldn't be any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Didn't you see the grave expressions on Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu's faces? They weren't like that when they looked at Wang Xiong earlier. It's obvious that they feel threatened by Wang Xiong. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. Wang Xiong was indeed not simple. After Wang Xiong and Ma Qihong left the stage, most people's gazes were still on Wang Xiong. As for the people from the Han Mountain residence, they were already dumbfounded. They had not expected Wang Xiong to be so strong. Only when Lin Donglai's voice rang out did the crowd regain their senses. Number 6. Enter the stage. Number 6. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Xiong to the people from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion. Their gazes landed on the beautiful figure that was walking slowly through the air. She was the only woman in the top 10 of the 7 Manners Feast. The monstrous genius that the Underworld Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. In the previous battle with Yuan Moyu, she had displayed amazing strength. However, because of a momentary lapse in judgment, she had lost to Yuan Moyu, who was on par with her. Many people felt that it was a pity. Tuoba Xiu is facing Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu. Under normal circumstances, she can only challenge these 2 people. As for Yuan Moyu, he had defeated her before. Therefore this time, she has no choice but to challenge Lin Yuan. Many people say that Lin Yuan is not simple, but so far, he has not shown his true strength. He has not even used his bloodline power. This time, Tuoba Xiu should be able to force him to show his strength by challenging him. If Tuoba Xiu can't force him to show his full strength, he will definitely be in the top 3 or even first in this 7 Manners Feast. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Tuoba Xiu opened her mouth and challenged number 5, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In this 7 prefectures banquet, his greatest opponent wasn't Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, Han Di, or Luo Yuan. It was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong. Both of them had obviously not used their full strength. As for the others, They had basically used their full strength. Like the whispers of the others, he also felt that Tuoba Xiu would definitely be able to force Lin Yuan to show his strength by challenging him this time. Even if she could not force him to show his full strength, she would be able to force him to show most of his strength. At the thought of this, Duan Ling Tian, who had originally appeared somewhat lazy, turned serious. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. If he wanted to take first place in the Seven Manners Feast, he had to have a sufficient understanding of Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who were still hiding their strength. Chapter 4064. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who felt that Lin Yuan was mysterious. Even the others felt the same way. Even the people from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect stared at Lin Yuan's back with anticipation. They were not familiar with Lin Yuan as he had only appeared in their Flame Howl sect not long before the Seven Mansions banquet. Moreover, when Lin Yuan had appeared in their Flame Howl sect, he had defeated the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation in one blow. Although not many people knew about it at that time, the news still caused an uproar in the Flame Howl sect when it spread. However, there were only a few people who had witnessed the battle. Therefore, although many people knew that Lin Yuan was strong and far stronger than the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation, no one knew exactly how strong he was. Tuoba Xiu is so powerful. I wonder if Lin Yuan can handle him. If Lin Yuan can defeat Tuoba Xiu, not only will he have a chance to enter the top 3, he might even be able to take first place. On the Flame Howl sect's side, not only were the prodigy's eyes shining with anticipation, but even the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons were also filled with intense desire. Among the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons, the only one who truly understood Lin Yuan's strength was Lin Donglai. This was because Lin Donglai was the one who had invited Lin Yuan. Moreover, after Lin Donglai had invited Lin Yuan, he had said that if Lin Yuan entered the top 3, he would have the right to control 2 of the spots. It was said that the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons had unanimously agreed to Lin Donglai's request. After Tuoba Xiu had challenged Lin Yuan had entered the arena. The two of them faced each other without saying anything. It was only when Lin Donglai had spoken that the two of them moved. To be precise, it was Tuoba Xiu who moved. Whoosh, whoosh. Perhaps it was because of the previous lesson. Tuoba Xiu's attacks were like a storm. Wherever his body moved, it was bone-chilling and froze the void, causing the air to freeze. In the face of Tuoba Xiu's ferocious attack, although Lin Yuan was the last to make a move, he countered every move as he moved. Tuoba Xiu couldn't restrict his movements at all. Tuoba Xiu wants to use the characteristics of the law of ice to restrain Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan isn't fooled. Moreover, he is skilled in the law of destruction and possesses a powerful destructive characteristic. Even if Tuoba Xiu condenses and seals the void, as long as it is not too strong, he can still destroy it. Duan Ling Tian saw it clearly. After a while, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. This Lin Yuan is indeed not that simple. Duan Ling Tian's face suddenly turned serious. This was because, with his careful observation, it was not difficult for him to see that Tuoba Xiu's forehead was overflowing with sweat. Even though the sweat was instantly evaporated by the divine power, he still noticed it. On the other hand, Lin Yuan seemed to be struggling, but if one looked closely, they could see that he was calm. Tuoba Xiu is going to explode. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian sensed an explosive aura from Tuoba Xiu's body. His eyes narrowed. The upper echelons of the major factions also subconsciously looked at Tuoba Xiu. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of loud explosions, the ice that had condensed in the void was completely shattered by Tuoba Xiu. Then it turned into ice shards that filled the sky, turning into ice blades, ice swords, and a long stream of ice blades and swords that shot toward Lin Yuan. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu moved. A glacier condensed under her feet, giving people the feeling that ice was forming with every step she took. In her hand, the divine artifact shone with a dazzling light. In addition, a majestic blood aura began to surge from her body. From afar, it actually turned into the shape of a bird. When the blood-colored bird took shape, many people present were in an uproar. Blood Phoenix bloodline. Even the upper echelons of Chunyang School's side and Chunyang School's pupils shrank. Blood Phoenix bloodline, with the surname Tuoba. I didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family would survive. Zhen Pingfan sighed with emotion. Tuoba family? Blood Phoenix bloodline? Upon hearing Zhen Fan's words, not only Duan Ling Tian, but everyone present on the scene was confused as well. At this moment, another Chunyang school elder spoke. The Tuoba family used to be a god-emperor-level family in the famous prefecture, but it was destroyed later on. It was said that it was destroyed by a sect in the famous prefecture. At this point, the Chunyang school elders' gaze subconsciously looked at the place where the people from the famous prefecture were standing. At this moment, the upper echelons of the sect all stood up and stared at the beautiful figure with killing intent in their eyes. It's actually a remnant of the Tuoba family. Back then, didn't they eliminate the source of trouble? Why is there still a remnant outside? Is she the illegitimate daughter of a direct descendant of the Tuoba family? At this moment, the upper echelons of the famous prefecture's Yuanli sect had an ugly expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as though they wanted to kill Tuoba Xiao immediately. The Tuoba family was destroyed by the Yuanli sect back then. The entire family was completely wiped out. Even the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled were not spared. Initially, they thought that they had completely eliminated the source of trouble. Who would have thought that a descendant of the Tuoba family would appear now? This was not good news for the Yuanli sect. What's going on? What's going on? When Tuoba Xiao displayed her blood phoenix bloodline and displayed her strength, the group of prodigies present at the scene noticed the strange movements at the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture. After exclaiming in surprise, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and forces looked in the direction of the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture. An eye for an eye. Many people sighed softly. I really didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family is still alive. Although she hasn't fully matured yet, with the Netherworld Mansion as her backing, the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture won't be able to touch her. She's already grown to this stage. Even if the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture is willing to pay a price to get the Netherworld Mansion to hand her over, I'm afraid the Netherworld Mansion won't be willing to do so. I really didn't expect the Blood Phoenix bloodline of the Tuoba family to appear in this world again. Even the direct descendants of the Tuoba family cannot awaken their bloodline. I didn't see Tuoba Xiao displaying her Blood Phoenix bloodline earlier. Could it be a temporary transformation? That's right. If she had displayed her Blood Phoenix bloodline in the battle with Yuan Moyu earlier, she might not have lost in the end. At this moment, the mysterious Lin Yuan was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Instead, it was Tuoba Xiao. The young woman's bloodline power had attracted everyone's attention. The group of young prodigies present on the scene did not know what the Blood Phoenix bloodline was. They also did not know that the Tuoba family used to be in the famous prefecture. However, they finally learned the ins and outs of the matter after the elders of the various forces spoke. In the past, someone from the Tuoba family had joined the Yuanli sect. That person had even won the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. He was the person who had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline in the Tuoba family. Later on, he left the Yuanli sect for the sake of his family. He wanted to lead the Tuoba family to the peak of the famous prefecture, so that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yuanli sect and the other 3 great forces. However, at this time, the Yuanli sect was unwilling to do so. The person I've nurtured wants to nurture another force to contend with me? In the beginning, it was just a small conflict. However, it turned into a huge conflict later on. In the end, the Yuanli sect had to pay a huge price to completely eradicate the Tuoba family. It must be the bloodline power that has just awakened. Duan Ling Tian looked at the bloodline power that Tuoba Xiao displayed. After carefully sensing it, he could feel that the bloodline power was unstable. Although it was strong, it was not invulnerable. Just as he thought about it, Lin Yuan made his move. Moreover, he took advantage of the flaw that Duan Ling Tian sensed and directly defeated Tuoba Xiao's Blood Phoenix bloodline power. Then, he sent Tuoba Xiao flying through the air. Pef, blood splattered across the sky. The beautiful figure barely managed to stop herself. She looked pitiful. Admit defeat. Lin Yuan stepped on the air and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Tuoba Xiao from afar. The bloodline power that had just risen in his body was also retracted after a moment. Tuoba Xiao had not only forced him to use his full strength, but she had also forced him to use his bloodline power. Although it was just a flash in the pan, he had used it after all. I admit defeat. After a moment, Tuoba Xiao's face was flushed. Although she looked at Lin Yuan with a bit of unwillingness, she finally spoke slowly. She was badly injured. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was not injured at all. There was no point in continuing. Originally, everyone's focus should have been on Lin Yuan. However, their focus was now on Tuoba Xiu, who had been defeated by Lin Yuan, and the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect. Now, everyone more or less knew about the conflict between Tuoba Xiu's ancestor and the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect. At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect's upper echelons almost came out in full force. Their target was Tuoba Xiu. However, just as they were about to fly out, 3 figures appeared in their path. They were not very tall, but they were like 3 towering mountains that gave them great pressure. 3 middle-level God Emperor experts. They were from the 3 top forces of the Underworld Mansion. The 3 of you. The leader of the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect was also a middle God Emperor expert. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a gloomy expression. I'm sure you know about the conflict between our Yuanli sect and the Tuoba family. You didn't know about it in the past. We can forgive you for nurturing this vile spawn. However, today, this vile spawn must die. Facing 3 middle god emperors, although he had more people on his side, he was no match for them. This was because he was the only middle god emperor on his side. Chapter 4065. Of course, the leader of the Originally sect had already sent a message back to the Originally sect to inform the higher-ups of the Originally sect. This was a matter of concern to the entire Originally sect. To the Originally sect, the Tuoba family was already a thing of the past. But now, they had reappeared in front of them in just one day. The genius that the Underworld Mansion nurtured with all their might is a descendant of the Tuoba family? Yes, when I heard that her surname is Tuoba, I didn't think too much about it. After all, we didn't have anyone with the surname Tuoba in the past. I didn't expect her to be a descendant of the Tuoba family. It was just a conversation between the leader of the Originally sect and the leader of the Originally sect, Tuoba Xiu. Actually, before this, there were many people in the Originally sect who knew of her existence. However, their knowledge of her was limited to the genius that the Underworld Mansion nurtured with all their might. Who would have thought that the genius nurtured by the Underworld Mansion was actually a descendant of the Originally sect's mortal enemy, the Tuoba family? The Blood Phoenix bloodline was the symbol of the Tuoba family. It's fine if she's mediocre. She's not even 10,000 years old and she already has such achievements. If she's given another 10,000 years, how can the Originally sect fight against her? She must die. Kill her at all costs. I'm afraid that no one in the Originally sect will be a match for her after 10,000 years. If she's given another 20,000 years, she might be able to forcefully destroy the Originally sect's sect-protecting array. At that time, the Originally sect will face the greatest crisis in history. She must die. Hearing the messages from the Originally sect, the Originally sect's emperor gods who were at the 7-mansion banquet felt helpless. They also felt that Tuoba Xiu must die. But now, the 3 middle god emperors of the Underworld Mansion were right in front of them. How could they kill her? This was before the rest of the Underworld Mansion's 3 middle god emperors came out. One should know that the 3 middle god emperors didn't just come out. There was also a group of lower god emperors. Bastard? The middle god emperor of the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion laughed coldly when he heard the words of the middle god emperor from the Yuanli sect. Feng Yilin, watch your mouth. Feng Yilin, I advise you to behave. Tuoba Xiu is from the Underworld Mansion. We're not afraid of your Yuanli sect. Feng Yilin, we know about the grudge between your Yuanli sect and the Tuoba family. However, we didn't know that Tuoba Xiu was a member of the Tuoba family. But even if we know now, we will still protect her. If your Yuanli sect wants to touch Tuoba Xiu, you'll have to go through us and the factions behind us first. The mid-god emperors of the 3 superpowers of the Underworld Mansion were extremely powerful. They didn't even bother with the mid-god emperors of the Originally sect. Moreover, they had already sent a message back to their respective factions and asked some of the mid-god emperors to come over. This was because they knew that the Originally sect would definitely not let this matter rest. Seeing that the 3 major forces of the Underworld Mansion were so domineering, in addition to the group of onlookers, the middle-level emperor god Feng Yilin of the Underworld Mansion had an ugly expression on his face. However, he did not say anything else and silently retreated with his men. When the 3 mid-god emperors of the 3 superpowers of the Underworld Mansion saw this, they snorted coldly and retreated. However, when they returned, they still kept a close eye on the Originally sect. If the Originally sect dared to make a move, they would not hesitate to give them a thunderous blow. Me? The Tuoba family? The Originally sect annihilated the Tuoba family? Mother! She didn't tell me about this. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already left the arena. However, Tuoba Xiu was still standing on the spot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had just found out that the Blood Phoenix bloodline that she had just awakened was a bloodline that only the direct descendants of the Tuoba family could possess. She also didn't know that the Tuoba family was annihilated by the Originally sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so polite to the Originally sect's prodigy previously. Go down. At this moment, Lin Donglai also spoke. He could see that this little girl actually didn't know about her background before this. Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline this time, she would never know about her background. Little girl, come back. At this moment, the mid-god emperor of the Yuan family also sent a message to Tuoba Xiu, asking her to go back. At the same time, he looked at Tuoba Xiu with a gentle and loving gaze. He had watched Tuoba Xiu grow up. Although there were many descendants in his bloodline, most of them were males. Due to this reason, Tuoba Xiu, a disciple with a different surname, was also doted on by his bloodline. Not only did no one bully her, but if anyone dared to bully her, the descendants in his bloodline would stand up for her. Naturally, Tuoba Xiu had grown to the point where she didn't need anyone to stand up for her among her peers. When Tuoba Xiu returned, she was still in a daze. This scene was also witnessed by the crowd. It seems like Tuoba Xiu didn't know about her background in the past. I didn't expect her background to be revealed during the Seven Mansions banquet. She's a sworn enemy of the Originally sect. It's obvious that the Originally sect is panicking. Earlier, they even wanted to attack Tuoba Xiu. It's obvious that the Underworld Mansion wants to protect Tuoba Xiu. I just don't know if the Underworld Mansion will sell Tuoba Xiu out if the Great Ming Mansion is willing to pay the price. I don't think so. Even if Tuoba Xiu didn't make it into the top 3 this time, she still managed to get 2 spots for the Underworld Mansion. It's not easy to split the 2 spots among the 3 major forces of the Underworld Mansion, right? Now, everyone could tell that Tuoba Xiu had just found out about her background. It could even be said that she was the last one to find out about her background among the people present. This was because when everyone present found out about her background, she was still focused on fighting Lin Yuan. She didn't care about anything else at all. Awakening the Blood Phoenix bloodline should be a good thing for her. However, it doesn't seem to be a good thing now. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and retracted his gaze from Tuoba Xiu's back. Although he didn't sympathize with Tuoba Xiu's situation, he felt that she was quite innocent. After all, she didn't know about her background at all before this. It was even more impossible for her to target the Originally sect. Moreover, judging from the Underworld Mansion's reaction, it was obvious that they didn't know about Tuoba Xiu's background either. Perhaps if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her background would have remained a secret forever. Life was unpredictable. Now that Tuoba Xiu had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline, it meant that her life would no longer be peaceful. The conflict between her and the Originally sect was destined to be irreconcilable. Even if she swore a heart demon blood oath that she wouldn't target the Originally sect in the future, the Originally sect might not let it go. It was fine if Tuoba Xiu was just mediocre. However, the problem was that she wasn't. When Tuoba Xiu grew up, the people and forces she came into contact with would also reach a higher level. In addition to her beauty and her extraordinary talents, there might be a young master from a godly venerable faction who would be tempted by her. When the time came, it was possible that he would stand up for her and attack the Originally sect. The Originally sect would only be at ease if such a person was dead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion. It wasn't difficult to see that Tuoba Xiu's face was still changing under the veil as she stood there. In addition, on the Originally sect's side, from the upper echelons to the prodigy disciples, their expressions didn't look too good at this moment. After all, the sudden addition of such an enemy also gave them a certain amount of psychological pressure. If Tuoba Xiu really wanted revenge, as long as they were from the Originally sect, they wouldn't be spared. But Lin Yuan's strength is really strong. Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. Tuoba Xiu awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline at the last minute. Although she can't fully utilize the power of the Blood Phoenix bloodline, Her strength is still stronger than when she fought Yuan Moyu. Even so, she was still easily defeated by him. Although Tuoba Xiu had used her bloodline power in her battle with Yuan Mou earlier, her bloodline power had not evolved to the next level. In the realms of gods, there were many bloodline energies that could be transformed under certain circumstances. Every evolution could raise one's strength by a level. Number 4. Please enter. As Lin Donglai spoke again, the crowd's attention shifted from Tuoba Xiu to the person who was temporarily ranked 4th in the 7 prefectures feast. Number 4 was the prodigy from the Sky Howl sect of the state of Qing, Yuan Moyu. In the previous battle with Tuoba Xiu, their strength was on par, but due to Tuoba Xiu's careless mistake, he defeated her. Number 3. As soon as Yuan Moyu entered, he locked onto his target, Luo Yuan from the Sky Star Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. Luo Yuan was a prodigy nurtured by the Sky Star Mansion, and he was equally as famous as Tuoba Xiu. However, when Luo Yuan entered, his body was still swaying slightly, and his face was as pale as a sheet. It was obvious that the injuries he had suffered yesterday had not fully healed. Of course, such injuries couldn't be healed so quickly. He had only recovered about 60% to 70% of his strength because of the continuous supply of healing pills from the Sky Star Mansion since yesterday. Otherwise, he would be lucky if he could recover 30% of his strength today. Han Di, when he entered, Luo Yuan glanced in the direction of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Equal Heaven sect before finally locking his eyes on Han Di. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yesterday, he had been severely injured by Han Di twice because of his carelessness. Although he felt that it had something to do with his carelessness, he still hated Han Di for going back on his word. How could a person be so shameless? Chapter 4066. Luo Yuan, this is too unfair. Many people lamented when they saw Luo Yuan enter the arena. They felt that his previous injuries had been unjust. Moreover, based on his current complexion, it was obvious that he had yet to fully recover. Even Duan Lingtian shook his head at this moment. If Luo Yuan hadn't been injured by Han Di, he might have been able to fight Yuan Moyu. It would have been hard to say who would emerge victorious. Now, however, there was practically no suspense. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian and the others had expected. Luo Yuan entered the arena and fought Yuan Moyu. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated by Yuan Moyu. After all, his previous injuries had been too serious. Yuan Moyu, if it weren't for my injuries, I might not have lost to you, Luo Yuan said as he stared at Yuan Moyu unwillingly after his defeat. Right now, he seemed to have lost his rationality due to his failure and was venting all his frustration on Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu wasn't angered by Luo Yuan's words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I believe what you said. How about this? After the 7 prefectures banquet ends and you recover to your peak condition, you are welcome to find me at the Howling Sky sect of the Qingzhou Province Prefecture. At that time, we will have a proper battle. As for this time, I am sorry for taking advantage of you. After saying that, an apologetic look appeared on Yuan Moyu's face. Yuan Moyu's attitude made Luo Yuan feel as if he had punched a cotton ball. He had the feeling that he was powerless. At this time, if he continued to be overbearing, it would seem that he was petty. Moreover, it was common knowledge that his injuries had nothing to do with Yuan Moyu. In the end, Luo Yuan took a deep breath and left without saying anything else. With this, Luo Yuan was squeezed out of the top 3 and temporarily ranked 4th. I'm afraid Luo Yuan's ranking will drop again in the next round. Many people lamented. I really don't understand. Why didn't Luo Yuan just admit defeat today? That way, he wouldn't have had to suffer more injuries. Perhaps he would have recovered to his peak condition in 2 or 3 days. Some people felt pity for Luo Yuan. If that's the case, he might be able to return to the top. However, these people were immediately rebutted by others. You don't understand. So what if Luo Yuan has returned? After a few rounds, what do you think his ranking will be? That's right. As far as Luo Yuan is concerned, the only difference is the top 3. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much of a difference between 4th and 10th. Didn't you see? The 3 Heavenly Star Manor's upper echelons had ugly expressions on their faces. Evidently, none of them had expected that Luo Yuan would be crippled just like that. Sure enough, as everyone turned to look at the Heavenly Stellar Manor's 3 superpowers, It wasn't hard to notice that the expressions of the three superpowers' upper echelons were ugly. This Yuan Mou is an interesting person. Seeing Luo Yuan's sullen appearance in front of Yuan Mou, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. It ended again. In addition, Duan Lingtian also knew that with Yuan Moyu's victory against Luo Yuan, he had temporarily entered the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Feast. The top 10 ranking battles for today's Seven Mansions Feast had ended. Number 2, Han Di, did not have the chance to challenge him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The Seven Mansions Feast's top 10 ranking battles had begun. However, to everyone's surprise, Shimin, who was temporarily ranked 10th, had no intention of challenging Yang Qianya, who was ranked 9th. As for the others, they had either defeated him before or he was no match for them. As for Yang Qianya, he did not issue any challenges either. If the two of them had challenged Luo Yuan, who had yet to recover from his injuries, they might have been able to defeat him. However, both of them seemed to have their own pride, and neither of them challenged Luo Yuan. Soon, it was the turn of Ma Qihong, who was temporarily ranked 8th. After entering the venue, Ma Qihong glanced at the few people in front of him. Number 7, Wang Xiong, had previously challenged him and defeated him. Number 6, Tuoba Xiao, had never fought him before. However, during his previous battle with Yuan Moyu, his strength had already been comparable to Yuan Moyu's. Later on, he had awakened his bloodline and become even stronger. If he challenged Tuoba Xiao, he would definitely lose. Number 5, Lin Yuan. This was the person who had defeated Tuoba Xiao. Number 4. It seemed like only number 4 was left to challenge. Number 4. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ma Qihong issued a challenge to number 4, the person who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu the previous day. Ma Qihong's challenge caused an uproar. Ma Qihong sure knows how to take advantage of others. By doing this, Shimin and Yang Qianya seem to be of noble character. They are not willing to take advantage of others. Haha. Actually, you can't say that he is taking advantage of others, right? Ma Qihong has no other choice now. That seems to be the case. Of the people in front of him, Wang Xiong defeated him, Tuoba Xiao is no weaker than Yuan Moyu, and Lin Yuan defeated Tuoba Xiao. He definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. What's the point of challenging Luo Yuan now? He might as well give up. At least he can maintain a good reputation. This Ma Qihong, as the number 1 person among the younger generation in Tonglang province in the past, is not even qualified to carry the shoes of the current number 1 person among the younger generation in Tonglang province. A series of mocking voices entered Ma Qihong's ears, infuriating him so much that he almost went mad. These bastards! Yesterday, when Yuan Moyu had challenged Luo Yuan, why hadn't they said such things about him? Why had they said such things when he challenged Luo Yuan? Damn it! Bastards! If Luo Yuan hadn't appeared in time and confronted him with a gloomy expression, Ma Qihong might have gone crazy and started arguing with the crowd. Naturally, Luo Yuan had an unsightly expression on his face. Even if he had been at his peak, he still wouldn't have had complete confidence in defeating Yuan Moyu. But this Ma Qihong, who was he? If he had been at his peak and had held nothing back, he would have been able to make Ma Qihong admit defeat within 10 moves. Now, seeing that he was injured, Ma Qihong wanted to challenge him? Ma Qihong, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke. Humph. Ma Qihong was already filled with anger. When he heard Luo Yuan's words, he sneered and said, Luo Yuan, you are an injured person. Instead of admitting defeat, you want to fight me? If that's the case, don't blame me for not taking pity on the injured. Before the battle had even begun, the smell of gunpowder between Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan had been thick. As a matter of fact, both Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan were filled with anger. There was no need to talk about Ma Qihong. Yesterday, Luo Yuan had been defeated by Yuan Moyu. Due to Yuan Moyu's tactful words, Ma Qihong had been unable to use his full strength. Today, it was at this moment that he was able to vent all of his grievances. As a result, when he had started fighting Ma Qihong, he had used a method of injuring himself to injure Ma Qihong. Not only had he been injured, he had also injured Ma Qihong, causing Ma Qihong to spurt out blood repeatedly. Madman. Ma Qihong had suffered considerable injuries during the final victory. While recovering from his injuries, he stared at Luo Yuan, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, and cursed inwardly. At this moment, Ma Qihong suddenly felt that this Seven Palaces banquet was filled with malice toward him. From the very beginning, things had not been going smoothly for him. Although he had obtained the number 4 token, Ma Qihong was not in a good mood. He was completely shrouded in gloom. This Ma Qihong, when Ma Qihong left the arena, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He felt that Ma Qihong's challenge against Luo Yuan was a thankless task. So what if he had obtained the number 4 token? Wouldn't he be pulled down soon? Number 7. Enter the arena. Following Lin Donglai's voice, the number 7, Wang Xiong, entered the arena and directly pulled down Yuan Moyu, who he had defeated earlier, and replaced him. Next, with the number 4 token, he challenged Yuan Moyu, who was ranked 3rd. Since Wang Xiong had defeated Yuan Moyu before, he could continue to challenge Yuan Moyu after replacing him. This was also within the rules of the Seven Palaces banquet. Wang Xiong is challenging Yuan Moyu? Until now, the strength that Wang Xiong has displayed is not weak at all. Even Ma Qihong was defeated by him. The strength Wang Xiong has displayed so far is inferior to Yuan Moyu's. I wonder if he is still hiding his strength. That's right. The previous few times, I thought that I had seen Wang Xiong's true strength. When I saw that he had continued to advance, I realized that I was too naive. This time, I don't dare to think that he had shown his true strength when he defeated Ma Qihong earlier. Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the famous mansion's cold mountain residence, was the biggest dark horse in the Seven Palaces banquet this time. Although Lin Yuan was also considered a dark horse, he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect had found. Although he had revealed his strength step by step, everyone had thought that he was not simple from the beginning. Therefore, they were not too surprised by his performance. However, Wang Xiong was different. Before this, it was not only the people present, but even the prodigies in the famous mansion's cold mountain residence and most of the high-ranking officials did not know that Wang Xiong had such strength. I wonder if Wang Xiong can defeat Yuan Moyu and continue his undefeated legend. On the Chunyang school side, many people were looking at Wang Xiong expectantly. Duan Lingtian was also looking at Wang Xiong. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He also wanted to know if Wang Xiong would reveal his strength further. Up until now, it seemed like Wang Xiong had not unleashed his full strength. In fact, everyone was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Therefore, everyone was paying close attention to the battle that was about to begin. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of the various major forces in the distant prefectures were also looking forward to the battle when they learned that Wang Xiong, the dark horse from the famous mansion's cold mountain residence, was going to fight Yuan Moyu, the monster from the Azure State Mansion's Howl sect. Remember to tell me the result as soon as possible. Although I'm not present, don't just watch. Tell me more about the situation. Wang Xiong did not unleash his full strength earlier? It'll be really shocking if he can make it to the top 3. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the various major forces in the Seven Palaces were in an uproar. Chapter 4067. Wang Xiong had yet to display his strength that was comparable to Yuan Moyu's. However, the attention he received was much greater than Yuan Moyu's. Even Yuan Moyu looked solemn when he entered the arena to confront Wang Xiong. His eyes were full of vigilance, and he did not dare to underestimate Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, I'm curious about your true strength, just like them. Yuan Moyu stared at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, if possible, I hope you can defeat me as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I won't give you the chance to show your strength slowly. Yuan Moyu's words conveyed one thing, he would not hold back. He would attack with all his might, and he would not play with Wang Xiong slowly. Wang Xiong smiled faintly when he heard Yuan Moyu's words. The Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing is indeed different. If that's the case, let me see how the Heaven's Roar sect's Roar sect is like. After he spoke, Wang Xiong's originally indifferent aura suddenly changed. It became somewhat sharp, and his messy hair became even messier. As Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Yuan Moyu took the lead. It was just as he had said. He attacked with all his might, and blood mist surrounded his body. Just like when he defeated Tuoba Xiu, he displayed an extremely terrifying attack. It swept toward Wang Xiong like a storm. Wang Xiong's body also emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like saber radiance and sword radiance, and it was extremely fierce. In the void, The light blade was so sharp that it seemed to cut the air into pieces. Then, as he raised and withdrew his hands, the saber radiance and sword radiance all converged and finally condensed into a golden sword radiance, which merged into the superior grade divine sword in his hand. Slash! Wang Xiong shouted softly, and the sword in his hand slashed down to meet Yuan Moyu's full attack. In an instant, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. Waves of terrifying power exploded in the void like dazzling fireworks. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power spread to the surroundings, but Lin Donglai, who had been prepared for it, easily neutralized it. When the smoke screen created by the shockwaves dissipated, two figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Wang Xiong stood with his sword in hand. His sloppy figure was incomparably arrogant. On the other side, Yuan Mou had clearly retreated a certain distance. His body was on the verge of collapse, and traces of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was dazzling. Yuan Moyu lost. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Wang Xiong was actually so strong? As for the others, their thoughts were more or less the same as Duan Lingtian's. No one had expected that the battle between Yuan Moyu and Wang Xiong would end up like this after a single move. Yuan Moyu was seriously injured. Wang Xiong seemed to be unharmed? Perhaps he was injured, but it was definitely a light injury. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm. You're stronger than me. After leaving this sentence, Yuan Moyu shook his head and sighed. He then turned around and walked back to where the people from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state prefecture of Qing were. At this moment, a group of senior officials from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state prefecture of Qing had a grave look on their faces. They had thought that Yuan Moyu would be able to get into the top 3, but now it seemed that this matter was a little uncertain. Where did this Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence come from? Did the Cold Mountain residents find outside help? The group of people from the Heaven's Roar sect couldn't help but think so. However, they quickly confirmed that Wang Xiong was from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was originally a disciple of the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence. However, the strength he displayed in the past was not considered to be monstrous, so he only had a little reputation in the Cold Mountain residence. People outside had never heard of him. However, few people knew about Wang Xiong in the past. After the 7 prefectures banquet, his reputation would not only shake the 7 prefectures, but even many people outside the 7 prefectures would know about him and even pay attention to him. So strong. At this moment, even Lin Yuan, who had always been calm, had a slightly grave look on his face. As for Tuoba Xiao, although she did not show any abnormalities on the surface, there was actually a huge uproar in her heart. At the same time, she felt a little bitter and felt that her chances of entering the top 3 were extremely slim. Number 5. Enter the stage. While everyone was still shocked by Wang Xiong's strength, Lin Donglai had already spoken and let the next challenger enter the stage. Number 5 was Lin Yuan, the genius of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Now, it was supposed to be number 6's turn to enter the stage. However, due to the special situation of number 6, there was no need for her to enter the stage at all, so she was directly skipped over. Number 6 was Tuoba Xiao, the genius of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion. She was a genius that the Underworld Mansion had put in all their efforts to cultivate. At this moment, there were still murderous gazes from the Originally sect of the famous residents staring at Tuoba Xiao. A few of the senior officials who were loyal to the Originally sect were even observing if there was a chance to directly kill Tuoba Xiao. In their opinion, as long as they could kill Tuoba Xiao, it did not matter if they were killed by the Underworld Mansion's experts next. It was worth sacrificing one of them to eliminate a hidden danger like Tuoba Xiao. Unfortunately, they could not find a chance at all. This was because the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were staring at them from the beginning. Moreover, even if the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were not watching, it would not be easy for them to kill Tuoba Xiao with Lin Donglai present. Earlier, they had even sent a voice transmission to Lin Donglai, wanting to make a deal with him. They wanted him to turn a blind eye and not interfere when they attacked Tuoba Xiao, who entered the stage next time. However, Lin Donglai rejected them directly. I don't seem to have any other choice. After Lin Yuan entered the stage, he looked at Yuan Moyu, who had just been defeated by Wang Xiong in the previous round. So far, he had not fought with Yuan Moyu. Of course, in the eyes of everyone present, Lin Yuan's strength was definitely stronger than Yuan Moyu's. This was because Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with Tuo Bashio's. To be precise, he was on par with Tuo Bashio before she had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline. If Tuo Bashio was in his prime and prepared, he might be able to defeat Yuan Moyu. Do you choose to rest or enter the stage to fight with me? Lin Yuan looked at Yuan Moyu with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. On the other hand, Yuan Moyu had a bitter and helpless expression on his face. I'm no match for you. Even if you challenge me for this battle, I'll accept your challenge. I admit defeat. Although Yuan Moyu could apply for a break in this round, he did not do so. He knew that he was not Lin Yuan's match, so he did not waste any time to stop Lin Yuan from advancing further. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to reach his current position in the next round. He might as well give up his position in advance and stand at the back to watch Lin Yuan display his strength. The person being challenged will admit defeat if he doesn't enter the stage. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan as he spoke. Now, as number 4, do you want to challenge number 3? According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Banquet, you have entered number 4 without fighting, so you must challenge number 3. Of course, number 3 has already fought someone and can choose to rest. However, if he doesn't rest, you can either fight him or admit defeat and admit defeat. Number 3 was Wang Xiong, who had defeated Yuan Moyu earlier. Now, as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. More people's eyes were shining with anticipation. Lin Yuan had to challenge Wang Xiong. As for whether he agreed or not, it was up to Wang Xiong to decide. Lin Yuan could not avoid this battle. Number 3, enter the stage. Lin Yuan looked straight at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, "Of course, if you feel that you haven't recovered to your prime, you and I can fight again in the next round. I won't take advantage of you." Lin Yuan said. No need. However, just as many people were guessing that Wang Xiong might choose to rest and fight Lin Yuan again in the next round, Wang Xiong responded to Lin Yuan in this way and broke through the air and entered the stage in the blink of an eye. That was just a short exhaustion. I'll recover now. No need to wait for the next round. Let's end this quickly. I also hope that this 7 Prefectures Banquet will end soon. Wang Xiong entered the stage and confronted Lin Yuan. His eyes were solemn and sharp, and his temperament had changed again. He was no longer as lazy as before. He was also not as serious as when he faced Yuan Moyu. Now, he gave people a feeling that he was completely serious. This subtle change was also noticed by the onlookers. Suddenly, a group of people's eyes flashed with unprecedented anticipation. These 2 people didn't use their full strength earlier. For example, Lin Yuan didn't use his bloodline power when he defeated Tuo Bashio. It's the same for Wang Xiong. He didn't use his bloodline power when he defeated Yuan Moyu. I'm really curious who is stronger between the 2. This Lin Yuan is said to be from a god-venerable family. A prodigy from a god-venerable family? No wonder he's so terrifying. I feel that Wang Xiong is the most terrifying. This Wang Xiong is from the famous Cold Mountain residence, but in the eyes of the people there, he has always been very ordinary. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hide so well. While the crowd was bursting with anticipation, Duan Lingtian's eyes also flashed with some anticipation. Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong are going to fight so soon? In his opinion, if these 2 people were going to fight, it also meant that the 7 Prefectures Banquet was coming to an end. Perhaps both of them will have to use their full strength in this battle. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's expression became completely serious. This was because he felt that compared to the current him, the true strength of these 2 people might not be any weaker. It would be difficult for him to win first place in this 7 Prefectures Banquet. Chapter 4068. Lin Yuan challenged Wang Xiong, who had just entered the top 3 in the 7 Prefectures Feast and was currently ranked 3rd. One was the external aid that the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect had found. He was suspected to be a prodigy from a godly venerable family. The other was a hidden prodigy from the famous Cold Mountain residence. He was the biggest dark horse in this 7 Prefectures Feast. His strength was amazing, and he had defeated all the other prodigies along the way. A breeze blew, and the robes of the 2 young prodigies fluttered slightly. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down after Lin Donglai said, "Let's begin." Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the 2 to make their moves. However, neither of them made a move. The crowd was not surprised by this. After all, at their level, it was not necessarily a good thing to strike first. If one was caught by the opponent, even if they did not lose their chance of winning, they would still be at a disadvantage temporarily. Under normal circumstances, being at a disadvantage temporarily would not have much of an impact. However, if the opponent seized the opportunity and attacked relentlessly, it could become one's greatest disadvantage. Who is stronger between the two? Lin Yuan? Wang Xiong? The discussion of the group of pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Their discussion was actually the same as Duan Ling Tian's. He was also curious about who was stronger between the two of them. Furthermore, the two of them would be his most troublesome opponents in the competition for first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Whoosh! In the end, Wang Xiong made the first move. The moment he made his move, his sword pierced through the air. A dazzling golden sword ray shot directly towards Lin Yuan. It looked like a simple sword move, but it made the faces of the prodigies turn solemn. This sword strike appeared to be very simple. It was a casual stab. However, the aura on the sword ray made all of them feel a dangerous aura. The one who felt it the most was naturally Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong's current opponent. As Wang Xiong's sword moved, the indifference on Lin Yuan's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He had obviously sensed that Wang Xiong's sword move was not simple. In the next instant, Lin Yuan also moved. A destructive aura rose from his body. Then, a top-tier divine sword also rose into the air. It carried a frightening destructive aura as it swept out. The sword swept out like a burning stick, causing the void to tremble. It let out a bellows-like roar as it met Wang Xiong's sword. A moment later, the sweeping sword and the thrusting sword collided with one another. At the moment of collision, silence reigned. After a short while, a loud sound was heard without any warning. Then, the battle between the destructive power and the golden power intensified. Whoosh! While the first wave of attacks clashed, Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan didn't stay idle. Both of them moved at the same time, drawing their swords and darting towards each other. Then it was a round of close combat. The two of them fought fiercely. Their chi energy wreaked havoc, and the air in the entire void shook. The spectators could feel that the void space in front of them was not very stable. Clearly, the battle between the two had affected the stability of the space to a certain extent. Bang! A loud sound was heard. It was Lin Yuan who stepped into the air. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the clouds and disappeared. A moment later, another loud sound was heard. It was Wang Xiong who had chased after him. After a while, a series of loud noises came from the top of the clouds. The clouds that were originally gathered together also dispersed, and there was a cloudless blue sky in everyone's vision. The two of them didn't fight for long above the clouds. Soon, they stepped into the air again and descended. In the eyes of the spectators, the two of them fought more and more fiercely. It didn't take long for both of them to display amazing strength. The strength that Wang Xiong displayed was no weaker than when he defeated Yuan Moyu. The same was true for Lin Yuan. The strength that he displayed now was no weaker than when he defeated Tuoba Xiao. Moreover, as they continued to fight, the strength of the two seemed to be still rising. These two have been hiding so much of their strength? Looking at the history of the 7 Prefectures Feast, there should be very few such monsters in the history, right? They're not even 10,000 years old, but they have such battle strength? Lin Yuan might be a genius from a godly venerable level clan. But this Wang Xiong, what's up with him? Does this Wang Xiong also have a godly venerable level clan behind him? There is indeed a godly venerable level clan with the surname Wang in the vicinity of the 7 prefectures. However, I heard from the people in the Cold Mountain residence that Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence. His parents are ordinary disciples of the Cold Mountain residence. He shouldn't be related to that godly venerable level clan. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn. These two still haven't reached the end? Now, he was already feeling tremendous pressure. If these two continued to show their strength, it would be harder for him to win first place than to climb to the heavens. In fact, to him to win first place, he didn't need to defeat the two in front of him at all. He only needed to fight to a draw with them. However, if these two continued to show their strength and displayed even greater strength, then, even if it was a draw, he had no confidence in winning. Now, Duan Ling Tian wasn't the only one who had a solemn expression. The Consonance Mansion's Qi Tian sex genius, Han Di, had an extremely ugly expression because the strength displayed by the two in the field had far surpassed his. Looks like there's no hope for the top three this time. Han Di sighed inwardly. In fact, to him, whether or not he could enter the top three was actually not that important. But to the Qi Tian sect, it was extremely important. It was also because of this that the Qi Tian sect had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate him in secret. Thinking of this, Han Di glanced sideways at the Qi Tian sect's senior executives. As expected, the group of people didn't look too good. It feels like their strength is stronger than Duan Ling Tian's. Seeing that the two in the field were beginning to activate their bloodline power, Han Di's heart stirred as he thought to himself. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't use his bloodline power back then, he has a law clone. However, he didn't use his law clone back then, but his strength was already stronger than mine. I just don't know if his law clone boosts his strength as much as the bloodline power of these two people. If it does, perhaps he'll have a fighting chance. If it doesn't, he'll definitely lose. Although Han Di and Duan Ling Tian had only displayed their strength for a brief moment back then, Han Di still had a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian's strength. In the field, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had displayed their bloodline power one after another. However, they were still evenly matched. I'm afraid these two will end up in a draw. Now, it wasn't just Duan Ling Tian who thought so. Even the senior executives of the various manors and major forces present, including the Middle God Emperors, basically thought so too. Based on the current situation, the two of them didn't seem to be holding back anymore. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was fine. If these two people were even stronger, he really wouldn't have any hope of securing first place in this Seven Manors banquet. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Ling Tian suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils abruptly shrank. Something's not right. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's pupils shrank, Yi Chen Feng, who was sitting on a small floating island, had a subtle change in his originally calm expression. Somewhat interesting. In the field, the originally evenly matched situation was directly broken with Wang Xiong's sudden burst of strength. Swoosh! The crisp sound of the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, but at the same time, there was an extremely sharp aura that tore apart Lin Yuan's attack in one fell swoop and then defeated Lin Yuan. The originally deadlocked situation was directly broken. Wah! Lin Yuan was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. When he looked at Wang Xiong again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the fledgling form of Sword Dao? In fact, Lin Yuan was also proficient in the sword. In fact, he had spent a lot of effort to master Sword Dao, and he already had some understanding of the fledgling form of Sword Dao, and there was hope for him to master it. However, there was only hope for him to master it. In today's battle with Wang Xiong, he realized that in terms of Sword Dao, Wang Xiong's attainment was also very deep and was not weaker than his. In fact, Wang Xiong was probably just a step away from mastering the fledgling form of Sword Dao. Just like him. In the intense battle with Wang Xiong, he actually had the intention to train himself, so he didn't hold back and went all out. However, he didn't expect that in the end, he would break through the bottleneck of Sword Dao comprehension and master the fledgling form of Sword Dao, helping Wang Xiong instead. Many thanks. At this moment, Wang Xiong's face was filled with joy, and at the same time, he bowed slightly to thank Lin Yuan, who was sent flying by him. His tone was also filled with unconcealable excitement. Forget it. Lin Yuan sighed. You and I are originally evenly matched. Now that you have mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao, I am no match for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan retreated. As the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also sighed subconsciously. He originally thought that with Lin Yuan around, the first place of the Seven Prefectures banquet was already set in stone. However, he didn't expect that in this Seven Prefectures banquet, there would be an anomaly like Wang Xiong. Previously, although he knew that Wang Xiong was not weak, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Xiong won? When Lin Yuan left the stage, the crowd was stunned. It was only after a while that they regained their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Xiong defeated Lin Yuan? Just now. He seemed to have mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao? He broke through at the last minute and defeated Lin Yuan? At the Seven Prefectures banquet, everyone was shocked. Even Duan Ling Tian's gaze when he looked at Wang Xiong again was filled with seriousness. This Wang Xiong had mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao, and his strength had increased. This would also be his greatest opponent in this 7 prefectures banquet in order to obtain the first place. On the other hand, the cold mountain residence of the famous residence was filled with joy. Even the middle-level God Emperor expert leading the cold mountain residence didn't expect Wang Xiong to be able to defeat Lin Yuan. He thought that it would be good enough if he could draw. However, he didn't expect Wang Xiong to master the fledgling form of Sword Dao at the crucial moment and defeat Lin Yuan in one move. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.